This is an exchange point established by the first light of Orion where a brain can be exchanged for a divine light rod. Limited quantity available, first come first served. Above Konoha village, thick smoke billowed into the sky. Piercing alarm sirens intertwined with deafening explosions. The once bustling streets had been reduced to ruins with countless shinobi clashing amidst firelight and dust. Upon the rooftop, a massive purple barrier, the four purple flames formation, locked the surrounding space tightly. Within the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed heavily like a bellows. His Hokage ceremonial robe had long since been tattered beyond recognition. A trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gleamed with exhaustion and grim resolve. Standing opposite him were three figures. The leader among them had a deathly pale complexion, and his golden vertical pupils brimmed with mockery and cruelty. He was the orchestrator of this uprising, one of the former legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Beside Orochimaru stood two figures in silence. One wore a dark red layered samurai armor with long black hair flowing freely and a face of steadfast resolve. He was the first Hokage known as the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. The other wore blue armor with silver-white short hair and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He was the second Hokage, famous for his mastery of forbidden techniques and iron-fisted methods, Senju Tobarama. Yet now these two legendary Hokage both stared with hollow eyes. Fissures of the Edo Tensei technique covered their skin, clearly marking them as puppets controlled by Orochimaru's forbidden art. Teacher, you have grown old. Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his lips, his voice hoarse with a sickly hint of pleasure. Konoha is due for a change of blood. Allow me to bury you alongside this rotting village. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together. Would release advent of a world of trees. Countless thick trees erupted from the earth, surging madly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Their force was enough to effortlessly obliterate a mountain. Senju Tobarama's fingers wove through hand seals at a speed, leaving only after images. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A ferocious water dragon roared forth, coordinating with the rampant trees to seal off all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's escape routes. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes bulged with fury. Summoning his final strength, he formed hand seals to summon Enma. Adamantine imperfect wall. A massive black staff swept outward, barely shattering the incoming trees and water dragon. But the tremendous impact still sent his entire body flying, crashing heavily against the barrier wall. Pooh! Another mouthful of blood sprayed forth, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision began to blur. He could feel his chakra nearly depleted, his life force rapidly ebbing away. Lost. Was he truly going to lose? Looking at Orochimaru's triumphant face, at his two desecrated teachers, at the village consumed by fire below, a flash of grim resolve crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. As Hokage, he could not allow this village to be destroyed on his watch. Even in death, he would drag his enemies down to hell with him. Orochimaru. You underestimate me, and you underestimate the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen tremblingly rose to his feet, his hands beginning to form an incomprehensibly complex sequence of hand seals. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. When the final hand seal was completed, a chilling, ominous aura materialized from nothingness. The smile froze on Orochimaru's face. Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, a vast pale apparition slowly took form. Two horns sprouted from its skull, its visage was terrifying, and a short blade rested in its mouth. It was the Shinigami from the Netherworld. Dead demon consuming seal. The ultimate sealing technique that sacrifices one's own soul to seal the enemies. Come forth, Shinigami. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, pouring his final life force entirely into the summon. The Shinigami's ethereal form gradually solidified. A pair of emotionless eyes stared coldly at everyone within the barrier. Orochimaru felt a trembling that originated from his very soul. He wanted to retreat, but the four purple flames formation trapped everyone. He couldn't escape either. Madman. You old madman. Orochimaru shrieked. The Shinigami's arm pierced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest, then lunged violently toward Orochimaru. That pale hand ignored physical laws, seeming about to grasp Orochimaru's very soul. A tragic smile crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. It was over. Yet just when everyone believed everything was settled, an anomaly occurred. Moi. A soft sound of surprise rang out directly within everyone's consciousness. The voice was young, carrying a hint of just awakened laziness and confusion. Who is speaking? Immediately afterward, a sight unfolded that made everyone's eyes nearly pop from their skulls. That Shinigami summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen to represent absolute death and oblivion. Its flat abdomen had begun to swell as if pregnant. No, not swelling. Something was about to come out from within. Crack. Crack. The crisp sound of breaking rang out. On the Shinigami's belly a fissure appeared from nothing. Then like a spiderweb it rapidly spread outward. A golden light shot forth from the crack. The radiance was warm and serene, completely incompatible with the Shinigami's chilling aura. In the next second, a slender figure simply stepped out from within the Shinigami's belly. He was a young man who appeared to be just over 20 years old, with long black hair casually tied behind his back. He wore a black fitted garment of archaic, yet exquisite craftsmanship. His features were handsome and refined, and his dark eyes now carried a hint of just awakened confusion as he surveyed everything around him. The young man stretched lazily. Damn, this godforsaken place finally out. He muttered softly, then raised his head to see the scene before him. The dumbfounded Sarutobi Hiruzen, the horrified Orochimaru, the hollow-eyed first and second Hokage. Finally, he looked at the Shinigami with a massive hole in its belly, its body gradually fading into transparency. The young man scratched his head, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Where exactly am I? Dead silence filled the entire scene. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and even the two Edo Tensei bodies without self-awareness all stood motionless, frozen in place. People could actually live inside the Shinigami's belly. Has this world gone mad? The young man who stepped out from the Shinigami's belly was none other than Senju Kenmei. He looked at the bizarre scene before him, his mind still somewhat dazed. Back then he had transmigrated to the ninja world by unknown means. Relying on his system and his own efforts, he had cultivated to invincible heights. Shortly after establishing Konoha with his two good nephews, he set out to travel. Along the way he encountered a self-proclaimed evil god who was beguiling his followers. Just as he was confidently raising his blade to strike down that fellow at the critical moment, that damnable system actually judged him as maxed level invincible, no assistance required. Then it actually unilaterally and forcefully unbound, packed its bags, and ran off to seek the next host. That damned system's severance brought a temporary backlash, plunging him instantly into an unprecedented period of weakness. In his weakened state, he could not kill the evil god no matter what. With no other choice, he employed the dead demon consuming seal, sealing himself along with the evil god. Fortunately, he had used a forbidden technique to trick the Shinigami, entering its belly with his physical body. For all these many years, he had been quietly recovering within the Shinigami's belly. Only today had he finally fully restored his vitality. Taking advantage of Hiruzen's dead demon consuming seal, he forcefully tore open the Shinigami's belly and returned to the world. Kenmei lowered his head to look at his own hands, slowly clenching them into fists. In an instant, the peak power that belonged entirely to himself surged back to life within him. Freed from the system's shackles, without that cold mechanical voice, his current power felt more pure and real than ever before. System. Kenmei's lips curved into a cold smile. To hell with the system. That broken thing back, then had left without a word, trapping him with the Shinigami for all these years. Now that he had returned to his peak, that trash thing better not let him encounter it again. Otherwise he would cleave the system apart along with everything else. From now on he trusted only himself. Senju Kenmei's gaze swept across the battlefield once more. That old man in the Kagematsu robes seemed familiar. And those two reanimated figures. Weren't they Hashirama and Tobirama? And that pale-faced pervert sticking out his tongue. Orochimaru. Coupled with the devastated village and the familiar four purple flame formation. A long-buried memory suddenly surfaced in Kenmei's mind. The hidden leaf destruction plan. Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha and the third Hokage Sarutobi, Hiruzen's death in battle. Damn it. Kenmei cursed, inwardly, finally piecing together the situation. He had just emerged from the dead demon consuming seal only to witness decades later how Hiruzen Sarutobi would employ the same technique in a desperate attempt to perish alongside Orochimaru. Hiruzen watched Kenmei's lips move and spoke weakly. Who are you? He could sense that his connection to the Shinigami had already been severed. Though the life force that had been draining away had ceased, his body remained too depleted to even stand. Instinctively he assumed this mysterious power was here to aid Konoha. Senju Kenmei's gaze settled on Hiruzen. Little monkey, long time no see. Little monkey. Hiruzen looked utterly bewildered. That address was so long forgotten, dating back only to when he was still a youth, and certain elders of formidable seniority in the village would call him that. But those people had long since passed away. Before he could ponder further, Kenmei moved. In a flash he materialized before Hiruzen, placing one hand on his head. Reverse dead demon consuming seal. A gentle yet immense surge of life energy flooded into Hiruzen's body from Kenmei's palm in an instant. Hiruzen felt warmth spreading throughout his entire body. The agony of his soul being torn apart, and the weakness from depleted vitality were recovering at an astonishing rate. His formerly ashen complexion was regaining its rosy hue. This. My body. Hiruzen, sensing the transformation within, was overwhelmed with astonishment. This was the price of the dead demon consuming seal. An irreversible soul injury. Could it truly be cured? All better, you won't die now. Kenmei withdrew his hand and patted Hiruzen's shoulder, though his expression was anything but friendly. Since you're not dying, it's time to settle the score. Before he could finish speaking, smack. A crisp, stinging slap connected squarely with Hiruzen's face. Hiruzen was completely stunned. Clutching his burning cheek, he gazed at Kenmei in disbelief. Why are you hitting me? Hadn't he just saved him? Orochimaru was equally dumbfounded. What kind of move was this? Save someone and then hit them. Why am I hitting you? Kenmei's anger instantly flared, and he raised his hand for another slap. Smack. I'm hitting you, you forgetful little monkey. What did I tell you when I left the village back then? I told you to protect the village, not let power blind you. Don't turn those scheming tactics against your own people. Did you not listen to a single word I said? Yinming ranted on, landing alternating blows. Smack, smack, smack. The sharp crack of slaps echoed through the four purple flame formation with remarkable rhythm. Hiruzen was completely disoriented, utterly powerless to resist. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but Yinming's speed and strength were simply too great. And that brat Danzo. I always thought something was off about him back then. I should have had him learn from young Tobirama how to properly run a village. And what happened? He learned none of the good things. But he remembered evil Uchiha his entire life. And he took it even further, didn't he? Did his handiwork contribute to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan? Was it with your tacit approval? Yinming grew increasingly furious with each word, kicking Hiruzen to the ground. Farther away, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, momentarily rendered inert due to Orochimaru's shock, stood motionless. Orochimaru could only watch, his eyelid twitching. Who was this person? From the way he spoke, his seniority was terrifying, calling the third Hokage little monkey. He'd even mentioned Lord Danzo. At that moment, Yinming's gaze shifted toward them. And you too as well. His figure flashed forward, appearing instantaneously before Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Smack, smack. Two more resounding slaps landed precisely on the faces of the two Hokage. The older one's got nothing but gambling wood and peace in that head of his. He's got no brains at all. The younger one walks around with a death face every day, obsessed with forbidden jutsu and discriminating against the Uchiha. The majority of the village's conflicts stem from your meddling. Can't even rest in peace after death, getting used as someone's pawn. You've both disgraced yourselves completely. Yet venting at the younger generation wasn't enough to satisfy his anger. He then launched into a barrage of blows against the two legendary Kage. Hideous first and second Hokage, though possessing extraordinary physical resilience in their Edo Tensei forms. But beneath the youth's fists, they were like worn-out sandbags being battered about, utterly unable to counter. Outside the barrier, the Sound 4 ninja tasked with maintaining the four purple flame formation could barely keep their jaws from dropping. Who is that person? Is he beating up the first and second Hokage? Lord Orochimaru doesn't seem to dare interfere either. Inside the barrier, only Orochimaru remained standing, watching the man who was thrashing the three Hokage like disobedient grandchildren. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and his body went rigid as stone. At last the young man had had his fill of beating. He paused, straightening his disheveled robes, then turned around and fixed his dark eyes on Orochimaru. Now it's your turn, little serpent. Orochimaru shivered, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. As senior, Yinming grinned at him, revealing a set of white teeth. You're quite something. Playing with the dead, desecrating ancestors, overthrowing villages. You've got quite the ideas, haven't you? Thud. Before Orochimaru could finish his sentence, a foot was already pressed against his face, kicking him straight into the ground, where he couldn't be dug out. After finishing all this, Yinming clapped his hands and surveyed the area. First Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, Konoha's S-rank, missing ninja, Orochimaru. All four lay neatly arranged on the ground. The entire four purple flame formation fell completely silent. Yinming stretched his arms and exhaled deeply. Damn, it still feels satisfying to beat someone up. Get up, all of you. Within the four purple flame array, the atmosphere was eerily tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face swollen like a pig's head, staggered to his feet. He stared at the young man before him, who seemed both familiar and foreign, his mind a chaotic mess. The casual address, little monkey, along with the unvarnished kid, for Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobirama, and Danzo left him reeling. A name began to surface in his heart, one he dared not believe. Meanwhile, Orochimaru also struggled to climb out of the human-shaped crater he had created. Yet his eyes no longer held their previous amusement and cruelty. Instead, they were filled with unprecedented gravity and fervor. Strong. Far too strong. One punch to fell a reanimated Hokage, one kick to send the current Hokage flying, and even he himself was utterly defenseless before this man. Such power, such an inconceivable manner of appearance. It felt as if the truth of the world had once again revealed a corner to him. Who are you? Orochimaru's hoarse voice asked, for this was the question that consumed him most. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama also rose from the ground, their reanimated bodies rapidly repairing. A faint, barely perceptible ripple seemed to stir within their hollow eyes, perhaps from those two punches. Yinming paid no heed to Orochimaru, striding directly toward the brothers of the Hokage. Orochimaru, release your control over them, Yinming commanded without turning. Why should I? Orochimaru countered instinctively. Yinming slowly turned his head and cast a glance at him. In that single look, Orochimaru felt as if he had been singled out by the death god who had just departed, every cell in his body screaming danger. I can offer you a chance to personally rip out your own soul and see if it's tougher than that death god's belly. Yinming's tone was flat, but the words sent a chill down Orochimaru's spine. Orochimaru's Adam's apple bobbed as he ultimately chose to comply. He formed hand seals. Release. With a low shout, the talisman-laden kunai embedded in the backs of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama's heads dissolved on their own. Instantly, their eyes regained vitality. Senju Tobirama reacted first, immediately checking his own condition, then his expression shifted. His gaze slashed sharply toward Orochimaru carrying a chilling murderous aura. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama wore a look of confusion and dejection. I think I just hit little monkey, he murmured, rubbing his still numb face. Tobirama, did we mess up badly? Brother. Senju Tobirama barked, snapping him back to reality. This is no time for that. The next second both of them were drawn to Yin Ming, who stood before them. Yo, big pillar, second fool, long time no see. How have you been? Yin Ming folded his arms and greeted them with a grin. Big pillar. Senju Hashirama pointed at himself, utterly incredulous. Since he had pacified the warring states and founded Konoha, who in the entire shinobi world would dare call him that? Senju Tobirama's brow furrowed deeply as he stared at Yin Ming's face, as if trying to identify something. The face was young, but the contours, the expression in the eyes and brows. Why did it feel so deeply familiar? You are. Senju Tobirama's voice trembled. What? Been dead a few years, and don't recognize your own uncle? Yin Ming smirked. Uncle. Those two words shocked everyone. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils contracted to pinpricks. Sarutobi Hiruzen shuddered, the name that had been buried in his heart finally aligning with the man before him. The man who had often teased him as a child, yanking his ear to scold him. He was still alive. Senju Hashirama's brain short-circuited for 3 seconds, then his eyes flew wide, as if recalling something. Yin Ming. Uncle. He dashed over, circled Yin Ming several times, even leaning in to sniff him. This sensation, the texture of this chakra, and this face, no doubt about it. Senju Hashirama suddenly embraced Yin Ming, bursting into laughter. It's Uncle Yin Ming. You're alive. I thought you were long dead. Ha ha. The laughter was utterly devoid of the dignity of the god of shinobi. Get off. Yin Ming kicked him in the stomach, sending him stumbling back. Senju Tobirama, though equally astonished, was far more composed than his elder brother. He stepped forward and bowed deeply. Tobirama greets Uncle Yin Ming. At least Tobirama knows some manners. Yin Ming nodded approvingly, then glared at Hashirama. Look at your brother, then look at yourself. Still so reckless at your age. Senju Hashirama cowered, clutching his stomach, not daring to speak. This scene utterly shattered everyone's worldview. The man who had pacified the warring states, revered as the god of shinobi, was now, like a chastened child, unable to lift his head under a young man's scolding. Senju Yin Ming. That name was a legend to many. He was the younger cousin of Senju Butsama, thus the uncle of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Also, because his mother was the grandaunt of Uchiha Madara, he was Madara's maternal uncle. A figure of exceedingly high seniority and a terror whose power was legendary, as the only one who could simultaneously suppress Hashirama and Madara in their prime. He was also one of Konoha's founders. However, shortly after the village's establishment, he left alone to pursue a mysterious organization, vanishing without a trace. Everyone believed him dead. Yet now how did he emerge from the belly of a death god? Uncle Yin Ming, how are you here? We searched for you for so long after you left. Long story. I was locked up in a death god's belly with some lunatic for decades, just got out, Yin Ming said dismissively, pushing away the still wailing Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru felt his worldview shattered and reassembled. So, the legends were true. There really was someone stronger than the First Hokage. He looked at Senju Yin Ming, his eyes nearly overflowing with fervor. Immortality. Eternal youth. Wasn't this living legend the perfect proof? Alright, we can catch up later, Yin Ming said, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention. His gaze shifted to Orochimaru, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Now let's talk about your problem. Orochimaru stiffened, lowering his posture even further. Master. No, Ancestor. Whatever you command, I'll obey. He just wanted to survive. Not a bad attitude, Yin Ming nodded. Ordinarily, messing up the village like this would mean certain death. Orochimaru's heart leaped into his throat. However, Yin Ming shifted tone. Your messy experiments, though misguided, show some interesting ideas. Orochimaru blinked, not understanding. I've always cherished talent, Senju Yin Ming said calmly. So I've decided to give you a chance. Get lost. Huh. Orochimaru thought he misheard. I said get lost, didn't you hear? Yin Ming said impatiently. The sudden fortune left Orochimaru dumbfounded. Just like that. He was being let go. No execution. No crippling. What? Don't want to go. Fancy staying for dinner. Yin Ming raised an eyebrow. No. I'll go. Right now. Orochimaru, as if pardoned, turned to flee. Wait. Yin Ming's voice rang out again. Orochimaru's legs nearly gave way. He turned stiffly, forcing a smile that was uglier than tears. Ancestor is there. Something else. Yin Ming looked at him and said slowly, your life I'll spare for now. I'll personally inspect your research materials and laboratories later. So behave yourself after you go back. Focus on your research, no more crooked schemes. When I come to find you if you don't have something that satisfies me. Yin Ming grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Then you'll be in for a world of pain. I'll turn you into real snake soup. Orochimaru scrambled away on hands and knees, fleeing in disgrace. Under Yin Ming's threat to turn him into actual snake soup, he exerted the fastest speed of his life. He didn't even bother maintaining the 4 purple flame formation. The Sound Ninja 4 were abandoned mid-cast, their figures flickering through the air before vanishing into the horizon. Watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, Senju Tobarama's brows knit tightly. Uncle Yanming, are we really just letting him walk away? In his eyes, Orochimaru was the mastermind behind this turmoil, the one who had destroyed Konoha. He deserved immediate execution to eliminate any future threat. And what else would you have me do? Yanming glanced at him. Invite him to stay for the new year. But this man is ambitious and his jutsu is treacherous. Letting the tiger return to the mountain today will only invite greater disaster tomorrow. Senju Tobarama spoke heavily, his tone brimming with disapproval. This was exactly the second Hokage he knew, ruthless, decisive, and prioritizing the elimination of future threats above all else. Greater disaster. Yanming laughed, a hint of contempt threading through his voice. I say, Tobarama, you haven't changed at all. Your vision remains far too narrow. He's merely a slightly sturdier insect. When I wish I can crush him beneath my foot at any time. But his mind still holds some use. Yanming paused, then continued. Kill him, and Konoha gains nothing. Keep him alive, and you have a free researcher working for me outside the village. Can't you calculate that simple equation? Beside them, Senju Hashirama hadn't overthought it at all. He simply scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Haha, Uncle Yanming is right. Vengeance without end leads nowhere. Giving him a chance to reform might not be a bad idea. Slap. Yanming backhanded him right on the back of the head. Shut up. Did I ask for your opinion? Applying pacifism to enemies. Has your brain been clogged with wood release? Senju Hashirama covered his head in grievance. Having dealt with the elder, Yanming turned his attention to the younger one. And you, Tobarama, stop obsessing over violence all day long. A brain is a good thing. Use it more often. Killing is the simplest and most inefficient way to solve problems. Senju Tobarama's mouth twitched slightly, but he still bowed respectfully. Yes, I shall take your lesson to heart. He understood clearly. The times had changed. Or rather, this cousin's way of thinking had never aligned with those of normal shinobi from the very beginning. Enough. Yanming waved his hand. I have questions for you. He looked at Senju Hashirama. How has the village developed since I left? What of the Uchiha clan? That Madara fellow hasn't caused trouble since, has he? The smile on Senju Hashirama's face froze, his expression turning somber. Madara. He defected from the village not long after you left. We fought at the Valley of the End. And then, I killed him. Senju Hashirama's voice dropped low. Yanming fell silent for a moment, then nodded, his expression unreadable. As expected, nothing has changed. He turned to Senju Tobarama. And you? After becoming Hokage, how did you treat the Uchiha? Senju Tobarama's expression turned solemn. The Uchiha clan is naturally prone to extreme emotions and easily led astray. For the village's stability, I established the Konoha police force, placing their security duties under their management. On one hand, it utilizes their dojutsu advantages. On the other, it keeps them concentrated and under the direct supervision of the Hokage. He stated this with conviction. It was a policy he had carefully considered and believed most beneficial to the village. Yet upon hearing this, Yanming let out a cold sneer. Pretty words. Isn't this merely fencing people in and slapping a dangerous label on them? Then handing them all the odious tasks, causing the entire clan to be shunned by the villagers, while posting guards to watch them 24 hours a day. Tobarama, I told you back then. Suspicion and wariness cannot tame a wolf. They only force it to become a true beast. Did you treat my words as worthless noise? Senju Tobarama's face paled. He opened his mouth, but found no defense. Yanming sighed, and turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Little monkey, what about the Uchiha in your generation? Sarutobi Hiruzen's body stiffened instantly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He dared not meet Yanming's gaze, his voice barely above a whisper. The Uchiha clan, several years ago for attempting rebellion, has already been. He couldn't finish, but the meaning was painfully clear. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama both shuddered violently. What a... Senju Hashirama cried out. Exterminated. How could this happen? Senju Tobarama's face turned grim. He stared fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi. What exactly happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Watching the three of them, Yanming shook his head, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. One naive, one extremist, one a mediator. He raised his hands and formed hand seals. Enough. You two should return now. Pure Land may be dull, but at least it's peaceful. Huh. Return. Senju Hashirama looked deeply reluctant. I just gotta see you. Uncle Yanming. Besides, with the village in its current state, I need to stay and help. Help your ass. Yanming said impatiently. You staying behind would only give the younger generation something to mock. The dead should behave like the dead. Stay in Pure Land properly. As for the village, I'm here now. Yanming's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. He looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Little monkey, go say goodbye to them. With mixed emotions, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked up to his two former teachers and bowed deeply. First Hokage, second Hokage, I'm sorry. It's my failure. I couldn't protect the village. It's not your fault, Hiruzen. Senju Hashirama patted his shoulder. You've already done well. Even Senju Tobarama spoke rarely as he was. With Uncle Yin-Ming here the village will be fine. You must assist him well from now on, understand? Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded firmly. Yin-Ming walked beside them and placed his hands on each of their shoulders. Return now. Don't be summoned so carelessly in the future. That's shameful. A gentle power enveloped the two. Uncle Yin-Ming, you must rebuild the village properly. Senju Hashirama was still shouting. I know you're so noisy. A flash of light, and the figures of the two past Hokage dissolved into specks of dust dispersing in the wind. On the rooftop only Yin-Ming and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained. Yin-Ming gazed down at the devastated village below, his eyes growing deep. Let's go, little monkey. Take me to the Hokage's office. Summon everyone in the village who holds any position of authority to me. Senju Yin-Ming walked ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen followed silently behind, head bowed like a child who had done something wrong and awaited scolding. The two of them, one after the other, leapt down from the shattered roof, making their way toward the Hokage's office. Every Konoha ninja they encountered along the way wore expressions of incomprehension at the sight. Their Hokage, the one renowned as the Professor of Shinobi, the third Hokage who had served the longest. And yet at this moment, he was showing utmost reverence to a young stranger, not daring to even breathe heavily. That young man carried not a trace of chakra, yet he exuded an overwhelming pressure, as though he ruled over all. Who was that person? I don't know, never seen him before. He seemed to be with the Hokage-sama, inside a barrier, just now. The wound on the Hokage-sama's face. Could it have been inflicted by him? Chill. Keep it down. Do you want to die? Whispers spread through the crowd as every pair of eyes converged on Yin-Ming's back, brimming with curiosity. Yin-Ming paid no heed to those stares. He pushed open the Hokage office door and stepped inside. Papers lay scattered across the floor, and the portraits of past Hokage hung crookedly on the walls. Yin-Ming straightened the portrait of the first Hokage with a casual gesture, then dropped into the Hokage's chair, the seat of ultimate power in Konoha. He propped his feet on the desk and leaned back comfortably, then beckoned with a finger towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, still standing at the doorway. Come here. Hiruzen stiffened, but obeyed, moving silently to stand before the desk. The Hokage's chair is quite comfortable, isn't it? Yin-Ming said with a half-smile. Hiruzen's face flushed crimson. I have failed your expectations. Expectations? Yin-Ming scoffed. I never had any expectations of you. I only hoped you wouldn't squander what Hashirama and Tobarama worked so hard to build. Looking at things now, you've done quite well. That word, well, dripped with sarcasm. Hiruzen's head bowed even lower. Enough, stop playing the victim. Go call every Jonin commander and above from the village. Don't forget Danzo Shimura. His tone sharpened noticeably at the last name. Hiruzen felt a chill. He knew the true reckoning was about to begin. Yes. Without hesitation, he gave the order to the ENBU guards outside. Within 10 minutes, emergency summons went out to everyone. When they arrived, they found the third Hokage standing silently beside the desk. At his side was a young man who appeared to be no older than 20. The youth sat arrogantly in the main seat with his feet propped on the conference table. Who was he? Why could he occupy that position? Why would the third Hokage permit such insolence? Yin-Ming sat with his eyes closed, lost in thought. Hiruzen remained motionless, awaiting judgment. He understood that this person's seniority and power alone could overturn Konoha's entire order. He also knew the deeds he and Danzo had committed over the years would likely escape neither this ancestral figure nor his watchful gaze. Particularly the annihilations of the Uchiha and Senju clans. The mere thought sent cold sweat trickling down Hiruzen's spine. Hiruzen, what's going on here? Minato Fuma frowned, his tone sharp with accusation. Who is this person to sit in the Hokage's seat? Tongari Komari spoke with equal frostiness. The village has been attacked, yet you remain here instead of taking command. And what happened to that wound on your face? Both were contemporaries of Hiruzen, unaccustomed to restraint. Even as Hokage, Hiruzen remained subject to their scrutiny in their eyes. Hiruzen opened his mouth, but found no words. How could he explain that this young man was his grandmaster who had just beaten him? Who would believe such a claim? Seeing Hiruzen's silence, Minato's anger intensified. You, get down from there this instant. That is not your place to sit. Yin-Ming slowly opened his eyes and cast a detached glance at him. Oh, then where exactly do you suggest I sit? You? Minato fell silent as an inexplicable familiarity struck him. Minato Komari. Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice gravelly. This elder's identity is exceedingly special. Show some respect. Special? How special can he possibly be? Komari scoffed derisively. Could he perhaps be the first Hokage returned from the dead? Hiruzen, have you been struck senseless? At that moment, a cold voice emanated from the doorway. Sarutobi, did you summon me here to discuss how you'll atone for your failure this time? A man leaning on a cane, his right eye wrapped in bandages, half his face shrouded in shadow, entered slowly. It was Danzo Shimura, leader of Root. His gaze immediately fixed on Hiruzen with a mixture of accusation and scrutiny. He barely acknowledged Yin-Ming in the Hokage's chair before dismissing him entirely. To him, Yin-Ming was merely some overconfident ally Hiruzen had summoned. Danzo, you're here. Hiruzen's expression grew complicated upon seeing him. The village lies in ruins, and as Hokage you bear full responsibility. Danzo spoke coldly, driving his cane hard against the ground. I told you, your conciliatory policies only weaken Konoha. Had I been in charge. And what would you have done? A languid voice cut through Danzo's tirade. Yinming, who had been lounging with his leg crossed, finally lowered his foot and sat upright. His gaze locked onto Danzo. Were you planning to wipe out another clan? Or perhaps tattoo another Sharingan arm? The words left both Minato and Komari stunned. Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply, and on Danzo's perpetually impassive face a crack finally formed. Even the eye concealed beneath his bandages twitched violently. This man. How could he possibly know about the Sharingan arm? It was his darkest secret. Who are you? Danzo's voice grew hoarse and wary, his grip tightening instinctively on his cane. Yinming offered no reply. Instead he rose and walked deliberately toward the group, letting his gaze sweep across each face. His eyes settled on Danzo, who stood on edge like a man facing a formidable enemy. Everyone's here now. Yinming flexed his wrists, the joints cracking. Very well. A grin spread across his face, revealing white teeth. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Senju Kenmei. Shinsho Yinming. When this name was uttered from the young man's mouth, the entire Hokage's office fell into an eerie silence. The interrogation and dissatisfaction on the faces of Shuohomin Yin and Zhuanqin Xiaochun instantly froze. What replaced them was an extreme shock and bewilderment. This name was too ancient. So ancient that it existed only in the confidential scrolls of the village. It was buried in the dust of history alongside legendary names like Chinsho, Zhujian, and Yuzibo Ban. As elders of Konoha, they naturally knew what this name represented. The uncle of the first Hokage and the second Hokage. A legendary figure who should have long vanished into the Warring States period. But, how could that be? How could this young man who looked no more than 20 be that legendary figure? You? What did you say your name was? Shuohomin Yan's voice trembled as if he thought he had misheard. Shinsho Yinming. Yinming repeated it again, his tone flat, as if uttering the most ordinary name. Absurd. Zhuanqin Xiaochun was the first to react. What a preposterous joke. How dare you, a mere brat, impersonate the esteemed senior Shinsho Yinming? Who are you really? Infiltrating Konoha to impersonate a sage. What is your ultimate purpose? Her voice was sharp, filled with vigilance. In her eyes this was undoubtedly a grand conspiracy. Could it be a trick left by Orochimaru? However, her interrogation received no response. Because there was someone else in the room even more shocked than her. It was Jitsuin Tuanzang whose reaction was the most intense. His lone eye was fixed on Yinming. The astonishment, vigilance, and disbelief in his gaze eventually turned into a deep wariness. Unlike Shuohomin Yin and Zhuanqin Xiaochun, who were merely superficial, he trusted his own judgment. This man had been able to expose the secret of the Sharingan on his arm in a single sentence. He could make Yuanfei Risen stand obediently like a grandson. And the unfamiliar yet familiar aura around him, a pressure that seemed capable of crushing everything. All of this pointed to a possibility he dared not believe but had to face. You? What proof do you have? Tuanzang's voice was hoarse. Proof? Yinming chuckled, finding it somewhat amusing. The little brat who used to beg for candy at my heels. Now he asks me for proof. He took a step forward. An indescribably terrifying aura exploded from within him. It was not chakra. It was a more primal, more pure life force pressure. Under this pressure, Shuohomin Yin and Zhuanqin Xiaochun felt their legs weaken, and they fell to their knees with a thud. They felt as if they were not facing a man, but an endless ocean, a towering mountain. That power made them incapable of even conceiving the thought of resistance. Yuanfei Risen also staggered under the pressure. But as a Kage-level powerhouse, his willpower far exceeded that of ordinary men, and he barely managed to keep from kneeling by gritting his teeth. Tuanzang, on the other hand, let out a muffled groan, and the cane in his hand cracked with a snap as he crushed it. The chakra inside him surged wildly, trying to resist this pressure. But the force seeped through every gap, directly affecting his soul, leaving him ice cold. Now is this proof enough? Yinming withdrew his aura, and the pressure in the office vanished instantly. Shuohomin Yin and Zhuanqin Xiaochun collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, their faces etched with terror. They finally understood why Yuanfei Risen had been acting the way he was. Facing such an existence, any resistance was futile. The wood release of Lord Hashirama. Yuanfei Risen's voice trembled as he uttered a sentence that stunned everyone again. In the vast life force pressure Yinming had just released, he had clearly sensed a trace of familiar fluctuation. It belonged to the first Hokage, the most iconic power of the Senju clan, the aura of wood release. Though only a trace, he who was proficient in all 5 elemental natures and had witnessed the first Hokage's wood release with his own eyes would never mistake it. If everything before was merely speculation, then the appearance of wood release was almost irrefutable concrete evidence. Because since the first Hokage's passing, no one in the entire ninja world had been able to use wood release except for Tenzo, whom he had regarded as a mere tool. And the wood release aura of this man was countless times purer than Tenzo's. That was a life force at the level of the first Hokage. A trace of barely concealed fear finally appeared in Tuanzang's lone eye. He began to believe because he had no choice but to believe. A monster possessing life force on par with the First Hokage in absurdly high seniority and unfathomable power had truly crawled out from the grave of history. It seems your minds haven't completely ossified yet. Yinming nodded with satisfaction. He walked back to the Hokage's seat. Now that the identity issue is settled, let's talk business. His gaze swept over the crowd. From today onward, Konoha enters a state of emergency. All decisions must be approved by me. The authority of the Hokage and the Council of Elders is temporarily taken over by me. His voice rang clearly into everyone's ears, carrying an unyielding decisiveness. This was a seizure of power. Shuahoman Yin and Zhuanqin Xiaochun turned pale, but dared not voice opposition. Yuan Fei Risen lowered his head, tacitly accepting everything. He knew that given Yinming's identity and strength, it was not just a temporary takeover. Even if he wanted to permanently become the supreme ruler of Konoha, no one could stop him. Moreover, after this attack by Orochimaru, he had deeply realized the flaws in his own governance and that of the current high-ranking officials. Perhaps letting this ancestor conduct a thorough reshuffle would be a good thing for Konoha. However, someone thought otherwise. I object. An icy, resolute voice shattered the silence of the office. Jitsuin Tuanzang. He leaned on his cane and slowly straightened his body. His lone eye locked onto Yinming, filled with obstinacy and madness. Konoha belongs to all its villagers. The Hokage is the leader elected by the entire village. It cannot be decided by a single word from someone of dubious origin. He emphasized the words dubious origin with particular weight. Even though he believed it in his heart, power was the lifelong pursuit of his existence. He would never allow anyone to so easily wrest away from him the chance to attain the highest authority over Konoha, even if that person was the legendary ancestor. Oh, Yinming looked at him, a playful smile spreading across his face. So you're not convinced? It's not about being unconvinced. Tuanzang said coldly. It's about the system of Konoha, about the inheritance of the will of fire. We cannot set this precedent. He spoke with great righteousness, as if he were the most loyal guardian of Konoha. Well said. Yinming clapped his hands. The will of fire, beautifully spoken. He stood up and walked slowly to Tuanzang. Then Tuanzang, is this arm of yours, and this eye of yours also for the will of fire? Yinming's words accurately pierced into Danzo's deepest secret. His right arm was transplanted with numerous Sharingan, and his right eye was Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. These were his most formidable hidden cards in the darkness, and also his greatest evidence of guilt. But now he had casually revealed them in public. Nonsense. Danzo's heart was churning with turbulent waves. But on the surface, he still maintained his composure, refuting vehemently. I don't know what you're talking about. This is slander against me, an elder of Konoha. He knew well that once these matters were confirmed, he would be utterly disgraced. Slander? Yinming smiled. He reached out lightning fast, grabbing at Danzo's bandaged right arm. Danzo was startled, instinctively trying to retreat, while his left hand had already reached for the kunai at his waist. Yet his speed was like a snail compared to Yinming. Rip! Yinming's fingers merely brushed lightly, and the layers of bandages wrapped around Danzo's right arm snapped apart, revealing the horrifying sight beneath. On that arm, the skin presented a strange pallor. Embedded on it were one after another crimson Sharingan. Those eyes were still alive, the eyeballs rolling unconsciously in their sockets, exuding an ominous aura. The moment that arm was exposed to the air, everyone in the office gasped. What is this? Koharu Yutane collapsed on the floor, let out a piercing scream, her face filled with terror and disgust. Hamuramito Kato was also utterly incredulous, pointing at Danzo, his lips trembling. Danzo, how could you? Although they knew Danzo acted radically and had a mysterious root organization under him, they never dreamed that their old comrade would commit such a heinous act, transplanting the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan onto his own body like trophies. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face also showed pain and disappointment. Although he had heard rumors of Danzo's deeds, and even tacitly permitted and indulged them in some matters, seeing this sight with his own eyes still dealt a tremendous blow. Now do you still claim this is slander? Yinming's voice sent a chill down Danzo's spine. His greatest secret was thus brutally exposed before everyone. A flicker of wild, killing intent flashed in Danzo's single eye. At this point, there was no retreat. For the sake of Konoha, Danzo roared, his right arm caught by Yinming's suddenly exerted force, while his left hand drew a kunai. Then from an extremely tricky angle, he stabbed toward Yinming's heart. He was about to fight for his life. Overestimating yourself. Not a ripple stirred on Yinming's face. His fingers gripping Danzo's arm tightened slightly. Crack! With a crisp sound of bone breaking, Danzo's entire right arm, along with all the Sharingan on it, was snapped cleanly by Yinming. The searing pain drew a blood-curdling scream from Danzo, and the kunai in his hand clattered to the floor. But this wasn't over. Yinming backhanded a slap, striking Danzo's face viciously. Smack! The force of this slap was even heavier than the one he had given Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo was sent flying sideways, spinning several times in the air. Finally, he slammed heavily into the wall, cracking the hard surface. He fell to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood mixed with a few shattered teeth. The entire office fell into dead silence. Hamura Kato and Konoha Crush stared at this scene in terror, their bodies trembling like sieves. Too brutal. That was Danzo Shimura, the commander of Root, who held immense power in the shadows and was on par with the third Hokage. And yet, he was beaten like a dead dog in a single encounter. Yenming shook his hand as if he had just swatted a fly. His gaze turned to Hamura Kato and Konoha Crush, still slumped on the floor. And you too. The two shuddered, their faces filled with fear. As Konoha advisors regarding the deeds of this scum Danzo, did you truly not know, or were you pretending to be ignorant? Yenming's voice was calm, yet it made them feel as if they were in an icy abyss. We really didn't know. Hamura Kato hastily defended himself. Danzo always acted with secrecy. We didn't know. Yenming cut him off. Fine, didn't know. You the Hokage's assistant. Back then Tobirama tasked you to assist the little monkey to help him with strategies, not to throw your weight around and interfere with the Hokage's decisions. In the matter of the Uchiha clan, dare you say you didn't fan the flames? Hamura Kato's face paled, he opened his mouth to argue. That was for what? Yenming interrupted him directly. For your laughable power. To solidify the status of your faction. Don't dress it up so grandly. Then Yenming's gaze shifted to Konoha Crush. And you Konoha Crush. At your age, instead of thinking how to nurture the next generation of the village, you spend your days scrambling for power and stirring up trouble. Why did my Senju clan die off or scatter, leaving only little Tsunade alone? Yenming's voice grew louder. Especially when he mentioned the Uchiha and Senju clans. These two biggest wounds of Konoha were ruthlessly exposed and laid out on the table. Konoha Crush was left speechless, cold sweat streaming down. You two as Hokage advisors not only failed to fulfill your advisory role, but have become obstacles to the village's development and a breeding ground for darkness. Yenming slammed the table and stood up. Calling you two useless is already an overstatement. You are the garbage of Konoha. Smack. Before his words faded, Yenming's figure had already appeared before Hamura Kato, delivering a resounding slap. Hamura Kato was sent flying. He hit the wall, then rolled to the ground, his aged face swelling visibly. You old fool, trading on your seniority. Today I'll teach you what it means to respect your elders. Then Yenming flashed again, appearing before Konoha Crush. Konoha Crush screamed in terror, wanting to dodge, but found her body frozen. Smack. The same crisp slap, the same elegant parabola. Konoha Crush followed Hamura Kato's fate, hitting the ground and unable to get up for a long time. Everyone in the meeting room was stunned by Yenming's decisive brutality. This was too thrilling. Nara Shikaku and the others, though outwardly impassive, were inwardly shaken. This patriarch style was truly domineering and straightforward. But, looking at the three advisor elders on the ground who usually threw their weight around, wasn't there a secret pleasure in it? Anyone else unconvinced? Yenming stood in the center of the meeting room, looking around. Wherever his gaze fell, everyone subconsciously lowered their heads. No, Yenming sneered. Finally his gaze landed on Danzo Shimura, who lay unconscious on the floor. Good. Then it's time to continue dealing with the biggest piece of trash. He walked over to Danzo and stepped on his chest. Don't play dead. I know you're awake. Danzo's body stiffened on the ground. He slowly opened his single eye, filled with madness. Senju Yenming. Even if you are the first Hokage's uncle, you cannot act recklessly in Konoha. For the sake of Konoha, Danzo Shimura, fear nothing. He knew that conventional methods were no match for this monster. He had to use that move. Danzo roared, tearing off the bandage from his right eye. A crimson Mangekyo Sharingan was exposed. The pattern of a four-pointed windmill slowly rotated in the eye, and an eerie pupil power instantly locked onto Yenming. Kodo Amatsukami. This was Shursui Uchiha's ultimate Jinjutsu, reputed to be able to permanently alter a person's will without being detected. This was his final and strongest trump card. He would turn this man into his most loyal puppet. If successful, all of Konoha would be his for the taking. Seeing the eerie pupil power emanating from Danzo's eye, Yenming's face revealed a strange smile. Oh, playing with eyes. Interesting. Come, let me show you what true eyes are. The moment the words fell, Yenming's eyes, which had always been as deep as obsidian, underwent a startling transformation. Under Danzo's gaze filled with madness and anticipation, the invisible pupil power of Kodo Amatsukami instantly enveloped Senju Yenming. It worked. A surge of ecstasy flooded Danzo's heart. Kodo Amatsukami was unbeatable. Once struck by this pupil power, even a Kaga-level ninja would have their will altered unconsciously, becoming his puppet. No matter how powerful this man before him was, he was still flesh and blood, incapable of resisting the ultimate Jinjutsu. From today onward, Konoha would welcome its true master. He had already begun to envision the scene where he would command this monster to eliminate all dissenters and then ascend to the position of Hokage. Yet 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed. The anticipated scene, the man's eyes turning vacant and then kneeling in submission, did not occur. Senju Kenmei remained standing watching him with an amused expression, a playful smile on his face even deepening. Is that all? Kenmei tilted his head, his tone dripping with disappointment. The so-called ultimate Jinjutsu Konoha Tsukimi is only this much. How could it be? Danzo's single eye revealed for the first time an emotion called bewilderment. Konoha Tsukimi had failed. That was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Konoha Tsukimi was a technique that directly targeted the soul and will. Unless the target possessed an ability to nullify Jinjutsu, it could never be ineffective. Why? Why aren't you being controlled? Kenmei laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. Control me. Danzo, have you mistaken something? Playing Jinjutsu in front of me is like a newborn baby trying to compete with me in a race. Why? Who are you? Danzo roared, unable to accept this reality. Kenmei shook his head, still asking such foolish questions. A massive aura erupted from Kenmei's body. This time it was no longer a faint pressure, but an unrestrained release. In the face of this aura, everyone present felt like a tiny boat on a raging sea, utterly insignificant. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Shikaku, Nara, and the others all turned pale and struggled to breathe. They realized with horror that this aura contained two distinct powers. One was the yang release power brimming with life, force identical to the First Hokage, the symbol of the Senju clan. The other was an yin release power, cold and formidable, rich in spiritual energy, the power of the Uchiha clan. Now do you understand? The moment the words fell, Senju Kenmei's eyes underwent a stunning transformation. First, 3 black tomo appeared in his pitch-black pupils. Then the tomo spun rapidly, connecting to form an intricate and magnificent Mangekyo pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. But it didn't stop there. Under the bewildered gazes of everyone, the Mangekyo pattern in Kenmei's eyes changed again. The red pupils gradually faded, replaced by purple pupils with concentric rings. In the center of the rings, several black tomo adorned the pattern. Rinnegan. And it was the 6th tomo Rinnegan, identical to the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. The moment those eyes fully formed, an overwhelming pressure descended. Thud. This time, even Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been struggling to hold on, could no longer withstand the pressure. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. He felt his very soul trembling. Before those eyes, what he called the Professor of Ninja and the Kage were as insignificant as a speck of dust. Danzo, who faced those eyes directly, suffered an even more tragic fate. He felt his soul being seized by an invisible giant hand, then ruthlessly torn and crushed. The meager pupil power of Konoha Tsukimi was nothing more than a ripple before this divine might, instantly washed away without a trace. Danzo clutched his head, letting out a scream 100 times more agonizing than when his arm had been broken. Blood seeped from all 7 orifices. His prized Konoha Tsukimi Sharingan, eye under the backlash of this pupil power, cracked with a crack sound, covering its surface with fissures. In the end, like a shattered glass bead, it completely lost its luster. What kind of eyes are these? Danzo's voice twisted with extreme terror. His lifelong understanding was shattered in that moment. The Senju and Uchiha were eternal rivals. The Senju sage body and the Uchiha sage eyes. Never in history had anyone possessed both powers simultaneously. Yet this man before him clearly transcended all understanding. Kenmei retracted his Rinnegan, and his eyes returned to an inscrutable black, as if the cataclysmic scene had never happened. He walked over to Danzo and stepped on the arm studded with Sharingan eyes. Crack, crack. The sounds of bones breaking and eyeballs bursting followed in succession. Now do you still think your little toys can be of any use? Kenmei's foot, as if crushing a cockroach, ground Danzo's sinful arm into a bloody pulp. Ah! Danzo writhed on the ground in agony, but the physical pain was nothing compared to his mental collapse. It was over. Everything was over. All his trump cards, all his ambitions had become a joke before Senju Kenmei. Why? Why did it come to this? He murmured, completely devoid of fighting spirit. Want to know why? Kenmei crouched down, grabbed his hair, lifted his face, and forced him to look into his eyes. Because my mother was from the Uchiha clan, and my father was from the Senju clan. I was born with the purest bloodlines of both clans. The Sharingan comes as naturally to me as breathing. Jinjutsu before me is nothing but a child's game. What you spent your entire life acquiring through vile means stolen from others is merely the innate talent I was born with. So how can you possibly compete with me? Every word Kenmei spoke shattered the last remnants of his dignity and pride. Indeed, before absolute talent, what were his pathetic efforts and schemes? He was like a beggar who had stolen a pocketful of glass beads, foolishly challenging a king who owned an entire diamond mine. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Danzo, his mind and soul shattered, spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body went limp and his eyes turned completely dead. He was utterly broken. Looking at Shimura, Danzo, who had completely collapsed like a puddle of mud, Kenmei released his grip. With a thud, the back of Danzo's head hit the ground. But he no longer even had the strength to groan, as if his soul had been drained away. Hiruzen Sarutobi knelt on the ground, his body still trembling uncontrollably. What had he just witnessed? Senior Kenmei actually possessed the Sharingan. Moreover, he had openly admitted to carrying the bloodlines of both the Senju and the Uchiha. This secret was enough to overturn the entire history of the ninja world. No wonder. No wonder he was so powerful. It turned out that from the very beginning he stood at a pinnacle that no one else could ever reach. Little monkey. Yenming's calm voice pulled Hiruzen Sarutobi back from his immense shock. As senior, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up, his eyes filled with reverence, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. Yenming pointed at the half-dead Danzo on the ground. The Root organization is to be disbanded immediately. All members will have their seals removed and be handed over to the Umbu for re-examination, screening, and reorganization. Anyone who has stained their hands with blood they shouldn't have shall be severely punished. Those who can still be redeemed shall undergo ideological re-education to understand what true will of fire means. Danzo charged with treason, theft of bloodline limits, human experimentation, and other crimes shall be thrown into the highest security prison of Konoha, imprisoned for life, without parole. Let him live and watch what Konoha becomes without him. Investigate every single crime thoroughly, then make them public. I want everyone in Konoha to know just how much filth and rot lies hidden beneath the sunlight of this village. Yenming's tone was icy, devoid of any emotion. What he intended to do was not merely deal with Danzo, but to use this opportunity to uproot the malignant tumors within Konoha. Shikaku Nara and the others listened, nodding inwardly. Though this elder's methods were domineering, his thinking was clear and his decisions resolute. He indeed possessed the boldness to reshape Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi shuddered, his face contorting with immense struggle and pain. Make it public. If all of Danzo's and Root's crimes were truly exposed, it would be a devastating blow to Konoha's reputation. How would the villagers view the village's leadership? How would they view the Hokage? How would other ninja villages mock Konoha? This would only add insult to injury for a village already severely weakened by the recent attack. Senior, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with difficulty. Danzo's crimes are heinous. Death would be too light a punishment. But if everything is made public, I'm afraid it might cause turmoil in the village and unrest among the people. He still instinctively tried to protect the false stability of Konoha. Turmoil. Yenming sneered, walking step by step to stand before Hiruzen Sarutobi, looking down at him. Little monkey, do you still not understand? The stability you speak of is nothing but an illusion built on oppression and lies. True stability is not achieved through concealment and deception. A piece of wood that has begun to rot from the inside. If you don't cut out the rotten parts, but only paint a shiny coat on the surface, it will eventually fall apart completely. Every word from Yenming was like a heavy hammer pounding fiercely on Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. He could not refute, for everything Yenming said was true. Over the years, for the sake of the so-called big picture, for the stability of the village, and also for his own selfish desires, he had indeed compromised too much and tolerated too much. He thought he had protected Konoha, but in truth he had personally planted bombs that could destroy it. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth, but eventually let out a long sigh, as if he had aged a dozen years in an instant. He deeply bowed his head to Yenming. This time it was with heartfelt submission. I understand, senior. I was wrong. He finally admitted his mistake. If you were wrong, then change. Yenming's tone softened slightly. It's still not too late to change now. He glanced at Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane, who lay unconscious on the floor. Deal with these two old fools the same way. Strip them of all positions and settle all their accounts. From today onward, the Council of Elders of Konoha is officially abolished. The Hokage's power must be effectively supervised, but never hampered by these old men who only know how to fight for power. Abolish the Council of Elders. Who agrees? Who opposes? Yenming's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over everyone present. The entire meeting room fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Oppose? Who would dare oppose? Who had the right to oppose? Even the first Hokage had to call him uncle. With him as Hokage, who could object? We shall follow Lord Yenming's orders. Led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, everyone present, including the clan heads like Hayashi Hyuga and Shikaku Nara, pledged their loyalty to Yenming. Since its establishment in the era of the second Hokage, the Council of Elders had become a deeply entrenched part of Konoha's power structure. Now with a single sentence, Yenming abolished it completely. But this time Hiruzen Sarutobi did not hesitate. He knew this was the necessary pain for Konoha's rebirth. Enough. You may all go about your duties. Yenming waved his hand at the crowd and said to Hiruzen Sarutobi, summon your Umbu to drag these three useless wretches away and keep them under strict guard. Also immediately seal off all known bases of Root. I don't care what method you use. I want a complete list of all Root members before dawn. Yes. Hiruzen Sarutobi acknowledged, rose, and walked to the door to issue a series of orders to the waiting Umbu. Soon several masked Umbu members rushed in. When they saw the carnage inside the office, all were stunned. The two advisors lay unconscious, and Danzo, who had wielded immense hidden power in Konoha, enough to make even the Hokage tread carefully, was in a pitiful state. Not only had he lost an arm and an eye, but he lay on the ground like a limp rag. Escort the three of them to the deepest dungeon. No one is allowed to visit without my order. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice carried unprecedented resolve. Yes. The Umbu dared not ask questions and immediately dragged Danzo and the other two away. After everyone withdrew, only Yanming and Hiruzen Sarutobi remained in the office. Yanming gave him a calm look. Little monkey, remember this, I won't stay in Konoha forever. Cleaning up this trash is only to make this home a little cleaner. But how this home will be run in the future ultimately depends on you. All I can do is help you re-establish the rules. With that, Yanming turned and walked to the window. He looked out at the village still shrouded in smoke, at the ninjas and civilians desperately fighting fires and rebuilding their homes, and his gaze grew distant. Issue my orders. All Konoha ninjas on missions are to return to the village immediately. In 3 days I will hold a village-wide assembly before the Hokage monument. There are things that it's time for everyone to know. Yanming's orders were relayed across Konoha at lightning speed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dissolve the Council of Elders. Arrest Shimura Danzo, Midokado Hamura, and Udatain Koharu. Investigate the root organization thoroughly. Hold a village-wide assembly in 3 days. Each command sent shockwaves through Konoha, a village still reeling from a recent catastrophe. Ordinary villagers and Jinin remained in a daze. They knew only that a drastic shift had occurred among the village's top brass. The legendary Danzo, once as renowned as the third Hokage, seemed to have fallen from power. For Konoha's Jonin and clan leaders, this was nothing short of an unprecedented political earthquake. The Council of Elders, a power structure existing since the second Hokage's era. A vital component of Konoha's decision-making body, now abolished in an instant. Shimura Danzo, the master of Konoha's shadowy underbelly. A formidable figure whom even the Hokage could not subdue. Arrested. All of this pointed to the enigmatic Senju Kenmei. Who was this man who had appeared suddenly and seized control with an iron fist? Countless speculations and murmurs brewed in every corner of Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was buried in mountains of paperwork, clearing out the remnants of root, pacifying the major clans, tallying losses, organizing reconstruction. Each task weighed heavily on him. Yet he felt no fatigue, only an unprecedented drive. For he had glimpsed hope. A hope for Konoha to shed its ailments and be reborn. Just then an ANBU appeared behind him. Hokage-sama, as you ordered, the emergency recall notices for Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama have been sent. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. It had been too long since Jiraiya and Tsunade had wandered outside. It was time for them to return. Konoha now needed their strength. More importantly, they must be informed of Yanming-senpai's return. Especially Tsunade. She was the first Hokage's own granddaughter, Yanming-senpai's great-grandniece. At the thought of this generational gap, the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched involuntarily. What is Yanming-senpai doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Yanming-sama is at the memorial stone, the ANBU replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, then fell silent. The memorial stone stood quietly in the sunset, its surface etched with the names of ninja who had perished in missions and wars. Senju Kenmei stood silently before the stone. His gaze swept across familiar and unfamiliar names alike. Uchiha Kagami Sarutobi Sasuke, the third Hokage's father, and countless others. Comrades who once fought beside him or juniors who had sacrificed their lives to protect the village after his sealing. Finally his eyes rested on two names. Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina. Truly, a pair of fools. Yanming sighed softly. He raised a hand and gently caressed the cold stone. A vast pure life energy flowed from his palm, slowly seeping into the earth beneath the memorial stone. In an instant, within a radius of 100 meters, the withered grass and trees that had perished in battle began to visibly revive. Tender green shoots broke through the soil, nameless wildflowers bloomed quietly in the sunset. A serene, warm aura enveloped this solemn ground. I have returned. This time I won't let your sacrifices be in vain. No longer will the children of heroes suffer injustice. Yanming's words dissipated in the wind. He turned and gazed toward the Hokage rock, where 4 colossal faces were carved. The first, second, third, fourth. Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato. You watch. A new Konoha, a village where all children can truly smile, will be built by my own hands. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On that day the sky above Konoha was a flawless blue. Every villager, every ninja, young and old, gathered in the vast plaza below the Hokage rock. A sea of people, yet utterly silent. All eyes were fixed on the temporary platform atop the Hokage rock. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood there in a pristine Hokage Haori, his expression solemn. Behind him stood a young man with black hair. His hands in his pockets, his demeanor indifferent, as if the tens of thousands below were mere air. Countless gazes converged upon this young man. Curiosity, doubt, awe, confusion. Was he the man who had overturned Konoha's entire power structure in 3 days? Senju Kenmei stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, his mind racing. Orochimaru, that rat, had been released. He would lure more serpents and vermin. Those fellows in black robes with red clouds must be dealt with soon. And Uzumaki, Naruto, Uchiha, Sasuke. Those children burdened with too much. And that old toad in Mount Myaboku who might not even remember him. So many troublesome matters still ahead. Yanming stretched a challenging smile, curling at the corner of his lips. Decades of boredom. Finally things were about to get interesting. Just then 2 figures streaked in from afar and landed on the platform. One with flowing white hair, tall and broad, bearing a massive scroll on his back, a rakish grin on his face. He was the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. The other with golden hair cascading over her shoulders, stunning features, and a figure that drew every man's gaze. She was the medical ninja of the Sannin Tsunade. "Old man, what's so urgent that you called us back?" Tsunade demanded with a frown as soon as she landed, her tone displeased. Jiraiya scratched his head. "Yeah, I was just getting to the crucial part of my research." But when their eyes fell upon the young man behind Sarutobi, Hiruzen, their words died in their throats. Tsunade's body went rigid. She stared at the young man's face. A tremor from the depths of her bloodline left her mind blank. You are. Yenming looked at her, a rare genuine smile spreading across his face. "You're little Tsunade. You've grown so much. He looks quite like his grandmother, but this temper of his. Why is he so hot-headed?" Little Tsunade. Second fool. He meant his second grandfather. Tsunade was completely dumbfounded by these 2 forms of address. In the entire ninja world, anyone daring to call her and her second grandfather by such names would already be gathering weeds on their grave. "You brat seeking deaths." Tsunade erupted in fury, her fists clenching tightly, her knuckles cracking. A powerful surge of chakra began converging around her body. "Stop, Tsunade." Hiruzen Sarutobi gasped in alarm. But it was already too late. Tsunade's monstrous strength was terrifying enough. With her wrath fueled, a single punch could split mountains and shatter boulders. Yet facing a punch that would make even a Kaga-level powerhouse pale, Yenming merely raised his right hand casually. Bang! A dull impact echoed through the air. The attack was caught lightly and effortlessly by what appeared to be an ordinary palm. The gust of wind from the punch sent Hiruzen Sarutobi's ceremonial robe fluttering wildly in the breeze. Yet it failed to make Yenming's body sway even slightly. The furious expression on Tsunade's face instantly dissolved into utter shock. How is this possible? Her full-strength strike had been blocked so easily. Who exactly was this man? "I told you your temper is far too fiery." Yenming held her fist, shaking his head. "It seems I'll need to discipline you properly on behalf of Lord Third." Before the words had fully left his lips, he grabbed her wrist and gave a gentle flick. Tsunade felt an insurmountable force surge through her body, completely out of control as she was sent flying. Jiraiya, quick-witted and agile, activated his body flicker technique and caught her midair. "Tsunade, are you all right?" Tsunade shook her now-numb wrist. Her gaze toward Yenming had completely shifted from anger to sheer terror. "Can we be quiet now?" Yenming brushed off his hands as though he had just accomplished something trivial. "Old man, what on earth is going on here?" Jiraiya turned his gaze toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, all traces of his usual frivolity gone from his face. Just then a blonde-haired young boy in the crowd was covertly tugging at the sleeve of a dark-haired, cool-looking teenager. Sasuke, look up there. Someday I'll become Hokage too. My face will be carved on that monument as well." Behind him trailed a black-haired, black-eyed boy in a blue shirt, hands tucked into his pockets, wearing an effortlessly cold expression. It was Uchiha Sasuke. "Idiot." Sasuke glanced sideways at the boisterous Naruto and coldly spat out 2 words. "What did you say, smug bastard Sasuke?" Naruto immediately turned around, baring his teeth at Sasuke. "I said you're a dead last idiot." Sasuke's eyes were filled with outright disdain. "You." Just as Naruto was about to pounce and start a brawl, his eyes darted, and he suddenly remembered something. A sly grin spread across his face, and he ignored Sasuke entirely. Instead, he stealthily reached into his pockets and pulled out several round objects. Paint-filled projectiles, each brimming with different colors. Today was the village grand assembly. With so many people watching, if he pulled off some artistic statement on the Hokage monument, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention for all of Konohagakure. Everyone would remember the name Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's little scheme played out perfectly in his mind. He could already imagine the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. But when he caught sight of the villagers' gazes, his smile froze. "It's that demon fox. Stay away from him quickly, don't catch his bad luck." Several children who had been standing near him were yanked away by their parents as though he carried some contagious plague. Naruto's grip on the paint projectiles tightened unconsciously. The hushed whispers were quiet, yet they pierced Naruto's ears like 100 precise needles. Why does everyone always look at him this way? He had done nothing wrong. Watching this scene, Sasuke's brows drew tighter together. Although he detested Naruto as a dead last, seeing the entire village gang up against him stirred an inexplicable discomfort in his chest. Because he understood that kind of loneliness. He had experienced it himself. Just as Naruto lowered his head, preparing to slip away, quietly a calm voice drifted down from the raised platform. "That blonde-haired kid and that black-haired kid. The 2 of you come up here." The voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to every ear in the square. Everyone paused in surprise and followed the sound to its source. The speaker was none other than that mysterious young man standing behind the 3rd Hokage. Naruto also raised his head and pointed at himself with a bewildered expression. "And me? Was he talking to him? Wasn't he going to scold him or order him away?" "Yes, I'm talking to the 2 of you. Come up here." Yenming's tone carried an unmistakable edge. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately closed it. Naruto, don't go. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's arm, his gaze wary as he studied Ming on the platform. He didn't know this person, but he could sense that he was dangerous. And why would he call them up? But, he's calling me. A hint of longing flashed in Naruto's eyes, something he hadn't even realized himself. This was the first time someone had asked him to come over in such a gentle tone. Not go away. Watching the two boys below, Ming's lips curled into a faint, amused smile. He didn't speak again, but simply raised his hand and gestured gently toward them. The next moment, to everyone's shocked stares, Naruto and Sasuke's bodies lifted involuntarily into the air and drifted slowly upward toward the platform. What's happening? Naruto flailed wildly in midair, terrified. Sasuke's expression changed sharply. He tried to resist, but found his chakra completely unresponsive. What kind of technique was this? The two of them floated gently onto the raised platform before tens of thousands of witnessing eyes. Ming placed a hand on each of their shoulders, positioning them to stand on either side of him. Stand still, don't move around. Naruto felt warmth and strength emanating from his shoulders. Strangely enough, the panic and fear within his heart gradually subsided. Sasuke remained rigid, staring at Ming with an expression full of wariness and confusion. The sight left everyone below utterly dumbstruck. Jiraiya and Tsunade's pupils constricted simultaneously, making two living people float without forming hand seals. What manner of ability was this? He summoned the demon fox and the Uchiha brat up there. What does he want? The villagers' murmurs grew louder, filled with bewilderment and a subtle undercurrent of unease. They felt that something extraordinary, something beyond their imagination, was about to unfold at today's assembly. Ming, however, completely ignored the noise. He turned towards Tsunade, who still wore a petrified expression, and Jiraiya, whose face was grim with deep seriousness, and grinned. Let me introduce myself. Senju Kenmei. You may call me Great Uncle Kenmei. Great Uncle Kenmei. When these four words drifted lightly from Ming's lips, the entire platform, even the whole square, fell into a strange, eerie silence. Zillai's toad-shaped wallet fell to the ground with a pat, yet he was completely unaware. As for Gansho's mind, it was as if a heavy hammer had struck it violently, leaving it buzzing. Uncle. Great uncle. Her grandfather was the first Hokage Chinsho Jujian, and her great-uncle was the second Hokage Chinsho Feijin. Then their uncle. A name that existed only in the clan's oldest scrolls. A legend acclaimed to stand alongside the first Hokage and Yuzhibo band, even surpassing them in some aspects. Chinsho Kenmei. No. Impossible. Gansho's lips trembled, and she instinctively wanted to refute. How could a figure from that era still be alive? And so young. This was 10,000 times more absurd than her research into the 100 healings technique to maintain eternal youth. This must be a deception. It's some enemy's genjutsu. Gansho Zillai. At that moment, Rizen's heavy voice rang out. He stepped forward, blocking between the agitated Gangsho and Ming, his aged face etched with bitterness and reverence. Senior Ming is not lying. He is indeed our elder. He is the uncle of the first lord and the second lord. Rizen's words exploded above everyone's heads. If Ming's self-introduction still left people in doubt, then being personally confirmed by the third Hokage made the meaning entirely different. Old man, have you gone mad? Gangsho grabbed Rizen's collar and shouted excitedly. Look clearly. How old is he? You could be his grandfather. How can you believe such nonsense? Cough. Gangsho let go first. Rizen was shaken by her nearly losing his breath. Zillai also recovered from the shock. He steadied Gansho, his expression unprecedentedly serious. Gansho calmed down. The teacher wouldn't joke about this. His gaze turned to Ming once more. That youthful face, those unfathomable eyes, and the terrifying strength that had casually blocked Gansho's punch just now. All signs pointed to the matter being exactly as the teacher had said. The tens of thousands of villagers in the square were also in an uproar. What? The uncle of the first Hokage? Are you kidding me? How old must he be? How can he be so young? Is the third lord senile? Has he been deceived by the enemy? Doubts, murmurs, and exclamations merged into a deafening noise. Mingren, standing beside Ming, had long been dumbfounded. He looked at this one, then that one, and finally whispered to Zhuozhu beside him. Zhuozhu, I have a feeling that something incredible has happened. Zhuozhu ignored him, his gaze fixed firmly on Ming. Silence. Ming spoke with some impatience. His voice was not loud, but it carried a peculiar penetrating power, instantly overriding all the noise in the venue. The entire square fell silent once more. Ming glanced at the still conflicted Gangsho and said blandly, Little monkey, since they don't believe you, explain to them how I came out. So they won't think I popped out of some rock. Little monkey. Gangsho and Zillai were stunned again. This nickname was the teacher's nickname when he was young. Rizen's old face flushed, but he still nodded respectfully. He cleared his throat, faced everyone, and said in a deep voice, I know everyone has many questions, which is normal, because Senior Ming's return is itself a miracle beyond reason. 3 days ago, Yuan launched the My Collapse plan and used the Impure World Reincarnation technique to summon the First Lord and the Second Lord. At these words another uproar erupted among the crowd. When I was outmatched and prepared to use the dead demon consuming seal to perish together with Deshuan, an anomaly occurred. Yuanfei took a deep breath and uttered words that made everyone's eyes nearly pop out. Senior Yinming walked out on his own from the belly of the death god I summoned. Death. The death god's belly. Walked out. On his own. The entire venue plunged into a deathly silence once more. Everyone looked at Yuanfei as if he were mad. Gang's-ho found it utterly absurd. Old man, have you taken a blow to the head? We all know what the dead demon consuming seal is. Once inside the death god's belly the soul is devoured forever. How could anyone come out of there? I didn't believe it at first either. Yuanfei shook his head bitterly. But that is the fact. Not only that, Senior Yinming also used a technique I cannot comprehend to reverse the damage to my soul from the dead demon consuming seal. Afterwards the First Lord and the Second Lord were also awakened by the Senior and personally confirmed his identity. If the previous words sounded like a fantasy, then the last sentence, the First and Second personally confirmed, completely shattered the last line of defense in Gang's-ho and Zilai's hearts. They could doubt Yuanfei, but they could not doubt their own grandfather and teacher. Zilai's Adam's apple bobbed as he looked at Yinming with difficulty and asked tentatively, "Then, Senior, why were you inside the death god's belly? Decades ago I was chasing after a damn thing that called itself the evil god. That thing couldn't be killed, and other sealing techniques were ineffective against it, so I had no choice but to go in with it and be locked up." Yinming spoke as casually as if he were talking about what he had for lunch. But to everyone's ears it was no less than a series of violent earthquakes. Chasing the evil god. Locked up for decades. The amount of information was overwhelming. Gang's-ho was completely speechless. She stared dazedly at Yinming, the strongest and most mysterious legend of the clan that she had heard about since childhood. It had appeared before her in the flesh in such a manner. She opened her mouth, but the words, "great uncle," simply wouldn't come out. Too awkward. Calling a man who looked younger than herself, "great uncle." All right, let's end the identity issue here. Yinming waved his hand, impatiently cutting off everyone's shock. I didn't gather everyone here today for a tea party to reminisce about the past. His gaze instantly turned sharp, but to settle accounts with the past and create a new future. He turned to Yuanfei and said coldly, "Risen, make clear to everyone in the village one by one every stupid thing you Tuanzang and those two old men have done. Start with the Yuzibo clan." Yuanfei's body trembled, and his face showed an expression of immense pain and struggle. He knew that this day had finally come. Before the entire village he would expose the crimes buried in darkness. That was not merely a trial of Danzo, but an act that would nail himself and the entire Konoha High Command to the pillar of shame. He instinctively raised his head to look at Yinming, a trace of pleading in his eyes. Yet Yinming's gaze was as calm as a still lake, leaving no room for negotiation. The implication was clear: either you speak, or I will make you speak. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. He knew this was a debt he must repay. When he opened his eyes again, the struggle within them had vanished, replaced by a desolate grayness of death. He stepped forward, facing the tens of thousands of villagers, and bowed deeply. This bow stunned everyone. What was the Hokage doing? "Ladies and gentlemen, as the third Hokage, I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, am guilty." These words stirred the square again, and no one could comprehend. Over the past decades, due to my weakness, selfishness, and the so-called greater good, I have tolerated the growth of darkness and condoned the occurrence of evil, bringing irreparable pain to this village and to many here. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was hoarse and laden with sorrow. 3 days ago, the Konoha elder advisors Kohar Udatane and Hamiramito Kato, along with Danzo Shimura, were arrested by Senior Yinming on charges of treason, overthrowing the Hokage, and conducting illegal human experiments. They have been thrown into the dungeon. What a... Lord Danzo. Arrested? And the two advisors. How is this possible? This news was a more direct shock than the revelation of Yinming's identity. Those three were the pinnacle of Konoha's power pyramid. And the root of all this is one man, Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes showed immense pain and regret. He not only secretly cultivated root loyal only to him, using cruel methods to extinguish humanity, but also committed crimes both inside and outside the village, too numerous to record. The greatest of these crimes concerns the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi's body trembled as he continued with his pained voice, unveiling the bloody truth. After the Ninetales attack years ago, a faction led by Danzo began to suspect the Uchiha clan of manipulating the Ninetales from behind the scenes. Because only the Uchiha clan Sharingan could control the Ninetales. Although there was no evidence, the seed of suspicion had been planted. Driven by Danzo, we relocated the Uchiha clan's compound to the edge of the village and placed it under 24-hour surveillance by the ANBU. This distrust and isolation exacerbated the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. Ultimately, under the leadership of their then leader Fugaku Uchiha, the Uchiha clan decided to stage a coup to seize control of Konoha. Upon hearing this, the ninjas below erupted into an uproar. The Uchiha. A coup. This was the first time they had heard of it. and the village high command's response plan was to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan before the coup could be launched. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was strained. I tried to stop it to resolve the matter peacefully, but Danzo. He couldn't wait. He approached the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha. Itachi was a true ninja who inherited the will of fire-loving peace and the village more than anyone. Danzo exploited Itachi's sincerity and gave him a cruel choice: either watch the Uchiha clan launch a coup plunging the entire Konoha into civil war and bloodshed, or end it all with his own hands. Either watch the Uchiha clan start a civil war that would engulf Konoha in flames, leading to the entire clan being wiped out as traitors, or personally end his own parents and clansmen, bearing all the guilt and hatred alone in exchange for the village's peace and the life of his only younger brother Sasuke Uchiha. Boom. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words plunged the entire square into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by the cruel, suffocating truth, their minds blank. So, that was it. The rogue ninja they had cursed for so many years, the demon who killed his own father and mother, was actually protecting the village. On the high platform, Sasuke's pupils slowly changed. He stood there dazed, as if all sounds in the world had vanished. A deal. Coercion. For the village's peace. And for my life. No, this can't be true. Sasuke's lips trembled, emitting a faint voice. His prideful hatred, his sole reason for living, the murderous intent honed in nightmares for countless nights. Was it all a joke? The man he swore to kill, the demon who destroyed his family, was actually protecting him. Liar. A hoarse roar burst from Sasuke's throat. His pitch-black eyes were instantly stained with blood, and two black tomos slowly emerged, spinning wildly. You're all lying to me. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw him kill mom and dad. He admitted it himself. Sasuke's emotions completely collapsed. He pointed at Hiruzen Sarutobi and roared hysterically. The flames of hatred nearly consumed his reason. He couldn't accept it. He absolutely could not accept that his years of effort and hatred were built on a colossal lie. Then what was he? A pitiful clown kept in the dark. The villagers in the square, seeing Sasuke's frenzied state and the ominous Sharingan in his eyes, all stepped back in fear. Tsunade and Jiraiya also wore expressions of shock and dismay. They too had never imagined that behind the massacre of the clan lay such a brutal truth. Just as chaos engulfed the scene and Sasuke was on the verge of losing control, Senju Kenmei finally moved. He slowly raised his hand and gently placed it on Sasuke's head. A cool and gentle force instantly surged into Sasuke's mind, forcibly suppressing his about-to-erupt chakra and turbulent emotions. Sasuke's body went limp, breathing heavily, but the madness in his eyes receded considerably. Evidence. Kenmei looked at him, then glanced at the dubious villagers below, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You want evidence, don't you? He lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the canopy of a large tree in the distance of the square. You've been hiding up there watching the show long enough. Time to come down. Your little brother is about to break down. Itachi Uchiha. Yuziboyu. When this name was distinctly uttered from Kenmei's mouth, the atmosphere of the entire square instantly shifted from shock to extreme tension. On the high platform, Zillai and Gongsho's expressions changed simultaneously. You? He's back. Zillai's eyes sharpened. Kakashi, Ashima, Hong, and other Jonin immediately shielded their students behind them, their gazes scanning the surroundings warily. Yuziboyu. To the ninjas of Mu Yi, this name represented S-rank, danger, and absolute taboo. But for Zhuozhu, who was kneeling on the ground, this name was like a black bolt of lightning, fiercely striking into his already chaotic mind. He abruptly lifted his head, his scarlet Xiaolunian glaring fiercely in the direction Kenmei was looking. You? Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes. On the crown of a large tree in the distance of the square, a figure clad in a black-based robe with red clouds slowly materialized. He stood there quietly, his stern face betraying no expression. A pair of scarlet Xiaolunian calmly gazed toward the direction of the high platform, as if nothing in the outside world concerned him. It really was him. Yuziboyu. It's Yuziboyu. How dare he come back? Quick. Security forces. Protect the villagers. That demon. What does he want? The crowd instantly erupted into chaos, panic spreading like a plague. Countless ninjas instinctively drew their kunai, assuming a defensive stance. The entire square was at a breaking point. Everyone stand still. Shinsho Kenmei's cold shout once again silenced the crowd. His voice carried an undeniable authority, freezing the bodies of those ninjas who were about to act. But on the high platform, the moment Zhuozhu saw that figure, he exploded like a lit powder keg. You? Ji. Bo. You. A roar filled with boundless hatred, pain, grievance, and confusion burst from his throat. He sprang up from the ground, eyes bloodshot, chakra surging wildly, about to charge forward recklessly. I'll kill you. A slap. A hand pressed down on his head again, pinning him firmly in place. I said calm down. Kenmei's voice rang out above him. Let me go. Let me go. Zhuozhu struggled wildly, kicking and punching, but could not budge Kenmei an inch. I'll kill him. I'll kill that man. On the distant tree you watched his brother who seemed possessed by madness, and a faint, indescribable ripple finally stirred in his eyes, which had been as calm as an ancient well. Just then his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. The next second, he had appeared on the high platform no more than 10 meters from Zhuju. Seeing him on the platform, Zilai Gansho Kakaxi and others all treated him as a formidable enemy instantly surrounding him. Don't be nervous, Yiming said calmly. He released his hand that was pressing down on Zhuju. Freed Zhuju hesitated not a moment, roaring as he charged at you again. I'll kill you. But you just stood there quietly, not even looking at him. Zhuju's fist stopped less than a centimeter from Yu's face. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, an invisible force had firmly immobilized him in midair. It was Yiming. Kid, I told you to calm down, not to go crazy. A hint of displeasure crept into Yiming's voice. With a wave of his hands, Zhuju was pulled back by a force and fell at his feet. Before you act, at least listen to what he has to say. Zhuju lay on the ground, gasping heavily. He raised his head, eyes filled with blood and tears glaring fixedly at you. Liar. You're all liars. What does he have to say? He's the murderer who killed my parents, my entire clan. What does he have to say? Yu's body trembled imperceptibly. He slowly turned around, finally looking his brother straight in the eye. Their eyes met. One was filled with boundless hatred. The other carried a love and pain as vast as mountains and seas. In those calm eyes lay a pain, guilt, and love as deep as the ocean, indecipherable to outsiders. Zhuju. He spoke softly, his voice hoarse. You're still so weak. These words were like a bucket of oil poured onto Zhuju's rage. Shut up. Zhuju struggled even more violently. I will kill you. I will surpass you and then kill you. Watching the scene of brothers turning against each other, the crowd below sighed in lament. Zilai and Gangsho exchanged a glance, seeing the complexity in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected that the two protagonists of that tragedy years ago would reunite in such a manner today. Just then Yiming spoke. He shifted his gaze from Zhuju to you. 3 days ago, when you secretly sneaked back into the village, I already noticed you. Yu's body stiffened imperceptibly. He had thought his concealment was flawless, never expecting that he had been exposed to this man's perception from the very beginning. This man, who claimed to be the ancestor of the Qinsho clan, had unfathomable power. You came back because you were worried about the village and your foolish brother, weren't you? Yiming looked at the silent Yu and shook his head. He walked over to him and patted his shoulder. This action made Kakaxi and the others' eyelids twitch. This ancestor was actually so close to an S-rank robed ninja. Alright, stop acting, Yiming said to Yu in a low voice audible only to the two of them. Yu's body stiffened, looking at Yiming with confusion. Your little schemes can't fool me, Yiming grinned. Still planning to go back to the Shao organization as a spy and eventually find a chance to die at Zhuju's hands, giving him your eyes so he can awaken the eternal Mangekyo and become a hero of Mu Yi. Yu's pupils sharply contracted. His deepest, most secret plan had been seen through by this man in one sentence. Who exactly was he? Senior Yu. No need to be a spy anymore. Yiming interrupted him, his tone calm, but carrying an air of domineering authority. Just a mere Shao organization, a bunch of pitiful fools, bewitched, not worth you sacrificing your life. Here there are no such intricate schemes, nor so many circumstances beyond your control. From today onward you can stand openly in the sunlight. Openly. Standing in the sunlight. This was something he had never dared to dream of. Now tell everything you know, everything you've been carrying. Yiming turned around, facing everyone. Let your brother, let the villagers of Mu Yi see clearly what a true hero really looks like. Yu's body began to tremble violently. He looked at Yiming's back, then at the brother on the ground, glaring at him with hatred. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes grew moist. He suppressed the surging emotions within him and slowly walked to the very front of the high platform. He knew that once he said everything, his life would be completely rewritten. And the chasm between him and Zhuju, built from lies and hatred, would face its final judgment today. The atmosphere atop the raised platform was suffocating. Uchiha Itachi stood at the forefront, his black robe adorned with crimson clouds rippling in the wind. Every pair of eyes in the plaza was fixed upon him. Sasuke lay sprawled on the ground, his body still trembling though he had fallen silent. His eyes were bloodshot red, locked onto that retreating back with unyielding intensity. He wanted to see what manner of lies this brother he had despised for so many years could still utter. Itachi did not speak immediately, as though composing his thoughts, or perhaps bidding farewell to the past. At last he opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but amplified by a sound enhancement jutsu reaching every corner of the square with crystal clarity. My name is Uchiha Itachi. I was once a member of Konoha's Umbu forces. When the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village reached an irreconcilable impasse, I was given a dual mission. On one hand, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, I bore the expectations of my clan and became their spy embedded within Konoha's highest echelons. On the other hand, as a ninja who deeply loved Konoha, I simultaneously served as a spy planted by the village's leadership within the Uchiha clan. These words were spoken with calm detachment, yet they laid bare the unbearable weight of his predicament all those years ago. A double agent. A collective gasp rippled through the gathered ninjas. They could scarcely fathom how a boy in his teens had endured such torment and survived. I did my best, Itachi said, his voice thick with exhaustion. I attempted to convey the clan's grievances to the village leadership and pleaded with father to abandon the coup. But it was all for naught. Prejudice and hatred once kindled can only lead to devastation. The coup was on the verge of erupting. Should civil war break out, the Uchiha's strength was no trivial matter. Konoha would be left crippled, and the entire village may well be destroyed. The other ninja villages would seize the opportunity to invade, and another great ninja war would engulf the world. Itachi's tone remained eerily calm, as though recounting the fate of strangers. At that time, the only person who truly understood me and stood by my side was my dearest friend Uchiha Shisui. At the mention of that name, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face contorted in pain. Shisui possessed the most powerful Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. He intended to use that technique to alter father's will during the clan assembly, thereby preventing the coup. It was the only path that could resolve everything without spilling a single drop of blood. I supported him, and the Hokage gave his consent. But someone would not allow it. Itachi's voice turned frigid. Shimura Danzo. He ambushed us. He had never trusted the Uchiha from the beginning. Desiring Shisui's eyes, he attacked him from concealment and seized his right eye. What a... Outrage erupted through the crowd. Having lost an eye, Shisui realized he could no longer stop Danzo. In his final moments, he entrusted his left eye and his will to protect Konoha unto me. Itachi closed his eyes, and that rain-soaked night surged back into his memory. And then he leaped into the Naka River. Witnessing my closest friend's death, I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke's body shuddered violently. So that was how his brother's Mangekyo had been born. Not from killing a friend, but from watching one die. Shisui was gone, the coup could no longer be halted, and civil war loomed. Danzo came to me once more, presenting two choices. He opened his eyes, those crimson irises brimming with sorrow. One choice was to stand with the Uchiha, launch the coup, and be slaughtered in the ensuing civil war. The other choice. His voice grew rough. To carry out the village's order and exterminate the entire Uchiha clan with my own hands. In exchange, the village would spare my younger brother Sasuke. I chose the latter. The moment those words left his lips, Sasuke's mind went utterly blank. So, that was how it was. Behind that nightmare lay such a choice. To protect me. He had done it all to keep me alive. That night, a man wearing a mask approached me, claiming he would aid me. He called himself Uchiha Madara. Together we brought an end to the Uchiha clan in a single night. I killed my own clansmen, my friends, and our parents. At this point, Itachi's voice trembled as it never had before. He recalled his father's dying words, "You are a kind child," and his mother's final embrace. Two trails of blood tears slid from the corners of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Father and mother. They did not resist. They understood my choice. They said, "Pain is but a fleeting moment, yet yours shall stretch across an entire lifetime." They asked me to take good care of you. Sasuke could bear it no longer. A spray of blood erupted from his lips. He staggered on his knees, teetering on the brink of collapse. I spoke the cruelest words to you, planting hatred in your heart so that you would have a reason to live. Because I knew that only hatred could forge you into someone strong enough to survive, to protect yourself in the years ahead. I joined Akatsuki to continue monitoring that dangerous organization on behalf of Konoha while secretly guarding you from the shadows. I never permitted a single member of Akatsuki to step foot within Konoha's borders. For I knew they would come after you, the sole survivor of the Uchiha. Everything I did was to ensure your survival. My foolish little brother. Itachi turned, gazing at Sasuke, who was on the verge of crumbling. That cold countenance for the first time softened into an unmistakably gentle smile. "Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time." With that, he extended two fingers towards Sasuke's forehead. Sasuke had witnessed that gesture countless times since childhood. Now he watched those fingers draw ever closer, saw his brother's familiar smile, and the blood tears sliding down his cheeks. All the hatred, resentment, and confusion that had consumed him dissolved into regret and heartbreak. Brother. He forced the words past his lips. Then darkness swallowed him whole. Before losing consciousness, he felt those two fingers press against his forehead. Still so warm, so achingly familiar. Itachi's fingers paused mere inches above Sasuke's brow. Gazing at his fallen younger brother, he slowly withdrew his hand. An oppressive silence fell over the entire plaza. The truth was too crushing to bear. Even the air seemed too thick to breathe. The mass-murdering demon, the S-rank missing Nin. All along, he had been a hero burdened with unspeakable sacrifice. He had protected the village and his brother in his own way. Many ninja, particularly those with umbu backgrounds, lowered their heads, shame painting their faces. Tsunade's eyes glistened. She turned her gaze away. Jiraiya let out a long sigh. What an extraordinary shinobi. Ishimori stepped beside Itachi and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "How do you feel?" "Must feel lighter to have spoken at all." Itachi said nothing, only weeping. Years of suppressed emotion had finally found their release. "Enough. Wipe those tears." Ishimori retrieved a handkerchief from his robe and offered it. "A grown man weeping like a child. It does not become you. From this day forward, you are no longer the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi. Ishimori turned to face the assembled crowd, his voice ringing across the plaza. In the name of Sun no Ishimori, I hereby proclaim Uchiha Itachi's status as a Konoha ninja is fully restored. In recognition of his unwavering dedication and service, he is bestowed the title Hero of Konoha, reinstated to his former rank, and appointed head of the Umbu Division. Does anyone object? Objections. Who would dare to object? After hearing Itachi's tragic soliloquy, the only feelings left in everyone's hearts were shock, sympathy, and admiration. Defining a hero who bore everything for the village as a rogue ninja. That would be the greatest blasphemy against the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to speak, bowing deeply. I agree with Senior Yiming's decision. We second the motion. Kakashi Asuma and the other Jonin chorused in unison. Their voices represented the stance of Konoha's backbone. Itachi stared blankly at Yiming, as if he hadn't yet recovered from this sudden identity shift. Head of the Yanbu, hero of Konoha. These honors he had never dared to imagine. Were they really being bestowed upon him? He wanted to say, I am unworthy. He had killed so many, his hands stained with the blood of his clan. He was a sinner. How could he possibly become the head of the Yanbu? What you? Yiming shot him a glance. I say you are so you are. If you feel sorry for your brother and the Uchiha clan, then use the rest of your life to make amends. Instead of acting like a coward thinking of letting your brother kill you to seek some damnable release. Yiming's words struck home, piercing straight through the deepest thoughts in Itachi's heart. Itachi's body trembled again. Indeed. His plan had always been to constantly provoke Sasuke, make him stronger, and finally die at Sasuke's hands. This way Sasuke could take revenge and become Konoha's hero, while he himself could be freed from his sins. But now this man told him that it was an act of cowardice. Itachi fell silent. Perhaps what this man said was right. Death was an escape. But living on to atone, that was true redemption. Stop daydreaming. Yiming cast him a glance. Go see your brother. He needs you now. Itachi's body jolted. He immediately turned around, walked swiftly to the unconscious Sasuke, gently lifted him, and let him lean against his chest. He reached out and softly wiped the tears and bloodstains from Sasuke's face. This scene stirred a mix of emotions in everyone present. A tragedy that had plagued the brothers for years seemed to have finally drawn an imperfect conclusion today. Yet everyone knew it wasn't over. Yiming's gaze shifted from the pair of brothers and slowly fell upon the other youth beside him. Uzumaki Naruto. Since earlier Naruto had been in a dazed state. Sasuke's collapse, Itachi's appearance, the weighty truth beyond his comprehension. All of it far exceeded his understanding of life. He just stared blankly, not knowing what to do or what to say. All right, the matter of the Uchiha clan is temporarily settled. Yiming's voice rang out again, pulling everyone's attention back. Next, let's talk about the second matter. His hand gently rested on Naruto's conspicuous blonde hair. Naruto stiffened, looked up at Yiming with a flustered expression. Those deep, profound eyes brought him an inexplicable sense of peace. Now I ask you all. Yiming's gaze swept over the tens of thousands of villagers below. What is this child in your eyes? This question stirred up the villagers again, who had just barely recovered from their sorrow. Their eyes fell upon Naruto. That look changed once more. It was no longer the sympathy for a hero's brother, but reverted to the original. Loathing, rejection, and fear. He is. A bold villager muttered. He's the demon fox. Someone shouted the name loudly. As if a switch had been flipped. That's right. It's him. The incarnation of the demon fox. He was the one who destroyed our homes and killed our loved ones. He's an accursed monster. A jinx. Why bring him up here? Make him get off. The villagers who had just fallen into silence and sympathy over Itachi's truth now found an emotional outlet, pouring all their malice onto this 12-year-old boy. Each vicious insult, each angry shout to drive him away drowned the heart of Naruto, who had just felt a touch of sympathy and sadness for Sasuke's plight, in a torrent of icy malice. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. He instinctively lowered his head, afraid to meet those hate-filled eyes. His hands were clenched into tight fists. Why is it always like this? No matter what I do, no matter how hard I try, in your eyes I am always just that demon fox. He wanted to run away, to leave this place immediately and hide back in his empty little apartment. On the platform, Tsunade's brow was deeply furrowed, her face showing pity. Jiraiya's fists tightened, as well a flicker of pain in his eyes. Kakashi felt a pang in his heart watching his usually cheerful student. Sarutobi Hiruzen was full of guilt and self-reproach. He opened his mouth to say something, but ended up uttering not a single word. Because it was his own decision years ago that had caused all this. Yiming said nothing. He stood there quietly, his face expressionless. But those who knew him, like Sarutobi's, on whom he had once beaten, could sense a rage 100 times more terrifying than when he had judged Danzo, building up wildly beneath his calm exterior. Finally, when a villager shouted, "Kill him! Kill this monster, and avenge our dead loved ones!" Yiming moved. "All of you," he began slowly, his voice soft, yet like a volcano about to erupt. "Shut up." Boom. An indescribably terrifying pressure exploded from within him. This time it was no mere aura, but a killing intent laced with substance. That killing intent instantly enveloped the entire square. All the villagers who were shouting fell silent. Those who had cursed the loudest collapsed to their knees with a thud, unable to utter a single complete word. The entire square with tens of thousands of people became quieter than a graveyard. Yanming slowly lowered his head, looking at the trembling Naruto in his arms. He reached out with his other hand and gently patted his back. Don't be afraid. His voice dispelled the chill around Naruto. With me here today, I'll make sure everyone sees exactly who you are. Then he lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes now a cold vortex. He suddenly slammed his palm hard against the back of Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. Slap. A crisp loud sound. You go. Explain this clearly to these idiots. Slap. The crisp sound of a palm striking flesh echoed across the square. All eyes followed the figure that had been sent flying, watching him scramble awkwardly back to his feet. His hat, the symbol of the Hokage's office, was crooked, making him look utterly disheveled. This was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the longest-serving Hokage, known as the Professor of Shinobi, the Lord beloved by the villagers. Yet now, like a child caught in wrongdoing, he was being publicly struck by that young man. Sarutobi Hiruzen clutched his stinging nape, struggling to stand. He felt no anger, no resentment, only shame and remorse. This slap was not undeserved. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of complex eyes, he stepped back onto the platform one by one. Then he bowed deeply to Yanming. Forgive me, senior. I was wrong. Yanming looked at him coldly, saying nothing. His gaze shifted to the trembling blonde boy who hung his head, struggling to hold back tears. Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was filled with guilt. I'm sorry. He first apologized to Naruto. His eyes were complicated, laced with guilt, regret, and more than anything the pain of having to tear open his own mistakes. Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened up, turned around, and faced the assembled villagers. His gaze swept over faces blank with confusion, shock, and disbelief. He took a breath, and his aged voice, amplified by a sound ninjutsu, carried across the entire field. Villagers, shinobi, I know many of you have harbored deep prejudice and hostility toward Uzumaki Naruto. Years ago, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, to protect the village, sealed the nine-tailed fox that had terrorized Konoha into a newborn infant. That infant was Uzumaki Naruto. His words confirmed the villagers' suspicions. Among the crowd, some wore expressions of "just as I thought," their gazes toward Naruto growing even more hostile. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's next words froze every face. You only know that Naruto is the container sealing the fox. You transferred your fear of the fox and the pain of losing your loved ones onto this innocent child. You called him Demon Fox, ostracized him, isolated him, insulted him. But what you do not know is... Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rose, trembling with an irrepressible agitation and grief. Who knows what this child whom you treated as a monster and a curse truly is he? Who knows whose son he is? Everyone was stunned. Naruto's identity. Wasn't he an orphan? Standing beside Yanming, Naruto also lifted his head, his blue eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion. My identity. Who are my parents? This was a question he had wanted to ask since childhood, but no one had ever given him an answer. On the high platform, Jiraiya closed his eyes, unable to bear watching. Tsunade's fists clenched tighter. Beneath Kakashi's mask came a soft sigh. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his hand, pointing at the Hokage rock. At the youngest, most handsome face. The golden flash who died in his prime to protect the village. Look closely. This child whom you have ostracized and insulted for 7 years. His father is none other than the fourth Hokage who saved you from the Nine-Tails claws, and is hailed as the hero of Konoha, Namikaze Minato. And his mother is the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, Akuno-ichi from Yuzushiogakure, Uzumaki, Kushina. The truth Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed shattered everyone's preconceptions. Silence fell. The tens of thousands of villagers on the square stood motionless. Their mouths agape, eyes wide, faces etched with absurdity and shock. The demon fox is the son of the fourth Hokage. The monster we've cursed for 12 years is the orphan of a hero. This thought seared into every soul. After a brief hush, the square erupted. How is this possible? That demon fox is actually the fourth child? It's a lie. It has to be a lie. Everyone went mad. Who was Namikaze Minato? He was Konoha's Yellow Flash, the fourth Hokage who saved the village and was revered as an idol and hero by all. How could his son be the demon fox they had spurned for over a decade? In the crowd, Irika's mouth fell open. He didn't even notice the book slipping from his hand. No. This. How can this be? A woman who had been cursing the loudest collapsed to the ground, her legs giving way. She recalled the warm, sun-like presence of the fourth Hokage years ago. He had saved her and her child from the Nine-Tails claws. And she, all these years, had been insulting his son. What have we done? A middle-aged shinobi muttered, utterly lost. He looked at the blonde boy on the platform. That golden hair, those blue eyes. So much like the fourth Hokage. Why had we never noticed? No, it wasn't that we hadn't noticed. It was that hatred had blinded us. We subconsciously refused to believe, refused to connect the dots. And now the most shocked person in the crowd was not the villagers or the shinobi. It was Uzumaki Naruto himself. He stood there dazed, his small body frozen. His mind went blank. The fourth Hokage is my father. The hero carved on the Hokage rock whom he had admired since childhood and vowed to surpass. Is his father. He wasn't an unwanted orphan. He had a father and mother. And they were the village's heroes. I. Naruto opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He slowly raised a hand, pointing at himself, then at the statue on the Hokage rock. His blue eyes were filled with confusion, bewilderment, and a glimmer of longing he didn't even recognize. He looked at Ming beside him, then at Sarutobi Hiruzen ahead, seeking an answer. Grandpa Hokage. Is it true? His voice was soft, trembling slightly. Ming did not answer him. He looked down at the villagers, their faces pale with shock and guilt, and his eyes were cold. Not enough. This impact was far from enough. He lifted his foot and kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just turned around squarely in the rear. Thud. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sent flying off the platform with a whoosh, then landed face first with a plop in the center of the square, kicking up a cloud of dust. Silence fell again. Everyone was stunned. The third Hokage had been kicked off again. Sarutobi Hiruzen lay prostrate on the ground, unable to rise for a long while. He felt as though his old back was nearly broken. Yet this kick was delivered by Shinsho Ming on behalf of Naruto. So he deserved it. On the high platform, Shinsho Ming stood in front of Naruto, shielding him. He looked down at the stunned faces below, his voice brimming with fury. Now do you understand? Do you understand whose son he is? Are you shocked? Outraged? Flabbergasted? No one dared to answer. Under Ming's oppressive aura, even breathing became difficult. Why aren't you speaking? His voice rose. Just now when you were cursing him as a demon fox and crying out for his death, you were all so vocal. Now every one of you has gone mute. His gaze swept across the crowd. Every person he looked at instinctively lowered their heads, unable to meet his eyes. Guilt, shame, fear. All kinds of emotions surged up. Ming walked step by step to the edge of the platform, looking down at them from above. Every word he uttered weighed heavily on the hearts of those below. You only know that you lost your loved ones, that the village was destroyed. But do you know what this child lost? From the moment he was born, he lost his father, lost his mother. He doesn't even know what his parents look like. He grew up alone, utterly alone. No family, no friends. No one to comfort him when he cried, no one to share his joy when he laughed. Ming's voice grew louder. He pointed at a shinobi in the crowd who had been cursing the most fiercely. You? Every day when you go home, there's a hot meal, a wife's welcome, a child's embrace. But what about him? What does he face when he returns to that empty house every day? Cold walls. Endless loneliness. Do you know the milk he drank was the expired product deliberately sold to him by the shopkeeper? The bread he ate was from the trash, already hard and stale. Your children play in the sunshine, coddled in their parents' arms. And him. He could only sit alone on that swing, watching your children throw stones at him and call him a monster. Every word from Ming painted vivid pictures in their minds. Expired milk. A cold room. A lonely swing. And those stones filled with malice. The villagers' hearts clenched, aching unbearably. They began to recall. They recalled the lonely silhouette of the golden-haired boy they had once seen. They recalled the solitude they had once heard, that boy sitting alone on the steps in the dead of night, softly humming a tune off key. They recalled how cold, how disgusted their eyes had been when they looked at that child. Why does he love playing pranks so much? Because he's too lonely, you fools. Ming's voice had taken on a hoarse roar. Only in this way, only when he's caught causing trouble and chased after with curses, can he feel that he truly exists. Only then can he hear his own name from your mouths. He just wanted you to look at him, even for a moment. Even if it was a look of disgust. You bastards. Thump. A young mother in the crowd could no longer hold back. Oh, she fell to her knees and burst into hysterical sobs. As her cries began, more and more people lowered their heads, their eyes reddening. Those who had once hurled abuse and cold stares now felt only remorse. What had they done? They had turned their hatred of the nine-tailed fox into knives. For 7 whole years they had sliced away at the flesh of a hero's son, an innocent child. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally struggled to his feet. He staggered to the foot of the platform, then climbed up on hands and knees, standing again behind Ming, head bowed, silent. Seeing him, Ming's anger flared up again. And you fool. He turned and kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen in the stomach. Bam! Sarutobi Hiruzen was sent flying again. This time, he didn't fall off the platform. He rolled several times on the ground before crashing into a pillar and stopping. Cough, cough. He clutched his stomach, coughing violently. Minato entrusted his child to you, and this is how you cared for him. Ming pointed at his nose and cursed. If you had done even a little, if you had explained even one sentence to the villagers, would Naruto have ended up like this, eh? You're a disgrace of a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was scolded mercilessly, but he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Because everything Ming said was the truth. He had been wrong, terribly wrong. The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone was stunned, speechless by Ming's blunt and brutal way of venting. But, watching the kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen on the ground, and hearing Ming's earlier words, they felt no sympathy in their hearts. In fact, they even felt a slight sense of dark satisfaction. Yes, didn't the third Hokage know all this? He knew, yet he allowed it to happen for 7 years. That kick was well deserved. And you, after venting, Yinming turned to the villagers below. Do you think that saying, "I didn't know," can absolve you of all responsibility? Your ignorance, your prejudice, your indifference. They are the knives stabbed into this child's heart. Every single one of you is a murderer. Now listen clearly, all of you. This child, Uzumaki Naruto, is the son of the Leaf Village's hero Namikaze Minato. He is not a demon fox. He is the one we should protect most, the one we should care for most. Your 7 years of rejection, verbal abuse, and cold violence toward him. All of you. Yinming paused, then enunciated each word. All of you owe him an apology. Yinming's voice, like a final judgment, declared the crimes of all the villagers. The entire square fell into a suffocating silence. An apology? Yes, they owed this child an apology. No, not just an apology. What they owed him was 12 years of paternal and maternal love. It was a carefree childhood that should have been his all the glory and respect that a hero's son deserved. How could a mere sorry ever make up for that? The tide of guilt drowned everyone. They looked at the small figure on the platform, the demon fox they had wished to eliminate just a short while ago. At this moment in their eyes, Naruto's frail silhouette seemed to overlap with the statue of the fourth Hokage on the Hokage monument. He was no longer a monster. He was the continuation of a hero. He was the hope of Konoha. On the platform, Naruto looked down at the sea of people kneeling in the square. His eyes, swollen from crying, were filled with bewilderment. From childhood, he had grown accustomed to cold stares, rejection, and insults. He had never imagined that one day those who had hurt him with the most venomous words would kneel before him in repentance. This feeling was too surreal, like a dream. Naruto stood there dazed, listening to everything Yinming said on his behalf. Those grievances and pains buried deep in his heart, which he himself dared not touch, were cruelly laid bare before everyone. Before he knew it, tears had welled up in his eyes. He didn't know what he was feeling now. Was it anger? Was it grievance? Or a trace of warmth? So, someone understood him. So in this world there really was someone who would speak a word for him, this monster. Just then a trembling woman's voice rose from the crowd. It was the young mother who had cried first earlier. She knelt on the ground, lifted her tear-streaked face, looked up at Naruto on the platform, and shouted with all her might, "I'm sorry." In the crowd, a middle-aged man who had once thrown stones at Naruto, a shopkeeper who had once refused to sell him fresh milk, a mother who had once urged her own child to stay away from Naruto. All those who had ever hurt Naruto felt as if all strength had been drained from their bodies at this moment. They raised their heads and looked at the lone boy standing on the platform. "I'm sorry, Naruto, we were wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive us." The apologies began to rise one after another. "I'm sorry," another voice sounded. A middle-aged ninja who looked strong and sturdy, his head bowed, his voice filled with regret. "I'm sorry, Naruto." Gradually the voices grew. From a few here and there they merged into a chorus. "I'm sorry. We were wrong. Please forgive us." Finally, all the voices converged into a great wave that resounded across the entire sky of Konoha. "Master Naruto, I'm sorry. Master Naruto, I'm sorry. Master Naruto, I'm sorry." They no longer called him Demon Fox or that kid. Instead, they used the most respectful address, Master Naruto. This was their reverence for the fourth Hokage, and also a small, insignificant way to make amends for their own faults. Hearing the thunderous waves of apologies, Naruto's body trembled violently again. The sound waves were filled with their deepest guilt and most sincere repentance. Naruto couldn't hold it in any longer. He suddenly turned around, his back to everyone, his small shoulders heaving violently. The cries that had been suppressed for 12 years finally burst out without reservation at this moment. He cried like a child. No, he was just a child after all. He cried heart-wrenchingly, as if to pour out all the grievances, loneliness, and pain of the past 12 years along with his tears. On the platform, Tsunade turned her head away and wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. Jiraiya's eyes were also red. He looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Kakashi stood among the crowd, watching the small back, and the heavy stone that had weighed on his heart for 12 years finally fell to the ground. "Sensei Kushinae, did you see that? Naruto has finally been accepted by everyone." Even Uchiha Itachi, who had always worn a cold expression, saw a flicker of barely perceptible warmth in his icy eyes at this scene. Perhaps this was the true will of fire that Senior Yinming had spoken of. Not a false peace maintained by sacrifice and lies, but the courage to face mistakes and correct them. Yinming stood quietly behind Naruto, not disturbing him. He knew that this child needed such a thorough catharsis. He cried for a long, long time, until his throat was hoarse, until his tears were nearly dry. Naruto's sobs gradually ceased. He wiped his tear-streaked face and runny nose with his sleeve, took a deep breath, and slowly turned around. When he faced everyone again, there were no more tears on his face. What replaced them was that familiar yet unfamiliar sun-bright, iconic smile. He scratched the back of his head, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and shouted loudly, "I forgive everyone, believe it." The smile was clean, pure, without a trace of shadow, as if the person who had just cried so heartbreakingly had never been him. Seeing this smile, the hearts of all the villagers were deeply touched once more. After enduring so many years of injustice and malice, this child could still so easily utter the word forgiveness. How magnanimous his heart was. This was the bearing that a hero's son should have. What an incredible kid. An old man murmured, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. No wonder he's the son of the fourth Hokage. Praises rose one after another. Yenming walked over to Naruto, reached out, and ruffled his messy blonde hair, a hint of approving smile on his face. Magnanimous. He only said 2 words. Naruto grinned, puffing out his chest. He pointed to the statue of the fourth Hokage on the Hokage monument, then pointed to himself, and shouted with all his might to the world. Of course, because I am the man who will surpass all the previous Hokage and become the strongest Hokage. His voice was loud and resolute, filled with unprecedented confidence and radiance. At this moment, he was no longer the orphan who had to resort to pranks to gain attention. He was the hero's son of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. His dream was no longer a distant joke today. It had become a goal that everyone was willing to believe in and cheer for. Waving downward, he savored the long-overdue recognition that had been 12 years in the making. Upon the high platform, Jiraiya watched his disciple's son with a proud smile beaming across his face. He approached Yenming and bowed deeply. Senior Yenming, thank you. If it weren't for you, this child, who knows how much longer he would have struggled in the darkness. Yenming cast a sidelong glance at him, speaking in a flat, indifferent tone. Why thank me? You are his father's teacher. This should have been your responsibility. Jiraiya's face flushed crimson as he scratched his head in embarrassment. I had my reasons. Reasons? Yenming sneered. You were simply afraid that revealing his identity would attract Minato's old enemies. So you let him be bullied in the village while you ran off to gather material for your little smutty books. How is your approach any different from that muddle-headed fool the monkey? Once again rendered speechless, Jiraiya could only manage a bitter smile. On the other side, Tsunade also approached. She gazed at Naruto with a complex expression. This child reminded her of her younger brother Nawaki and her lover Dan. They all shared the same radiant smile and the same dream of becoming Hokage. But alas, what are you looking at? Yenming's voice interrupted her thoughts. Do you think maybe this village isn't as hopeless as you imagined? Tsunade was silent for a moment before nodding. Today has indeed changed my view of Konoha. She raised her head to meet Yenming's gaze, her expression turning serious. What exactly is the purpose of all this? Settling old scores, vindicating 2 kids, and then what? You can't possibly stay in Konoha forever, can you? She asked the most critical question. The emergence of this ancestor had resolved Konoha's internal ailments, but it also introduced a new problem: power. A figure of unfathomable strength and utmost seniority like an emperor emeritus. His very existence posed the greatest challenge to the existing order. Yenming smiled, turning to gaze past the cheering crowd toward the distance. Konoha is just the beginning. His voice was light, yet carried a majestic aura that made both Tsunade and Jiraiya's hearts tremble. This ninja world is sick, gravely ill. The hatred between nations, the barriers between villages, the distrust between people. These things are like malignant tumors rooted in every inch of land. War after war only brings fleeting peace, followed by even larger conflicts. Revenge begets revenge, an endless cycle. Hashirama tried to use the tailed beasts to balance it all, and what happened? The tailed beasts became tools for villages to wage war. Madara tried to cement peace with an iron fist and systems, and what happened? It spawned the tragedy of the Uchiha and the darkness of men like Danzo. And Sarutobi, needless to say, he only wanted to guard his own little territory and ended up making a mess of everything inside and outside the village. Yenming shook his head, a hint of mockery in his tone. So it's time to play a different game. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. A different game? Don't look at me like that. Yenming seemed to read their thoughts. I have no interest in becoming some world king. I just want to re-establish some rules. To make this world a little more interesting, a little fairer. He turned to face Tsunade, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. So I need an agent. Someone who can manage this home for me, who understands my thoughts and executes my will. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. She instantly understood Yenming's implication. You want me to become the 5th Hokage? Who else? Yenming retorted. That unreliable Jiraiya roams the world with no hope of settling down. Kakashi and the others are too young to hold the fort. You are the granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, a master of medical ninjutsu. Your strength, experience, and lineage are more than sufficient. Most importantly, Yenming looked at her. You understand the preciousness of life, don't you? That last sentence precisely struck the softest chord in Tsunade's heart. She had developed hemophobia and left the village after the deaths of her brother and lover. Precisely because she feared loss more than anyone, she understood protection more than anyone. Tsunade fell silent. She glanced down at Naruto, still interacting with the villagers. Then she looked sideways at Itachi, who held his brother, a renewed light glowing in his eyes. This village seemed truly different from before. Maybe staying wasn't such a bad choice after all. All right. She took a deep breath, finally making up her mind. I'll take the position of 5th Hokage. But She shifted her tone. I am merely the Hokage responsible for daily village affairs. The real decisions are still yours. She was self-aware enough to know that before this ancestor the title of Hokage was merely that of a high-ranking executive. Agreed. Yanming nodded nonchalantly. He had never intended to handle trivial matters personally. Thus Konoha's new power core was officially established, with Senju Yanming as the supreme decision-maker and the fifth Hokage Tsunade as the executive agent. A brand new leadership team supported by Jiraiya, Itachi, and others was declared born. The assembly gradually drew to a close amid the villagers' cheers. After being kicked for the third time by Yanming, Hiruzen Sarutobi was ordered to return to the Hokage office, write a 10,000-word self-criticism, and formally announce his abdication. Itachi, accompanied by Kakashi, took Sasuke to Konoha Hospital. He needed treatment, while Sasuke needed to slowly recover from both mental and physical collapse. Naruto, surrounded by enthusiastic villagers and his peers, was whisked away to enjoy his favorite Ichiraku ramen, an all-you-can-eat version, as much as he wanted. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. Standing on the high platform, Yanming watched the scene brimming with newfound vitality, a faint smile spreading across his face. He knew this was only the beginning. Orochimaru, that venomous snake, was still lurking in the shadows. The organization called Akatsuki, those figures in black robes with red clouds. They were about to initiate their tailed beast capture plan. And what about the other four great nations of the ninja world? How would they react to this sudden upheaval in Konoha? Plenty of trouble still ahead. Yanming stretched lazily, then turned his gaze toward the direction of the Hokage office. But that's what makes it interesting, isn't it? The next day, Yanming once again found Tsunade, who was about to head to the Hokage's office to assume her position. It suddenly occurred to me that there's one small issue we need to resolve before you officially take office, Yanming said as he walked step by step towards Tsunade. What issue? Tsunade instinctively took a step back, eyeing him warily. Your hemophobia, of course, Yanming said. A medical ninja who trembles at the sight of blood can hardly be a good Hokage. Tsunade's face instantly turned pale. This was her greatest affliction and her greatest weakness. You? What are you trying to do? It's a heart sickness. It can't be cured. That's because your medical ninjutsu is too mediocre. Yanming gave her no time to react, pressing two fingers to her forehead with lightning speed. Don't move. An irresistible force surged into Tsunade's mind, and the scene before her transformed. She was once again in that rainy night, her lover Dan lying in her arms covered in blood, his body growing cold. No, no. Fear seized her as she trembled and gasped for breath. Just then Yanming's voice echoed in her mind. Look clearly. That's just a memory and illusion. What you fear is your own helplessness. Now I'm giving you a chance to no longer be powerless. As his words fell, Tsunade saw a giant hand formed of golden light appear in her spiritual world. The hand gently brushed across that blood-stained memory. Wherever it passed, all fear, sorrow, and helplessness dissipated. It took only a few seconds. Yanming withdrew his fingers. Tsunade stood frozen, gasping for air, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She looked down at her hands. The hands that once trembled uncontrollably at the sight of blood, now steady and firm. The memory of Dan remained in her mind, but the pain and fear were gone. A profound peace filled her heart. This is impossible, she murmured, disbelief etched on her face. The inner demon that had plagued her for over a decade just heard. Nothing is impossible. Yanming waved his hand, dismissively, speaking as if it were trivial. To you it's an inner demon, out to me it's just a corrupted memory data that needs correction. Jiraiya and Hiruzen, who stood nearby, watched in stunned silence. Could this even be done? This completely exceeded their understanding of ninjutsu. Alright, now you can officially take office. Yanming clapped his hands and pointed toward the distant Hokage building. That fool Sarutobi should have already prepared the resignation letter. Go take over now. A new broom sweeps clean. Start by taking stock of the village's mess. Half an hour later in the Hokage's office, Tsunade stared at the mountain of documents that towered higher than herself and the dozens-page report on the distribution of interests among the clans and personnel assignments that Hiruzen handed her. Her face twisted in dismay. Bang! She slammed her fist on the desk, the Hokage's desk made of special material that could withstand a tailed beast ball, shattering it into pieces. Ah! A piercing shriek echoed through the entire Hokage building. Is this even work for a human? I quit. Is it too late to run away now? Hiruzen, clutching Tauntaun, trembled as she watched her rampaging mistress on the verge of tears. She knew it would come to this. The earth-shattering roar from the Hokage's office made all of Konoha tremble. The villagers and ninjas who had just been filled with hope for the new era looked up at the Hokage building in bewilderment. Was this the fifth Hokage's inaugural gift? What a commotion! Jiraiya, standing below, heard the familiar violent female voice and helplessly pressed his forehead. Having Tsunade, who spent money like water and lost every gamble, handle tedious administrative affairs and financial reports was harder than sending her to fight 3 Kage-level ninjas. Jiraiya. Yanming's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Senior. Jiraiya jumped, turning around. Don't just stand here. Yanming pointed in another direction. Aren't you the one who claims to have intelligence networks across the ninja world? Now I have a new mission for you. What mission? Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. I'm going to uproot the root that old man Danzo established. Ming's tone was calm, but his words made Jiraiya's eyelids twitch. Then I want you to use the remnants of root as a foundation to build a brand new intelligence department. I don't care how you do it. Within 3 days I want Konoha's eyes and ears to cover the entire ninja world again. 3 days? Jiraiya exclaimed. Senior, that's impossible. The members of Root are brainwashed assassins loyal to Danzo, and their hideouts are extremely secretive. Just finding them will take a lot of time. I'll handle the brainwashing issue. Ming didn't haggle with him. The rest is up to you. I only care about the results. Also, Ming added, from today onward you are the supreme commander of this new intelligence department codenamed Shadow. Until I leave Konoha you are not allowed to go anywhere. Stay in the village and work dutifully. With that, Ming's figure vanished, leaving Jiraiya alone bewildered in the wind. It was over. Not only could he not escape, but he was also saddled with a thankless task. He could already foresee his future, dark and endless, buried in documents and intelligence. His dream of traveling the world gathering material for make-out paradise was gone forever. In a special isolation ward at Konoha Hospital, Sasuke lay quietly on the bed, eyes closed, brow furrowed, as if trapped in a nightmare. Itachi Uchiha sat by the bedside, gently wiping the sweat from his brother's forehead with a warm towel. His movements were tender, his eyes filled with the preciousness of regaining what was lost, and an unspeakable guilt. Kakashi stood by the window watching the scene, deeply moved. Who could have imagined that the brothers once separated by hatred would reunite in such a way? The door to the hospital room opened, and Ming walked in. Senior. Kakashi and Itachi stood up and bowed respectfully. Ming waved his hand, indicating they need not be so formal. He glanced at Sasuke's face. The mental shock was too severe, and forcing open the Sharingan has drained both his body and spirit. Let him sleep it off. When he wakes he'll be a brand new Uchiha Sasuke. With that he turned to Itachi. You come with me. Itachi paused briefly, then without question said to Kakashi, please keep an eye on Sasuke, before following Ming out of the ward. The two walked one after the other through the streets of Konoha. The villagers around them regarded Itachi with complex expressions, reverence and sympathy, but no longer the fear and hatred of the past. Itachi sensed these changes, never having imagined that one day he could walk openly under Konoha's sunlight. Soon they arrived at a remote, abandoned training ground. Ming stopped and turned to face Itachi. Do you know why I brought you here? Itachi thought for a moment and replied, if I had to guess, it's about Root. Clever. Ming nodded approvingly. He lifted his foot and gently stomped the ground. A ripple of chakra spread outward, causing the entire floor to tremble. Almost immediately an entrance disguised as rock rose from the ground nearby, revealing a pitch-black passage leading underground. Cold, damp air carrying the metallic stench of blood gushed from the tunnel. This is Danzo's Root, the breeding ground for all of Konoha's darkness and sin. Ming gazed at the opening and said, today I will show you how to bury this place with your own hands. Itachi's body trembled slightly. Root, a place that had witnessed countless atrocities. He looked at Ming and replied, yes, Senior Ming. Ming entered first with Itachi close behind. The passage was long, descending all the way. Ghostly green flames burned along the walls, stretching the two men's shadows into elongated forms. The deeper they went, the heavier the scent of blood became in the air. Soon they arrived at a massive underground chamber divided into countless sections. The first area they entered was lined with cells. Inside the cells were numerous prisoners, ninja from other villages, rogue shinobi, and even ordinary people who had merely stumbled upon Root secrets. Most of them had lost their sanity, their bodies covered with the marks of experimentation and torture. Itachi clenched his fists. These were the materials Danzo had captured for extracting intelligence, harvesting Sharingan eyes, and conducting various forbidden jutsu experiments. Past the cells they reached the laboratory. Massive glass containers held various human organs floating inside. Arms twisted by rejection after being grafted with First Hokage cells, bodies that had collapsed after forcibly integrating various Kekkei Genkai, and rows upon rows of Sharingan eyes of varying sizes preserved in formaldehyde. The walls were hung with detailed experiment records. Report No. 73, feasibility of fusing First Hokage cells with the Sharingan, clinical observations on the impact of emotional deprivation on ninja loyalty, tolerance analysis of the tongue-silencing root severance seal among orphans of different age groups. Behind every report was a human life. Itachi's face went pale. He knew Root was dark, but he had never imagined it could be this dark. This was no ninja organization. It was absolute hell on earth. Angry, disgusted, Ming's voice sounded beside him. Itachi did not answer, though his chest rose and fell rapidly. This is what Danzo believes in. The root that must exist to protect the great tree of Konoha, Ming said. In the name of protection, he commits acts more cruel and wicked than any enemy. He has defiled the will of fire, and he has defiled the very word Root. Ming led him further inside, and they arrived at a vast training ground. Standing on the training ground were over 100 children. The oldest were no more than teenagers while the youngest were only 5 or 6 years old. They all wore identical black uniforms and white masks devoid of facial features, their eyes hollow and empty, betraying no emotion whatsoever. At the center of the training ground, a Root member wearing a squad leader's mask was issuing orders. Group sparring begin. The rules remain the same. Only the last one standing earns the right to become a member of Root. The rest are worthless. At his command, the 100 children moved. Without hesitation, they raised their kunai toward their comrades beside them. No shouts, no screams of pain. Only the metallic clash of weapons and the dull sound of blades slicing through flesh. These children fought the most brutal slaughter against each other like puppets. Itachi stood frozen at this scene. Thud! A little girl of only 6 or 7 was pierced through the chest in one strike by her companion. She fell to the ground, those eyes that should have been innocent and pure now filled with nothing but emptiness. What had fallen was merely a broken toy. Enough! Itachi's voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, an unstoppable killing intent erupted from his body. He wanted to kill everyone here. No, he wanted to burn this place of sin to the ground along with himself. Calm down. A hand pressed onto his shoulder. Yenming's voice helped him regain composure. You want to kill them? These children are also victims. Their minds have already been controlled by Danzo using the tongue-silencing root severance seal and drugs. They have no will of their own. Itachi stopped. Indeed, what difference would killing them make from killing Danzo? But what else could he do? They had become nothing but killing machines that only executed orders. Watching the children still tearing each other apart, staring into this bottomless abyss of sin, Itachi wavered in his chosen path for the first time. Perhaps his decision to bear everything alone had been a mistake from the very beginning. Just then the children and Root members still engaged in slaughter on the training ground all stopped. All eyes turned toward Yenming and Itachi at the entrance. Intruders. The squad leader spat out 2 words. Eliminate them. Next, over 100 Root members, including those children, charged toward Yenming and Itachi from all directions. The short blades and kunai in their hands were coated with poison, glinting in the dim underground space, all aimed at the vital points of Yenming and Itachi, their hearts and throats. These people had no killing intent nor any emotion, they were simply executing the most efficient attack. This was Root, the tool that Danzo had spent decades cultivating, one that only knew how to obey orders. Faced with this encirclement, Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan immediately locked onto the dozen or so individuals charging at the front. Amaterasu. Black flames appeared on those people about to ignite. But just as the flames were about to burn, disperse. Yenming's voice was calm. The yet unignited black flames of Amaterasu simply dissipated in the air. Itachi was stunned. His own Amaterasu was stopped by a single word. How could this be? I told you they are also victims. Yenming didn't look at the enemies swarming around him, he only looked at Itachi. Ending evil with killing is the stupidest approach. Today I will teach you something new. As soon as he finished speaking, the attacks of the Root members had already arrived. The fastest short blade was less than 3 inches from Yenming's back. Itachi's heart was in his throat, he instinctively wanted to activate Susanoo. But Yenming remained standing still, motionless. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The crisp sound echoed through the empty underground space. All the Root members rushing toward them, whether adult ninja or children, stopped mid-air, frozen in their attack poses, unable to move. Their eyes remained hollow, but their bodies could no longer advance an inch. This is... Itachi stared at the scene, completely dumbfounded. What kind of jutsu was this? Without hand seals, without any chakra fluctuation, a single snap controlled over 100 ninja. This had already surpassed his understanding of ninjutsu. Don't try to understand my ability with your limited knowledge of ninjutsu, Yenming said. To you this is a miracle. To me it's merely the most basic application of energy and laws. He stepped forward, walking through the frozen ninja, and reached the center of the training ground. He looked at the masked children, a hint of pity in his eyes. That old bastard Danzo, in order to control them, carved the tongue cutter seal on each of their tongues, preventing them from revealing any secrets about Root. At the same time, he used drugs and mental secret techniques to strip them of their emotions, erase their pasts, and turn them into tools that only knew how to kill and obey. In a sense, they are already dead. Itachi listened to Yenming's words, feeling a heavy heart. Yes, these children. Their souls were already dead. But, Yenming smiled, death does not mean the end. In my hands it can also be a new beginning. With that he closed his eyes. A golden energy radiated from him, gentle and warm. This energy was not as violent as chakra, nor as difficult to control as sage techniques. It carried the breath of life. The golden light swept through the entire underground space. All Root members, bathed in the light, began to tremble. Itachi saw clearly through his Sharingan. The black curse marks on the tongues of the adult ninja were rapidly dissolving, eventually vanishing. The changes in the children were even more dramatic. The white masks on their faces began to crack. Crack, crack. The sound of masks shattering echoed incessantly. Finally, with a bang, all the masks shattered at the same time, falling to the ground. Beneath the masks were young faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. Their previously hollow eyes began to regain life, mingling confusion, fear, and curiosity. These were the eyes of normal children. Where am I? A 7 or 8-year-old boy looked at his hands, then around, asking timidly, "Mommy, I want mommy." A younger girl nearby, seeing so many strangers, burst into tears with a wail. Crying seemed contagious. Soon, all the children began to cry, searching for their parents. They didn't remember why they were here, nor did they recall that they had been fighting each other moments ago. Those dark memories of Root seemed to have been completely erased from their minds. Now what remained were the vague memories of home and parents from before they entered Root. Itachi stood still, staring blankly at all of this. Watching the crying children, watching those who had been turned from killing tools back into ordinary youths. His body trembled. It was not fear, but overwhelming shock. This was the power of creation, the power of redemption. He had always believed that protection meant sacrifice. To protect the many, the few must be sacrificed. For the sake of the village, the clan must be sacrificed. This was the ninja law he had always been forced to accept. But today, Senior Yenming showed him through action that true protection means giving everyone a chance to live again. Itachi's eyes were a bit moist. He looked at Yenming's back, which seemed to overlap with the legendary Sage of Six Paths. No, even greater than the Sage of Six Paths. All right, stop crying. Yenming's voice cut through the children's sobs, carrying a power that could calm them down. The children actually stopped crying, their tear-stained eyes all looking at him. From today, you are free, Yenming said with a smile. You will have a new home, new companions, and you will learn how to laugh and play again. You will become ninja of Konoha for the sake of protection. Protect your companions, protect this village, protect everything you wish to protect. Having said that, he turned to look at Itachi. I'll leave the rest to you. Take these children and the living people in the cells out. Notify Tsunade, let her handle the aftermath. Yes. Yes, Senior Yenming. Itachi snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously, his voice filled with excitement. Once these children left, Konoha would usher in a new beginning from the root. Half an hour later, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade was being driven to distraction by a pile of budget reports on the village's post-war reconstruction, wishing she could rush out right now and find a casino to drown her sorrows. Just then the office door was pushed open. An ANBU ninja knelt on one knee, reporting urgently, Hokage-sama. Something terrible has happened. What is it? Has the sky fallen? Tsunade snapped. It's worse than the sky falling. The ANBU ninja swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Uchiha Itachi has brought out over 100 children and dozens of unidentified individuals from an underground base we never discovered. According to Captain Itachi, that place is the headquarters of Root. Tsunade froze. What did you say? And Captain Itachi also said this was Senior Yenming's order. Senior. He single-handedly. The entire Root organization. The ANBU ninja's words were cut off. Tsunade had already rushed out the window. When she arrived at the scene, saw the hundreds of bewildered children, saw Itachi's complex expression, and heard his brief account of what happened underground. The newly appointed 5th Hokage fell silent. She was still worrying about the village's finances and personnel changes. Yet that ancestor had quietly resolved the great trouble of Konoha's Root. Moreover, the method he used was beyond anything she could have dreamed of. For the first time, she realized just how vast the gap between herself and that man truly was. It was a gap in the level of existence like that between mortals and gods. The upheaval in Konohagakure soon spread across the entire ninja world. Initially, the intelligence received by the major villages merely reported that Orochimaru's invasion had failed, and the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was gravely wounded. Though this news was a major revelation, it still fell within everyone's comprehension. However, half a day later, a second, third, fourth, and even more outrageous intel were urgently delivered to the desks of the Kage of each major village. Massive purge of Konoha's high-ranking officials. Elder advisors Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane, along with Root leader Danzo Shimura, arrested on multiple felony charges and sentenced to life imprisonment. Truth of the Uchiha clan massacre revealed. S-rank missing Nin Itachi Uchiha reinstated as a Konoha shinobi, granted the title Hero of Konoha, and appointed as the new head of the ANBU. Identity of the 4th Hokage's son unveiled. Naruto Uzumaki, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, is the orphan of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi steps down in disgrace. Tsunade, granddaughter of the 1st Hokage and one of the 3 legendary Sannin, becomes the 5th Hokage. Each piece of intelligence alone was enough to stir turmoil in the ninja world. When all these reports converged, the resulting impact defied description. It was an upheaval, a complete and utter upheaval. The intelligence divisions of all major villages were thrown into chaos. They had never witnessed such a dense and explosive barrage of news. What in the world had happened to Konoha? When the final and most critical piece of intelligence was deciphered, every Kage arose from their seat in astonishment. A mysterious powerhouse named Shinsho Yenming has appeared in Konoha, claiming to be the uncle of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Single-handedly, he suppressed the entire assembly and orchestrated all the recent transformations within Konoha. His strength. Unfathomable. Shinsho Yinming. This name was utterly unfamiliar to the vast majority of shinobi. But to those Kage who stood at the pinnacle of power, and to the village elders who had lived the longest, that name was a taboo buried in the dust for decades. The Wagakure Tsuchikage's office. Bang! The third Tsuchikage Inoki, a venerable old man renowned in the ninja world, slammed his fist on the desk after reading the report. His body, often plagued by chronic back pain, stood ramrod straight, and his diminutive frame erupted with a formidable aura. Shinsho Yinming. His voice trembled with a quiver he himself did not notice. Grandfather, do you know this person? Asked Kuratsuchi, who stood nearby, her curiosity piqued. She had never seen her grandfather so agitated. Inoki did not answer. His mind drifted back to the distant battlefields of the first great ninja war. Back then he was but a greenhorn youth following the first Tsuchikage. He had once laid eyes on that man. The man who single-handedly ground Madara Uchiha and the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju into the dirt. His power had transcended the bounds of ninja. It was a force of nature, an insurmountable calamity. Impossible. Impossible. Inoki muttered to himself. He should have died long ago. How could he still be alive? And looking so young. Immediately. Contact the other 4 great nations. Inoki turned and barked at his secretary. I have urgent intelligence and demand a 5 Kage summit. No, wait. He calmed himself. The situation was unclear. He could not act rashly. Issue my orders. Inoki's expression turned grave. From this day forth, no IWA shinobi is to set foot in the land of fire without my explicit command. All missions related to Konoha are suspended immediately. Violators will be charged with treason. Kimobikure Reikage's office. Huh. Shinsho Yinming. What the hell is that? The 4th Reikage, a towering nearly 2 meters tall, sneered at the intelligence in his hand. The uncle of the first and second Hokage. How old must that geezer be? Still alive. There's a limit to making up stories. He crumpled the report into a ball and tossed it into the trash. I think this is nothing but a Konoha conspiracy, spreading false information to pull the wool over our eyes. Reikage-sama, do not be careless. His secretary Mabui calmly advised. This report was sent back by our deepest undercover agent in Konoha, and its credibility is extremely high. Moreover, according to the description, that Shinsho Yinming walked out of the dead demon-consuming seal cast by the 3rd Hokage. What? The Reikage froze mid-motion, crawled out of the Shinigami's belly. That was even more absurd than the first Hokage using would release. Sorcery and trickery. The Reikage snorted coldly, his muscles bulging as blue lightning crackled across his body. I don't care who this Shinsho Yinming is. If he tries any tricks in front of Kimobikure, I'll split him in 2 with my lightning lariat. Issue my orders. Have Yujito and Killer Bee increase their vigilance. Send men to the land of fire border to keep watch. I want to see what this so-called old ancestor is really made of. Hiragakure Mizukage's office. My how impressive, said the newly appointed 5th Mizukage Meiterumi with an intrigued smile as she read the report. She gently blew the bangs from her forehead, her eyes seductive. An ancestor of the Senju clan, and one who crawled out of the Shinigami's stomach. Sounds like a story straight out of a picture book. Standing beside her, the elder Ao wore a grim expression. Mizukage-sama, this is no trivial matter. The name Shinsho Yinming appears in the village's oldest archives. He is described as a being beyond the gods. Oh, Mei's interest deepened. Beyond the gods. What would that be like? I would love to see it with my own eyes. Her village had just emerged from the terror of the Bloody Mist era with countless internal problems and a long road to recovery. This upheaval in Konoha was both a threat and an opportunity for her. Issue orders to temporarily seal the borders. Until we understand Konoha's true intentions, Kirigakure will not partake in any conflict. Additionally, she licked her lips, a glint flashing in her eyes. Send someone to find out. Is this Lord Shinsho Yinming married? Sunagakure meeting room. The atmosphere was oppressive, as Konoha's ally Suna should have rejoiced in Konoha's strength. But the senior advisors led by Ebizo wore expressions of deep worry. Too powerful. The power displayed in Konoha's transformation far exceeds our imagination. A being who can arbitrarily depose a Hokage, purge the upper echelons, and even overturn the truth of a clan massacre. His will directly determine Konoha's future. And such a powerful Konoha. Is it truly a good thing for Suna? Can our alliance still be as equal as before? One sharp question after another was raised. Baki stood silently on the sidelines, but the cold sweat on his forehead betrayed his inner turmoil. After a long silence, Ebizo sighed. As things stand, we have no other choice. Send word to Konoha. Sunagakure congratulates the 5th Hokage on her appointment. At the same time, dispatch a delegation with lavish gifts to Konoha to pay respects to that Lord Yinming. Keep a low posture. From today onward, Suna's destiny is no longer in our own hands. The entire ninja world was on edge, currents shifting beneath the surface. All eyes of the great nations were fixed on Konohagakure, which appeared calm on the surface, but had already undergone a change of regime. And also on the man, whose mere name had shaken the world. In the country of Tianyan, within the hidden Sound Village. Deep in the dark and damp underground base, Orochimaru gazed at the scroll containing the latest intelligence on Konoha gathered by Kabuto, a flush of crimson spreading across his pallid face. His golden slit-like pupils constricted as he extended his long tongue to lick his lips, emitting a hissing sound like a venomous snake fixated on its prey. Shinsho Yenming. Escaped from the dead demon consuming seal. Rejuvenated. No immortal. He muttered these words in a hoarse voice, his gaze burning with fervor. The fear and humiliation of fleeing Konoha were cast aside, replaced by nothing but excitement and greed. Powerful. That man's strength surpassed his comprehension. The immortality he sought seemed crude and laughable in the face of the other's undying nature. Truth. This is the ultimate key to the truth of the world. Orochimaru's body trembled with excitement. He had spent his entire life exploring the mysteries of life, conducting various human experiments, betraying Konoha, and standing against the entire world. He believed his living corpse reincarnation was the pinnacle of immortality. But now a more perfect immortal body had appeared before him. That perfect life form, that power beyond reason. I must have him. I must uncover every secret within his body. Orochimaru's eyes burned with possessiveness. Kabuto, he called into the empty room. Yakushi Kabuto appeared behind him. Lord Orochimaru, abandon all infiltration plans against Konoha. Orochimaru issued a new command, his voice sharp. From now on, all our resources and efforts will focus on one target. Monitor Shinsho Yenming. I want to know his every move. Every word he says, every action he takes, even what he eats every day. I must know it all. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. However, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto reminded. Lord Yenming warned you before he left. To behave yourself. The fervor on Orochimaru's face vanished. The memory of that man's kick to his face before he left, along with the warning, I'll turn you into real snake soup, resurfaced in his mind. A chill ran down his spine. He shivered. Yes, that man was both a god and a demon. Before him, Orochimaru was less than an ant. Spy on him. Wasn't that suicide? Ahem. Orochimaru coughed to calm himself. What I mean is we must show Lord Yenming the utmost respect. Without Lord Yenming's permission, we cannot act rashly. Our mission is to conduct research diligently and strive to produce something that will satisfy Lord Yenming as soon as possible. Understand? Yes, I understand, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto bowed his head. Orochimaru was truly terrified. At the summit of the towering iron tower in the hidden rain village, cold rain relentlessly washed over the sealed country. Pain Tiandao, the puppet of Nagato, hovered in midair, his orange Rinnegan, gazing indifferently at the peaceful city he had built. Conan's form materialized from countless paper fragments beside him. The intelligence from Konoha has been confirmed. Her voice was flat. Shinsho Yenming is the uncle of the first and second Hokage, a legendary figure who should have died decades ago, now reappearing. He has altered Konoha's power structure and appears to possess power far beyond our estimates. Pain Tiandao turned his Rinnegan devoid of emotion. A piece outside the plan. Did Zetsu's intelligence mention this man? No, Conan shook her head. The latest intelligence from Zetsu indicates that his spore clones cannot approach that person. Once they enter a 100-meter radius around him, they are directly purified by an unknown force, unable to obtain any effective information. Even Zetsu cannot probe him. Pain frowned. This was unprecedented. Not only that, Conan continued. According to reports from our informants embedded in other major daimyo, that person seems to have cured Tsunade's hemophobia, and in a way we cannot comprehend, purified the entire root organization of Danzo. Purified. Yes, not killing, but turning those brainwashed ninja back into ordinary people. Pain fell silent. The Rinnegan had granted him the power of a god, allowing him to command life and death. But this power to purify souls, erase memories, and revive dead wills was beyond his understanding. This Shinsho Yenming will become an obstacle to our plan. His existence has shaken the balance of the entire ninja world and disrupted our plan to capture the tailed beasts. Conan asked, should we strike preemptively? No, Pain shook his head. Until we uncover his true nature, do not act rashly. A being who survived the dead demon consuming seal likely possesses power no less than Uchiha Madara's. Issue orders for all members to temporarily lie low. Postpone the original plan to capture the 9 tails. Our primary objective is to first collect all other tailed beasts. As for the 9 tails, and that Shinsho Yenming. Once we have the other tailed beasts, and the power of the outer path statue is sufficient to perform that technique, I will personally go to Konoha and make him feel true pain. Within the newly established intelligence division of the Hokage building in Konoha, Jiraiya, with dark circles under his eyes, slammed a scroll containing 2 days' worth of compiled intelligence onto the table before Yenming. Senior, I have not failed your trust, he said, his face full of pride. I have already uncovered some clues about the mysterious organization called Akatsuki. Oh, tell me. Yenming was lounging on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea, without even lifting his eyelids. This organization has very few members, but each is an S-class rogue ninja. For example, Sasori of the Red Sand from Sunagakure, Deidara from Awagakure, and Uchiha Itachi from our own Konoha. Their goal seems to be capturing all the tailed beasts for some nefarious purpose. Jiraiya spoke until his throat was dry, his face begging for praise. He felt his 2 days of work had been fruitful. After listening, Yiming finally set down his teacup and sat up. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, thinking the senior would praise him. Instead, Yiming looked at him as if he were an idiot and said slowly, "That's it." Huh. Jiraiya was stunned. "You spent 2 whole days just to dig up this superficial stuff that even street children know." Yiming shook his head, his face full of disdain. "Let me tell you, the leader of Akatsuki, codenamed Pain, is a brat with the Rinnegan. And that brat is Nagato, one of the 3 war orphans you took in back in the Hidden Rain village." Jiraiya was frozen in shock. "Nah, Nagato, that kind tearful child. How could he be the leader of Akatsuki and possess the Rinnegan? And this Nagato is just a puppet pushed to the front." Yiming's next words left Jiraiya's mind blank. Behind Akatsuki there is a true mastermind. A man wearing a single whole mask calling himself Uchiha Madara. But he is not the real Uchiha Madara. The true identity of this masked man is a dead man from Konoha. Yiming paused, deliberately looking at Jiraiya's completely bloodless face, and smirked. "Want to know who he is?" Jiraiya opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. His worldview had been shattered. The intelligence network he had prided himself on and built over decades was nothing more than a trifle in the eyes of this ancestor. A few casual words from the other had revealed a truth he dared not even imagine. He felt that his decades of life had been wasted. Inside the intelligence department, a profound silence reigned. Zillai stood frozen in place, his expression shifting from shock to confusion and finally to a state of existential doubt. Changmin, the Luanhu AI, the mastermind behind the scenes. A dead man claiming to be Yuzhibo Ban. Every piece of information casually uttered by Yiming shattered the cognition he had built over decades. He had always believed himself to be the one orchestrating the shadows. He had traveled far and wide to investigate the Shao organization and pursue the prophesied child, convinced that he had grasped the secrets of the world. But now he realized he was merely a chess piece jumping erratically on the board. Yiming, on the other hand, was the one who had long seen through the entire game, even knowing exactly who had created the board. The overwhelming sense of helplessness from this dimensional crushing left him breathless. What? Already dumbfounded. Yiming took a sip of his tea, his tone light and carefree. No, Senior. Zillai's voice was hoarse, his throat tight. "Everything you said. Is it all true? Do you think I need to deceive you?" Yiming countered. Zillai fell silent. Indeed, with the identity and power of this old ancestor, would there be any need to fabricate such a lie to toy with him? The answer was no. But Changmin, how does he possess the Luanhu AI? Isn't that the eye that only the legendary Lu Dao Xianren owned? Zillai pressed on. "Oh, that." Yiming pondered a moment, then explained. "That old Kager Yuzhibo Ban awakened the Luanhu AI before his death. He secretly transplanted his own eye into the young Changmin. Because Changmin was a descendant of the Xuanhua clan, his special physique could barely withstand the power of the Luanhu AI. So Changmin's possession of the Luanhu AI, it was entirely orchestrated by Yuzhibo Ban. As for that masked fake Ban..." Yiming paused. "His goal is to collect all tailed beasts, revive the Shirwei, then turn himself into the Shirwei Jinchuriki, and use the moon to cast a massive illusion over the entire world called the Wuxian Yuedu. He wants to create a perfect world, without war, without pain, where everyone can find happiness in dreams." Zillai listened, his scalp tingling. "Collecting tailed beasts. Reviving Shirwei. Wuxian Yuedu. This is utterly insane," he exclaimed. "Yes, it's quite mad." Yiming nodded in agreement. "However, the idea does have some creativity, Zillai. This is called creativity. This is a plan to destroy the world." He was about to lose track of the old ancestor's train of thought. At that moment, the door of the office was pushed open. Gangsho walked in. Seeing Zillai's shell-shocked, life-doubting expression, she was not surprised at all. She walked over to Zillai, patted his shoulder, and comforted him with the tone of someone who had been through it. "You'll get used to it. Before this old monster, our so-called common sense and efforts are utterly meaningless. What you're experiencing now I went through just a couple of days ago. In a little while you'll find that self-isolation is actually quite comfortable, Zillai." He looked at Gangsho's expression of, "I've already accepted it," and his face twitched. "What kind of consolation is that, Senior?" Gangsho turned to Yiming, her expression turning serious. "Since you know everything, what do you plan to do? Whether it's the Shao organization or that masked man, their target is the nine-tailed fox, which is Ming Run. We cannot sit idle. What's the rush?" Yiming waved a hand. "A bunch of minor clowns who won't last long. Before they collect the other 8-tailed beasts, they won't dare to come to my and court death. We have more important matters to attend to now." "More important matters?" Gangsho and Zillai were both stunned. What could be more important than dealing with a terrorist organization aiming to destroy the world? Yiming looked out the window at the training ground of the ninja school in the distance. There a group of newly graduated genin were practicing throwing Shilijian. Their movements were clumsy, slow, and entirely wrong. "The next generation of Mai is too weak." Yiming spoke, his tone filled with discontent. The education system of the ninja school is outdated, rigid, and inefficient. It produces a bunch of cannon fodder who only follow orders step by step, not ninjas who can stand on their own and truly change the course of battle. Just look at those two brats, Ming Ren and Zuizhu. One is the son of the fourth Hokage with the Xuanhua clan physique and the nine-tailed fox cheat. The other is the orphan of the Uchiha clan. Both have top-tier talents, but what's the result? One is ostracized by the entire village and can't even use the Sanshin Shu properly. The other is obsessed with revenge, wasting all his power on showing off. It's a total waste of talent. Yan Ming's brow furrowed deeper as he spoke. So before those flies come knocking, I've decided to launch a thorough revolution of Mai's education system. He stood up from the sofa, stretched, and his joints emitted a series of crisp cracks. From today on, I am the honorary principal and chief instructor of my ninja school. I'm going to personally step in and teach those little brats a proper lesson. Gang Shou and Zilai exchanged glances. This old ancestor, ignoring the huge threat of the Shao organization, actually wants to become a kid's leader. Isn't this vibe a bit off? Senior, you mean? You want to personally teach Ming Ren and the others? Zilai asked tentatively. Not just them. Yan Ming grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. All the little ones I think have potential, like that caged bird from the Rishang clan. I'll let them know what a true ninja really is. With that, Yan Ming vanished. Only Gang Shou and Zilai were left in the office staring at each other. He said he was going to be the principal. Gang Shou asked uncertainly. Seems that's what he meant. Zilai nodded dumbly. The next day at Training Ground 7 in Konoha, Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno stood there with bewildered expressions. Before them, Yan Ming sat on a grand armchair sourced from somewhere unknown, picking his teeth. From today onward, you three are under my command. Yan Ming spat out the toothpick. Kakashi's methods are like playing house, far too slow. In my class, there's no theory, only practice. There are only 3 things you need to learn. He raised 3 fingers. First, how to survive. Second, how to survive with greater ease. Third, how to ensure your enemies cannot survive. Naruto was thoroughly confused, but he raised his hand eagerly nonetheless. Ancestor Grandpa, when will we start training? Will we learn more powerful jutsu? Although Sasuke remained silent, his eyes were equally filled with anticipation. He had already awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and what he craved most now was the formidable power to match this ocular prowess. Sakura Haruno, on the other hand, was tense and uneasy, wondering why the legendary ancestor had summoned her as well. Training. Yan Ming glanced at Naruto. Don't rush. Before training, we need to address each of your individual issues. He first turned to Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha. Yes. Sasuke straightened his posture. Your problem is that you possess a treasure mountain, but have no idea how to mine it. Yan Ming continued, the 3 Tomo Sharingan in your hands. Aside from allowing you to see a bit more clearly and copy some low-level jutsu, what else is it good for? Sasuke's face flushed instantly, for Yan Ming had spoken the truth. The essence of the Sharingan is the ultimate manifestation of In release, the physical embodiment of spiritual energy. Its greatest strength lies not in copying, but in observation, prediction, and the application of Jinjutsu. From today, your training task is simple. Yan Ming pointed to a nearby restricted area marked as a minefield, a zone the second Hokage had once used for testing forbidden techniques, still littered with countless low-grade explosive tags and various trigger-based traps. See that forest over there? Go in. Emerge from the other side without triggering a single trap. Only when you accomplish this will your first phase of training be deemed satisfactory. Sasuke's face turned pale as he gazed at the perilous minefield radiating danger. Are you kidding me? That's a death zone even ordinary Jonin dare not set foot in. And he's ordering a genin to enter. This isn't training. It's sending him to his death. What? Scared? Yan Ming asked. Where is the pride of the Uchiha clan? Goaded. Sasuke stiffened his neck and gritted his teeth. Who's scared? I'll go. With that, he activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan, blurred into motion, and dashed into the minefield. Barely 3 seconds passed. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, black smoke billowing into the sky. Sasuke's figure flew backward out of the forest, charred black hair standing on end, smoke curling from his mouth. Cough. Too fast, I couldn't react at all. He struggled to get up, but his body went limp and he collapsed unconscious. Naruto and Sakura were dumbfounded. That was it. Drag him aside and don't block the space, Yan Ming ordered Sakura. Oh. Sakura hurried over and clumsily dragged the unconscious Sasuke under the shade of a tree. Yan Ming's gaze then fell upon Naruto. Naruto shuddered, a grim foreboding churning in his gut. If even Sasuke was taken out instantly, his own fate would surely be worse. Naruto, Uzumaki. Present. Naruto snapped to attention. Your problem is even more serious than Sasuke's, Yan Ming said. You have a nuclear-powered power bank living inside you, yet you're constantly using AA battery levels and nearly draining yourself to zero several times. Power bank. AA battery. Naruto looked utterly bewildered. Yan Ming didn't bother to explain, instead pointing a finger at his forehead. Naruto's vision blurred, and he found himself in a dark, damp sewer. Before him behind an iron grate lay a colossal red fox with 9 tails, its body as massive as a mountain, snoring loudly. And 9 tails. Naruto fell to the ground in terror. Yokorama, wake up. Don't sleep. Yen-Ming's voice sounded beside Naruto. The 9 tails' enormous eye cracked open a slit. When it saw Yen-Ming's face, its pupils constricted. This chakra, it's that old bastard. A fear rooted deep in its bloodline roused it fully. You, what do you want it? The 9 tails' voice thundered like rolling thunder, echoing through the entire mental space. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to fight you. Yen-Ming picked his ear and said, I'm here to discuss a partnership. Partnership? The 9 tails was stunned. Exactly. Yen-Ming gestured to Naruto. This kid is my descendant and your future landlord. I figure you've been freeloading rent-free in his belly every day. Don't you think that's a bit unreasonable? The 9 tails. Landlord. Rent. What on earth was all this? So I've drawn up a roommate agreement for you two, Yen-Ming said. From today you will provide Naruto with high-quality chakra every day on time and in the proper amount as your rent. In return, Naruto will provide you with lodging, and once he's strong enough he'll consider getting you a seaside penthouse with a view instead of this miserable sewer. How about it? Isn't that a fair deal? The 9 tails listened, then laughed in fury. The mighty strongest tailed beast Kurama had never endured such humiliation. Get lost. It roared. I earned my place here through my own power. Why should I pay rent? Oh, Yen-Ming said. It seems you prefer the hard way. He turned to the terrified Naruto and said, Naruto, I'm giving you a mission. Huh? What mission? Use your mouth to convince it, Yen-Ming said, pointing at the 9 tails. Your training will begin only when it agrees to pay rent. Remember, no physical force, only words. But that's impossible. Naruto was on the verge of tears, reasoning with the 9 tails. That was even more absurd than sending Sasuke to bounce through a minefield. Nothing is impossible. Yen-Ming's form began to fade. I believe in you. After all, you're the man who's going to become Hokage. If you can't even handle your own tenant, how will you ever manage an entire village? With that, Yen-Ming vanished, leaving Naruto alone with the enraged 9 tails staring at each other. Kid. The 9 tails' murderous voice rumbled. What did that old bastard say? You're supposed to convince me with words. Why ya? Naruto's teeth chattered in terror. Very well. The 9 tails bared its fangs in a grin. Then come here. I promise I won't kill you. Aya! A piercing scream echoed throughout the mental space. Outside on the training ground, Yen-Ming opened his eyes while Naruto collapsed limply to the ground, foaming at the mouth, his mind reeling from the shock. Yen-Ming's gaze settled on the last one, standing Sakura Haruno. Sakura's heart pounded as if it might burst. Sakura Haruno. Yes. Your problem is that your mind is fairly sharp, but your strength is far too lacking, and you have no clear plan for your life. Yen-Ming continued, you like Sasuke, don't you? Sakura's face flushed crimson, and she hung her head in silence. Admiring the strong is an instinct of all living things. There's no shame in it, Yen-Ming said. But have you considered that given the heights Sasuke will reach if you remain this weak, you won't even qualify to stand by his side? You can only watch helplessly as he drifts further and further away until you can no longer even see his back. These words stirred many memories in Sakura. She recalled her helplessness when facing Orochimaru during the Chunin exams. She remembered the guilt of being unable to do anything while watching Naruto and Sasuke lying gravely wounded in the hospital. Yes, she was too weak. I don't want this. Sakura looked up, her eyes blazing with stubbornness and defiance. I want to become stronger. I want to fight alongside them. Very good. Yen-Ming nodded. With that resolve, there's still hope. Your chakra control is the best among your peers. That's your talent for becoming a medical ninja. However, I won't let you follow Tsunade's path. From today, your training will be divided into 2 parts. First, go to Tsunade and learn all her medical jutsu, memorize every bit of theoretical knowledge. Second, Yen-Ming produced a thick book, its cover adorned with strange runes. This is a book I happened to pick up during my travels in a place called the Whirlpool Country when I was young, a detailed explanation of basic sealing jutsu. You must master it all. Medical jutsu plus sealing jutsu. I intend to mold you into an all-round battle mage, someone who can heal teammates, control the battlefield, and use all sorts of bizarre sealing techniques to toy with your enemies to death. Understand? Sakura looked at the book thicker than a brick, then at the still smoking Sasuke and the frothing Naruto, and swallowed hard. She sensed that her future days would be no easier than theirs. In the days that followed, the 7th training ground became a hell on earth. Every day before dawn, Sasuke would be kicked into a minefield by Yen-Ming, blasted out by a series of explosions, passed out, revived by Yen-Ming's yang released power, and then kicked back in again. Naruto, on the other hand, persisted in his mental world day after day, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of talk no jutsu on the 9 tails. He talked about everything from poetry to philosophy, from the various ways to eat ramen to how to become a welcome tenant. The 9 tails, initially furious, then annoyed, and now numb, felt that the killing intent it had accumulated over centuries was being worn away by this brat. Sakura fared a bit better. She spent her days in Tsunade's office studying like mad, while at night, Yen-Ming dragged her to the training ground, where she practiced medical ninjutsu on Naruto and Sasuke, while learning those mind-bogglingly complex sealing techniques. In just a few days all three had visibly thinned, but their eyes grew brighter. Sasuke lasted longer and longer in the minefield. His 3-Tomo Sharingan's dynamic vision and reaction speed had improved considerably. Although Naruto hadn't yet convinced the Nine Tails, he could now actively and sparingly borrow its chakra without the previous berserk out-of-control feeling. Sakura in particular made rapid progress. She could now proficiently use the mystical palm technique and had successfully inscribed the most basic adamantine sealing chains formation on a practice slab of pork. That day Yanming looked at the three brats who had been tortured beyond recognition and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Teachable. Today's training is suspended. Oh yeah. Naruto was the first to cheer, collapsing onto the ground like a fish out of water. Sasuke and Sakura also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if their bones were about to fall apart. Don't celebrate too soon. Yanming poured cold water on them. Today we have an off-campus practical lesson. Off-campus. All three were taken aback. That's right, Yanming grinned. I'm taking you to visit an old friend. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan compound, Hayashi Hyuga, the stern and solemn head of the main family, stood respectfully before Yanming, hardly daring to breathe. Beside him, Neji Hyuga wore a cold expression. Lord Yanming, your presence is an honor. May I ask what business you have? Hayashi asked cautiously. Yanming ignored him, walking straight up to Neji. Neji Hyuga. Neji said nothing, just stared coldly at him with his Byakugan. Still resentful of your fate? Yanming asked. Still hate the main family and this damned caged bird curse mark? Neji stiffened. I don't know what you're talking about, he insisted stubbornly. Enough, don't play dumb with me. Yanming waved his hand impatiently. I see through your little thoughts. Your father Hisashi's death wasn't forced by the main family. It was his own choice to protect his elder brother and break the fated cycle of main and branch families. He was a great ninja, a great father, a great challenger. Neji's pupils contracted. The truth about his father's death. As for this so-called caged bird, Yanming reached out and touched the green curse mark on Neji's forehead. This technique was originally created to protect the Byakugan from being stolen by outsiders. But you descendants have turned it into a tool to control the branch family. Utterly foolish. As his words fell, a gentle golden light flowed from his fingertip. Neji's forehead grew warm. The caged bird curse mark, which had bound him like a parasitic worm since childhood and caused him agony, was visibly fading, dissolving. Hayashi Hyuga's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The caged bird. Removed? How could this be? The caged bird was a curse mark engraved on the soul and bloodline that could only be undone if the caster died. Yet now it had been casually erased. From today onward, there will be no distinction between main and branch families in the Hyuga clan, Yanming said, withdrawing his finger and addressing Hayashi. I will remove the caged bird from all branch members. If I ever find that you Hyuga are still engaging in class conflict and internal strife, then the Hyuga clan will no longer have a reason to exist. Hayashi Hyuga trembled, cold sweat dripping as he knelt. Yes, I shall heed Lord Yanming's teachings. The Hyuga clan will surely reform. Yanming ignored him, looking at Neji, still frozen in place. Kid, fate is in your own hands. Your father opened the door of the cage for you. How high you can fly is up to you. Now pack up and come with me. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Konoha, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and a bewildered Neji stared at each other. So our practical lesson today is to go to the Hidden Sound Village to find Orochimaru. Naruto finally couldn't help but ask. That's right. Yanming nodded. What are we going to see that pervert for? Isn't he our enemy? Sasuke frowned. Enemy? Yanming laughed. In this world there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Orochimaru is a decent research talent. I'm going to invest some funds and have him do some research for me. With that, Yanming waved his hand, and several white, vaguely humanoid objects still writhing, slightly sealed in scrolls, appeared before them. What are those? Sakura asked curiously. Some unruly plant people trying to crawl out from underground and cause trouble. Yanming explained casually. Perfect as experimental material for Orochimaru. Alright, let's go. Yanming grabbed Naruto and Sasuke, one under each arm, while Neji and Sakura followed. They vanished in a streak of light. At Orochimaru's underground base in the Hidden Sound Village, when Yanming with the four kids appeared in the deepest laboratory, as if strolling through his own backyard, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi nearly dropped to their knees in terror. Ella, Lord Yanming, our ancestor. Orochimaru stammered, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. Why have you come? You should have notified me beforehand, so I could welcome you at the village gate. No need for a welcome. Yanming casually tossed the sealed scrolls on the ground. I'm bringing you some research funding. Orochimaru stepped forward and carefully unsealed one scroll. When he saw the white Zetsu clone teeming with vitality and possessing Hashirama's cells, his eyes lit up. This is a perfect Hashirama cell carrier. His scientist fanaticism overcame his fear. With this, my research will surely make a breakthrough. Good, Yanming nodded. I'm not giving you these materials for free. I need you to research a few topics for me. First, how to perfectly fuse different types of Kekkei Genkai into a single body. Second, how to mass-produce clones while ensuring absolute loyalty. Third, Yin Ming's gaze fell on a girl in the corner of the lab wearing glasses and having the same bright red hair as Naruto's mother. The girl flinched when she saw Yin Ming looking at her hiding behind a pillar. That girl is from the Uzumaki clan, isn't she? Yin Ming asked. Why yes, Orochimaru answered. Her name is Karen. I rescued her from the Kusagakure. She has powerful healing abilities and chakra sensing. She's mine now, Yin Ming declared directly. Huh. Orochimaru was taken aback. Consider it an advance payment for your research funding. Yin Ming said. Why yes, of course. Orochimaru dared not refuse. He went to the corner and brought the girl named Karen before Yin Ming. Karen, from today onward you will follow this lord. Karen timidly raised her head, and when she saw Sasuke's face her eyes turned into hearts. She immediately blushed. Yin Ming watched this and smiled. Good. Sasuke's future mobile blood pack and super sensory radar were secured. Alright, business done. Time to go. Yin Ming turned to leave with the 5 kids. Lord Ancestor, please wait. Orochimaru suddenly gathered the courage to call out. Something else. Yin Ming turned back. Orochimaru rubbed his hands together fawningly asking that. Lord Ancestor, when will you come again to deliver funding? And how should I report to you if there's progress in the research? Yin Ming thought for a moment, then tossed him a special scroll. Use this to contact me if you have something. As for funding, it depends on my mood. With that, their figures vanished from the lab, leaving Orochimaru clutching the scroll and the precious experimental materials trembling with excitement. He felt that the door to immortality had cracked open for him. When Yin Ming returned to Konoha with the 5 little ones, the atmosphere in the village felt off tense. The Hokage building was brightly lit with countless shinobi coming and going in a hurry. What's going on? Naruto asked curiously. Before anyone could answer, several figures appeared in front of them with a teleportation. It was Kakashi Asuma and Kurenai. Senior, you're back. Kakashi, upon seeing Yin Ming, looked as if he had found a pillar of support. Lady Tsunade has been looking for you everywhere. Looking for me? What major incident happened? Yin Ming asked. Kakashi's expression was grim. He glanced at Naruto behind Yin Ming and lowered his voice. An urgent request for aid has come from Sunagakure. Their Jinchuriki Gaara has been captured by the Akatsuki. What a... Naruto's sharp ears caught it immediately, and he cried out on the spot. Gaara was captured. His face was full of anxiety and worry. During the Chunin exams, he and Gaara had become friends through their fight. As a fellow Jinchuriki, he deeply understood Gaara's loneliness and pain. Hearing that his friend was in trouble, how could he not be anxious? Akatsuki. Sasuke's eyes also turned cold. He thought of his older brother Uchiha Itachi. Although Itachi had now returned to the village, he still remembered that organization. Let's go to the Hokage's office first. Yin Ming's expression remained unchanged. In the Hokage's office, a group of people were mostly silent, the atmosphere stifling. Tsunade was standing before a huge map of the ninja world, her expression grim. Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and all the jonin currently in the village had gathered here. When they saw Yin Ming enter with the kids, everyone turned to look. Senior, you're finally back. Tsunade hurried over, her tone urgent. I already know about the situation. Yin Ming waved his hand and walked straight to the map. Tell me your plan. Tsunade took a deep breath, pointed to the route on the map, and said in a low voice, according to intelligence from Suna, the ones who captured Gaara are members of the Akatsuki Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara. Their route is likely along this line, heading back to their base in the Land of Rivers. My plan is to immediately dispatch 2 elite squads led by Kakashi and Might Guy set off at once to pursue the enemy and rescue the Kazekage. At the same time, I will issue an S-rank wanted order in the name of the 5th Hokage to all checkpoints in the Land of Fire, doing everything possible to intercept the Akatsuki members. This is a very standard, very safe, and very foolish plan. Before Tsunade finished speaking, Yin Ming interrupted her without any courtesy. The office fell silent. Everyone stared at Yin Ming in shock, calling the current Hokage's plan foolish in front of so many people. In the entire ninja world, only this old ancestor would dare to do that. Tsunade's face flushed red instantly. You? What do you mean? She gritted her teeth, barely restraining herself from throwing a punch. My meaning is very simple. Yin Ming turned around and scanned the jonin present. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the office heard it clearly. Passive to passive. The enemy slaps us and then runs away. We hastily send people to chase and intercept. Even if we eventually succeed in rescuing the person, what about the time, energy, and the dignity we lost from being provoked? This is not war, it's just tickling the enemy. Then what do you suggest we do? Tsunade asked irritably. What to do? Yin Ming smiled. He walked back to his group of students and patted each of their heads. Very simple. Play a different game. From now on, Konoha will no longer play defense and counterattack. We will take the initiative. The enemy wants tailed beasts. Fine, we'll use the tailed beasts as bait. Don't they like to operate in pairs? Even better, we can just wipe them off the map one by one. At these words, several people in the room changed expression. Take the initiative. Hunt the Akatsuki. This idea is too crazy. The members of the Akatsuki are all S-rank rogue ninja, each possessing enough power to destroy a small country. Actively seeking trouble with them. How is that different from suicide? Senior, this is too risky. Jiraiya was the first to step forward in opposition. Our understanding of the Akatsuki is still too shallow. Acting rashly could lead to heavy losses. Knowing little is because your intelligence work is too poor. Yanming glanced at him. And who said we have to fight them head on? He turned back to face Tsunade and said, Tsunade, all your previous orders are nullified. Now listen to my new orders. Tsunade clenched her fists. This old bastard. Doing this again. I'm the Hokage, you know. But looking at Yanming's eyes, she finally squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. Speak. First, Yanming raised a finger. In my name, formally declare war on the Akatsuki. Announce to the entire ninja world that from today, any member of the Akatsuki who dares to set foot in the land of fire will be killed without mercy. Second, reply to Sunagakure in the name of the fifth Hokage. Say that Konoha will dispatch its strongest team to provide support. Tell them to hold their ground and wait for our people to arrive. Third, Yanming looked at Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Neji, and Karen. These kids will serve as the main force of Konoha's operation, this time carrying out their first S-rank mission. What a... The moment these words were spoken, the office erupted into chaos. No, I absolutely disagree. Tsunade was the first to scream. Letting a few genin carry out an S-rank mission. Have you lost your mind? Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai also voiced their opposition. Senior, this is too reckless. They are just children. Exactly, the enemy is the Akatsuki. Only Naruto, after the initial shock, became excited instead. S-rank mission. Awesome. I'll definitely save Gaara. I have no objection, Sasuke said. I'll go too. Sakura, though scared, still gathered her courage and said. Neji and Karen looked at Yanming, waiting for his decision. All of you shut up. Yanming coldly swept his gaze across Tsunade and the Jonin. The room instantly fell silent, and no one dared to oppose anymore. I said they are the main force, but I didn't say they are the only ones going. Yanming's gaze finally settled on Uchiha Itachi, who had been silent in the corner. Itachi, here. Itachi stepped forward. You as the leader of this operation will be responsible for protecting these kids' safety at critical moments. Additionally, Yanming smiled. I'll be going too. I want to see how bold those Akatsuki brats really are, daring to touch the juniors of me, Senju Yanming, and even trying to capture my family's power bank. This time I will not only bring back the Kazekage, I will also pick up a few pets along the way to give Orochimaru as research materials. After he finished speaking, there was not a single sound in the office. He wasn't going to rescue. He was going to hunt. Yanming had already made up his mind, and no one could change it. Tsunade and the Jonin wanted to argue further, but before Yanming, they could find no reason to object. Thus, the most outrageous S-rank mission squad in Konoha's history was formed. Leader Uchiha Itachi. Members Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Neji, Uzumaki Karen. External advisor and ultimate trump card Senju Yanming. When this squad list reached the mission center, the ninja in charge of registration read it 3 times, thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him. An S-rank rogue ninja as the leader, leading 5 genin with an average age of less than 13, one of whom had just been brought back from the Otogakure to undertake an S-rank mission to rescue the Kazekage and confront the Akatsuki. Was this a suicide mission or a field trip? But when he saw the signature of Senju Yanming at the bottom of the order, he dared not say a word and directly stamped it with the highest authority seal. No kidding who would dare question that man's decision. At the entrance of Konoha village, the squad formally assembled. Naruto in his orange tracksuit was flushed with excitement, bouncing around. Awesome. Awesome. Our first S-rank mission. I'm going to make everyone look at me differently, Dadabayo. Sasuke still wore his cool expression, hands in his pockets. This was his first real battle after gaining new power. His opponent was the Akatsuki, who were connected to his brother. He could not afford to fail. Sakura and Neji stood to the side, their expressions serious, making final equipment checks. After a few days of training, their mindsets had matured far beyond their peers. Uzumaki Karen, on the other hand, was staring at Sasuke with a love-struck look, occasionally sneaking a glance at Naruto, internally torn over which couple to ship first. Uchiha Itachi, as the nominal leader, stood silently at the front of the team. He wore a standard Umbu combat suit, a fox mask on his face revealing only his Mangekyo Sharingan eyes. His aura was calm, yet concealed a hidden power. Is everyone ready? Yanming yawned as he strolled out of the village. He had changed into a convenient black combat suit, looking like a neighborly older brother going on a trip. Ready. Ancestor Grandpa. Naruto was the first to raise his hand. Then let's go. As soon as Yanming finished, Itachi's figure vanished from the spot. Sasuke and Neji followed, turning into 2 shadows and chasing after him. Sakura and Karen also moved immediately. Only Naruto stood there dumbfounded. Hey, wait for me, he yelled and quickly gave chase. Yanming watched the backs of the youngsters, smiled, and leisurely followed at the rear. The team moved swiftly through the forest. As the leader, Itachi controlled the pace to be fast enough for travel, yet not so fast that the weakest members, Sakura and Karen, would fall behind. Karen. Itachi's voice suddenly rang out during the march. Yes. Karen was startled. Focus your perception on all abnormal chakra reactions within 20 kilometers around us. Report immediately once detected. Yes, Captain. Karen closed her eyes, and her mental energy spread out like a vast net. Report. 15 kilometers to the front left, a squad of Suna Ninja is approaching rapidly. Number 4. 10 kilometers to the rear right, an unknown chakra detected moving at high speed, but quickly disappeared. Ahead. 20 kilometers ahead, 2 extremely evil and massive chakra signatures. Karen's perception ability performed remarkably at this moment. Itachi commended her inwardly. As expected of the Uzumaki clan, as such perception was invaluable on the battlefield. Good target confirmed. Itachi's voice reached everyone's ears. Sasuke Niji. Present. Activate your Sharingan and be a Kugen flank from left and right and handle reconnaissance and vigilance. I need to know the terrain and trap placements around those 2 targets. Yes. Sasuke and Niji's figures detached from the main group and vanished into the shadows of the forest. Naruto. Present. You are responsible for frontal assault and drawing their attention. Itachi's orders were simple and direct. All right, leave it to me. Naruto rubbed his hands excitedly. Sakura. Present. You and Karen stay in the center for support and healing. Treat any injuries immediately. Understood. Within a few words, Itachi had clearly assigned the tasks. Yenming, watching from behind, nodded with satisfaction. Itachi's talent was not limited to combat. He was a natural-born leader. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Deidara sat on a giant clay bird, yawning out of boredom. Beside him, a huge, bizarrely shaped figure floated silently. Hey, Uncle Scorpion, we're flying too slowly, right? Deidara complained. At this rate, we won't reach the base by nightfall. Shut up, Deidara. Sasori's raspy voice came. Better be careful, Konoha pursuers could appear at any time. TCH, what's there to fear about those Konoha guys? Deidara sneered. By the time they sluggishly catch up, we'll have already extracted the one tail. Just then, the micro-telescope in Deidara's left eye suddenly twitched. Oh, Uncle Scorpion, it seems a few little bugs have caught up ahead. He saw at the end of the ground below a small, orange figure charging toward them at astonishing speed. One person. Do Konoha ninja enjoy dying that much? A grin spread across Deidara's face. He casually pinched a few small clay spiders. Taste my art. Drink. He flung his hand, sending a dozen clay spiders hurtling toward Naruto. But just as the clay spiders were about to land, the orange figure suddenly stopped. Then, with a series of pops, hundreds of identical orange figures appeared around him. Multiple shadow clone technique. Hey, you freak in the sky. Hundreds of Narutos looked up simultaneously and pointed at Deidara, shouting, Release Gaara right now, or I'll blast you away. Deidara was a bit stunned. Was this the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Didn't the intel say he was just a dead last? How could he use so many shadow clones? Before he could react, each of those hundreds of Narutos began to form a rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere in their hands. Take this. Rasengan barraged. The next second, hundreds of Rasengans shot up like blue raindrops blanketing the sky toward Deidara and Scorpion. Deidara watched the blue orbs below surging toward him from all directions with nowhere to dodge. His smile vanished. Uncle Scorpion. This is seriously wrong. Deidara watched as the blue spheres of light came surging toward him from below, filling the sky with no room to dodge, and the smile on his face faded away. Sasori-san. His tongue almost tied itself. This is fucking wrong. Hadn't the intelligence report said the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a dim-witted dead last? How could he unleash hundreds of shadow clones at once, each one holding a Rasengan? You call this damn dead last? Shut up, Deidara. The voice of Sasori of the Red Sand came from within the Filiu, who puppet as hoarse and impatient as ever. They're just clones. Find a real body, and it's over. Easy for him to say, but the sight of hundreds of Rasengan rising into the air simultaneously was a bit beyond his expectations. Easy for you to say. Deidara screamed while maneuvering his clay bird into a frantic drift through the sky. Boom, boom. Rasengan exploded beneath him one after another, the violent gusts tossing the clay bird about like a tiny boat in a raging storm. Deidara's hairstyle was a mess, his face distorted by the wind pressure, looking utterly wretched. Damn it. Damn that brat. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Today Amir Genin was suppressing him with the most unartistic, brutish method. Art is an explosion. You bastards who don't understand art. Deidara roared, thrusting his hands back into the pouches at his waist. I'll send you to the heavens with a more splendid art. Yet the Narutos below gave him no chance. It's not over yet. Another wave. Hundreds of Narutos raised their hands once more, and another dense cluster of Rasengan began to form. Deidara's movements froze. Again, was this kid's chakra truly inexhaustible? On a distant treetop, Yenming sat cross-legged, Xiang Lin standing respectfully beside him, carefully handing him a peeled orange. Yenming took the orange, broke off a segment, and tossed it into his mouth, mumbling to Itachi beside him, Little Itachi, is this your former teammate? Itachi wore a fox mask, his expression unreadable, but the faint twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his complex emotions at that moment. This golden-haired kid's art is like a child playing with mud. HM. Yenming imitated Daidara's speech pattern and shook his head. Look at the clay he molds. Too much moisture, the structure not tight enough. The explosive power can't even compare to the fireworks I set off during New Year's back in the day. Xiang Lin's eyelids twitched at the remark. Ancestor, that's an explosion. You're calling it fireworks. And that guy hiding in the turtle shell. Yenming's gaze shifted to Sasori of the red sand. Playing with puppets. The technique is somewhat interesting, but the scope is too small. Compared to a little fellow named Wei I met back in the day, he's far inferior. Itachi could only nod helplessly. He realized that in the ancestors' eyes, these S-rank rogue ninjas who gave the 5 great nations headaches were nothing more than children playing house. Just then the ever-silent Sasori finally moved. He had seen that letting Deidara continue to take a beating like this would spell trouble sooner or later. Enough, Deidara. Fall back. The massive scorpion tail of Filiu who lashed out the lid at its tip, opening to release a storm of purple poison needles raining down upon Naruto's shadow clone army below. The angles of these needles were extremely cunning, not flying straight, but tracing eerie arcs through the air, covering every possible direction Naruto might dodge. A paltry trick. But before Sasori's attack could land, a cold snort rang out. Uchiha Sasuke's figure had appeared before the clone army, seemingly from nowhere. In his eyes, 3 tomo slowly rotated, clearly capturing the flight path of every single needle, even predicting their subsequent landing points. Lightning released lightning net. Sasuke's hands moved rapidly through seals, and a dense net of pure lightning materialized in the air, precisely meeting the rain of needles. Zotsap. A piercing crackle of electricity filled the air. All the poison-coated Sinbin, the moment they touched the lightning net, were incinerated into ash by the intense heat. What? For the first time, Sasori's voice from within Filiu, who carried a note of emotion. His poison needles had been so easily countered by a mere youth. Your opponent is me. Sasuke landed steadily, the tip of Kusanagi pointing diagonally at the ground, his black eyes coldly fixed on Fili, who in the sky. Oh. Sasori's voice took on a hint of interest. An Uchiha brat, huh? Perfect. It's been a while since I added a Sharingan specimen to my collection. That depends on whether you have the skill. Sasuke sneered, his figure turning into a bolt of lightning as he charged proactively towards Sasori in the sky. You're asking for death. Enraged, Deidara was about to launch clay bombs at Sasuke. Your opponent is me. Naruto's real body bellowed, using the cover of his shadow clones to leap off one of their shoulders, shooting into the air like a cannonball. A massive Rasengan slammed down toward the head of Deidara's clay bird. Sakura, Niji. Itachi's steady voice rang out in the communication channel. Cover Naruto and Sasuke. Understood. Roger. Niji's veins bulged around his eyes as he activated the Byakugan to its fullest, his hands already in the starting stance of the 8 trigrams palms. Sakura took a deep breath, clenching her fists, her gaze locked on his Sasori's Fili, who's searching for its weak points. The battle at this moment truly began. High in the sky, Deidara, now cornered by Naruto, was flustered, forced to abandon his attack on Sasuke and focus entirely on this unkillable cockroach. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already clashed with Sasori's Filiu, who, Kusanagi wreathed in lightning, continuously struck the hard outer shell of Filiu, who producing a series of metallic clangs. Sasori's attacks were far more insidious. The poison needle launcher hidden in Filiu, whose mouth and the mechanical tail on its back all became deadly weapons. Ancestor, we? Xiang Lin asked nervously, watching the battle below. Just watch. Yenming popped another slice of orange into his mouth, speaking leisurely. Let them play. Young people need to move around. It helps them grow. He paused, glanced at Deidara, who was screaming as Naruto overwhelmed him, and let out a scoff. But this golden-haired kid is about at his limit. As soon as the words left his mouth, Deidara in the sky seemed to be thoroughly enraged. Bastards. Bastards. You insects. You've completely pissed me off. He abruptly widened the distance from Naruto, a mad and ferocious grin spreading across his face. Let me show you my supreme art. C318. Huh. He spat out a massive clay doll, which grew as it caught the wind, transforming in an instant into a terrifying giant tens of meters tall, crashing down toward the ground where Naruto stood. The sheer power of this attack was enough to level the ground for hundreds of meters in every direction, obliterating all of Naruto's shadow clones entirely. Not good. Niji's face turned pale. Naruto. Sakura cried out in alarm. Yenming merely raised an eyebrow, not even shifting his posture. Finally, something decent. He spat out the orange seed, speaking calmly. Too bad it's still a half-baked piece. Facing the enormous clay doll crashing down like a small mountain, Naruto's shadow clones had no time to dodge. Boom. A deafening roar echoed, and the entire ground trembled violently. The terrifying explosion raised a sky-obscuring dust cloud, and the shockwave spread like a tsunami, snapping trees in half in swaths. Huh. See that? This is art. My perfect C3. Deidara stood on his clay bird, arms outstretched, gazing at his masterpiece with intoxicated delight. In his eyes, that annoying Ninetales brat, along with his hundreds of shadow clones, should have been reduced to nothing. Is it over? Sakura stared nervously at the dust below her heart in her throat. No, not yet. Niji's voice sounded calmly. In his Byakugan's vision, he could clearly see that deep within the blast's epicenter a chakra response, though much weaker, still stubbornly persisted. The dust gradually cleared, revealing a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter. In the center of the crater, Naruto knelt on one knee covered in wounds, gasping for breath. In the nick of time, he had dispelled all his shadow clones, concentrated his chakra at a single point, and barely withstood the core damage of the explosion. Damn, it hurts. Naruto grimaced as he stood up, looking up at Deidara in the sky, his eyes burning with unyielding fire. Still alive. Deidara's smile froze. What a tenacious brat. But this is as far as you go. He reached into his pouch again, ready to deliver the final blow. However, at that moment, an icy voice sounded from behind him. Your opponent is me. What a... Deidara spun around abruptly. Somehow Sasuke had already circled behind him, a blinding flash of lightning in his hand, thrusting fiercely toward Deidara's back. Chidori sharp spear. The strike was swift and fierce. Deidara had no time to dodge. Shunk. The sharp lightning spear instantly pierced through the clay bird's body, grazing Deidara's ribs and drawing a trail of blood beads. Ah! Deidara cried out in pain, losing his balance and falling off the clay bird. Deidara! Sasori inside the Hiriko puppet shouted, flicking his scorpion tail to wrap around the falling Deidara and pull him back. Damn, Uchiha brat. Deidara clutched his bleeding side, his face twisted with venom. I'll kill you. Humph. Sasuke landed steadily on another branch, staring at him coldly. In Yenming's lessons, the most important thing he had learned was how to use the Sharingan to observe the flow and nature of chakra. In Yenming's demonstrations, the composition of any jutsu under the Sharingan's ultimate insight appeared like a slow-motion replay, magnified countless times, with the flow of chakra and the strength of its nodes clearly visible. The Ancestor was right, Sasuke said, his voice low but clear in Deidara's ears. The flow of your chakra is like a child's scribble in my eyes. More importantly, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. Lightning release counters, earth release. Your art before me is destined to be a pile of duds. You? What did you say? Deidara bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. To him, insulting his art was worse than killing him. I don't believe it. My art is invincible. Deidara frantically pulled handfuls of clay from his pouch, shaping them into birds, spiders, centipedes, and other forms. Die? Huh. Dozens of clay creations surged toward Sasuke in a wave. Chidori stream. Zotsap. A blinding electric light exploded out from him. The clay bombs that rushed in the moment they touched the lightning release chakra seemed to meet their nemesis. Their internal explosive chakra was instantly disrupted and neutralized by the current. Poof, poof, poof. One by one, the clay creations lost their ability to fly, dropping limply to the ground, turning into a heap of useless charred earth. How? How can this be? Deidara's eyes bulged. His proud explosive clay had all failed. Impossible. My art cannot be defeated. Deidara fell into a frenzy, forming hand seals to use a stronger technique. It's useless. Sasuke shook his head. All your attacks are just wasting chakra. I don't believe it. Deidara, like a madman, clapped his hands together. C4 Garuda. He opened his mouth wide and spat out a massive clay clone identical to himself. The clone exploded with a poof in midair, turning into countless microscopic clay bombs nearly invisible to the naked eye, instantly diffusing into the air. Ha ha ha. Deidara laughed maniacally. It's over, Uchiha brat. These bombs will enter your body with your breath and explode inside every single cell, destroying you from the inside out, turning you into the most perfect work of art. This was his proudest technique. Invisible, colorless, and impossible to guard against. Once inhaled, even a god couldn't save you. Sasuke's face changed. He immediately held his breath, but it was too late. He could feel foreign matter entering his body through his mouth and nose. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura cried out from afar. Trouble. Itachi frowned, as well preparing to intervene. Don't rush, little Itachi. Yenming's voice rang out leisurely. Look at that Hyuga boy. Itachi was taken aback and his gaze turned to Niji. Niji's eye veins bulged to an exaggerated degree, his eyes fixed intently on the air around Sasuke, sweat beading on his forehead. Sasuke, Niji suddenly shouted. In the air? The air is full of his chakra. Use lightning release. Cover your whole body. Byakugan. In Niji's Byakugan vision, the air around Sasuke was densely filled with countless chakra specks, even finer than dust, which were flowing into Sasuke's body with each breath. Hearing Niji's warning, Sasuke felt as if a light had dawned, instantly understanding. So that's it. Instead of retreating, he pushed the Chidori stream's chakra to its maximum. Zzz. This time the lightning did not burst outward, but precisely reversed back into his own body. Countless fine electric serpents following his meridian system instantly coursed through his limbs and bones, flowing to every corner of his body. This was an extremely delicate micromanipulation. It demanded an incredibly high level of chakra control. One misstep, and he would be the first to severely injure his own internal organs with his lightning release. But Sasuke did it. Under his Sharingan and Yenming's teachings, his control over chakra had reached a whole new level. Poof, poof, poof. The C4 microbombs that had just been inhaled, but not yet detonated the moment they touched the lightning-released chakra instantly fizzled out like the clay before losing all activity. Deidara's manic grin froze once again. He could feel the chakra connection between himself and those C4 bombs being severed all at once. No. Impossible. He muttered, his eyes filled with bewilderment and collapse. His strongest art had been broken again, in a way he completely couldn't understand. Sasuke slowly exhaled a cloud of breath tinged with electric sparks, looking up at Deidara with eyes cold and devoid of emotion. Your art ends here. Yeah. The successive blows shattered Deidara's pride completely, and he let out an inhuman shriek. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. He tore open the clothes on his left chest, revealing a bizarre mouth. You bastards who desecrate art. Turn into the ultimate art with me. He began frantically feeding large handfuls of explosive clay into the mouth on his chest. He was going to self-destruct, using C0, the ultimate art, to turn everything around into ashes. Not good. Sasori's face changed, and he immediately manipulated the Hiriko to retreat. Finally pushed to the brink. On a distant treetop, Yanming stood up, stretched, and loosened his limbs. The game should end now. And just as Deidara was about to complete his self-destruction on the other battlefield, Sasori coldly gazed at Sakura and Niji, who had been unable to break through his defenses. Since you're so eager to see, let me show you my collection. He formed hand seals. Come forth, the third Kazekage. Sie's voice turned cold. He had lost all patience with playing games with these brats. As his words fell the back of the red secret technique puppet, the Hiriko suddenly split open and a scroll flew out, unfurling in midair. Boom. With a burst of white smoke, a humanoid puppet with black hair appeared in the sky. Its face was eerily lifelike. It was the missing Kazekage of Tsunagakure, the third Kazekage. That. Niji, using his Byakugan to discern the puppet's structure, felt a massive shock. He actually turned the third Kazekage into a human puppet. Watch out, Niji, Sakura shouted. From Tsunade, she had learned not only medical ninjutsu, but also the ability to analyze intelligence. The third Kazekage was renowned throughout the shinobi world for his unique Kekkai Genkai, the magnet release. As soon as the third Kazekage puppet appeared, it opened its mouth and black iron sand surged out like a tide, rapidly coalescing into various weapon shapes in the air. Magnet release, iron sand rain. A barrage of iron sand weapons accompanied by piercing screeches shot towards Sakura and Niji. Rotation. Niji acted without hesitation, unleashing a massive surge of chakra from his entire body, spinning at high speed to form an absolute defense sphere of chakra that enveloped them both. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless impact sounds echoed as the iron sand weapons slammed heavily against the rotation barrier, sending ripples across its surface. It's useless. Sie's voice dripped with contempt. My iron sand is laced with a deadly poison. A single scratch will be your end. Niji's expression darkened. He could feel the chakra of rotation being consumed at an alarming rate. At this pace, they wouldn't last much longer. Niji, hold on for 10 more seconds. Sakura's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Niji was startled. He turned to see Sakura had retreated behind him, her fists clenched tightly. A far greater and more powerful chakra than usual was gathering in her fists. What astonished him even more was that as the chakra converged, intricate and ancient golden runes began to emerge and flow across the surface of her fists. Was that a sealing technique? Over the past few days, Yanming had not only had Tsunade teach her medical ninjutsu, but had also thrown her a book titled Basic Sealing Techniques Explained, forcing her to memorize it. Sakura had thought it was just to broaden her knowledge, but now it proved useful. She intended to attempt something audacious, combining the sealing technique with the monstrous strength passed down by Tsunade. Now, Sakura cried out, stomping hard on the ground. Boom. She shot out of the protective sphere of rotation like a cannonball, charging straight through the rain of iron sand toward Sie's true body, the Hiriko. Courting death. Sie sneered, manipulating more iron sand into a massive net to tear Sakura apart in midair. But her speed exceeded his imagination. I'll smash your turtle shell with one punch. Sakura's battle cry echoed across the battlefield. Her fist wrapped in golden runes precisely bypassed all the iron sand barriers and slammed heavily into the enormous head of the Hiriko. Diamond Seal, Cherry Blossom Impact. Crack. A crisp, sharp sound of shattering erupted. The Hiriko's shell, reputed to be indestructible, instantly became covered in a spiderweb of cracks like an egg struck by a hammer. Next, the golden runes on her fist flared brightly, transforming into chains that slithered through the crevices, forcibly severing the chakra connection between Sie and the Hiriko. Boom. The massive Hiriko puppet hung in the air for a second before exploding into countless fragments. A short figure emerged from the broken puppet. It was a puppet with red hair and a face as delicate as a young boy's. This was the true body of red sand. Sie? You actually. Sie's true body stared at the destruction of his beloved Hiriko, his voice trembling with disbelief and fury. Finally out of your shell, eh? Sakura panted heavily, landing steadily, her eyes sharp. This punch had drained most of her chakra, but the effect was remarkable. From a distant treetop, Yanming yawned, and said to Itachi, this wood-playing doll turned himself into that grotesque form, and actually thought he'd achieved immortality. His tone carried a hint of pity. True immortality is the transcendence of the soul, the elevation of life's level. What he's done is nothing more than maintaining a well-preserved, delicate toy. Sakura's still too soft. Yanming shook his head. If it were me, I'd aim straight for his waist. That's where the structure is most complex. A one punch, and all his parts would fall apart. Itachi remained silent. Forced out of his shell, Sia was completely enraged. Very well, little girl. You are the first to destroy my Hiriko. Sia's voice turned shrill and icy. As a reward, I'll show you an art capable of destroying a nation. He took out another scroll from his back, bearing a crimson 100 character. Puppet performance 100 mechanisms. The scroll unfurled and hundreds of red-cloaked humanoid puppets materialized behind him, dense and numerous, dyeing the entire sky red. Each puppet had once been a powerful shinobi. This is Kakashi and the others who had just arrived at the battlefield's edge as reinforcements gasped at the sight. Hundreds of puppets with various abilities. This was no longer a battle, but a war. It's over, Sia declared coldly. The 100 puppets like marionettes raised their weapons in unison, aiming at the leaf shinobi below. Yet at that critical moment, the rain of iron sand weapons suddenly halted in midair. Sia was stunned. The next second, a scene that defied all understanding unfolded. The iron sand manipulated by the third Kazekage's magnet release began to dissolve like snow, reverting to raw iron dust that fell from the sky like a black snowfall. The third Kazekage puppet shuddered violently, and its extended arm cracked open from within with a sharp sound. The backlash from forcibly interrupting the technique caused Sia's true body to tremble, the chakra threads connecting the puppets momentarily faltering. What's going on? Sia was utterly bewildered. Why had his magnet release suddenly failed? On the treetop, Yanming withdrew his finger, which had just flicked away an orange peel, and said innocently to Itachi beside him, "Oh, the wind seems strong. It's blown the sand away." Itachi's eye twitched. In that instant, he had used his Mangekyo Sharingan to catch a faint fluctuation. It was that fluctuation which, upon contact with the iron sand, dismantled the chakra Sia had imbued in it, reverting it to its raw material state. Such terrifying control. Sia also sensed something was wrong. There was someone here, a being beyond his comprehension, surpassing common sense. He couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. Without hesitation, he commanded the 100 puppets to swarm the leaf shinobi, hoping to create chaos with numbers and escape. Trying to run. Yanming's voice like a ghost's echoed directly in Sia's mind. Did you get my permission? Just as Scorpion was locked by Yanming's aura and prepared to use the 100 puppet maneuver for a desperate struggle on the other side of the sky, Deidara's self-detonation had reached its most critical stage. He frantically stuffed the last of his most refined explosive clay into the eerie mouth on his chest. Ha! Feel the pain. Feel the fear. Deidara's body began to swell rapidly, black patterns emerging on his skin, transforming him into a massive, irregular black sphere. A devastating, heart-stopping surge of chakra radiated wildly from within him. Blinding light burst forth as if a black sun was about to be born here. C0, ultimate art, he roared, preparing to sublimate himself into the most brilliant, the most extreme moment. Stop him. Sasuke's face turned grim. He could sense that once that energy erupted, not just the surrounding 10 li, but perhaps the entire forest of the Land of Fire would cease to exist. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto, ignoring his injuries, split into dozens of shadow clones attempting to rush in and interrupt Deidara. But all their efforts were in vain. The violent chakra current formed an invisible barrier, violently blowing away anything that came near. Naruto's shadow clones were torn apart midair, and Sasuke was blown back hundreds of meters, crashing heavily into a large tree. It's over. Deidara felt the power about to burst forth within him, a satisfied and fanatical smile spreading across his face. This was the ultimate art. Sigh. A faint, almost inaudible sigh suddenly sounded in Deidara's ear. The sigh was light, yet it was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing all his fervor. Deidara's smile froze. He struggled to move his eyes, and found a black figure standing before him, having appeared at some unknown moment. The person floated silently in the air, ignoring the chakra storm that could shred steel, as if strolling through his own backyard. It was Chinsho Yanming. You? When did you? Deidara's mind went blank. How could this be? In this energy field capable of distorting space, how could anyone stand here so calmly and effortlessly? Yanming did not answer. He merely extended a finger, moving with a gentleness, as if caressing a work of art, slowly and lightly pressing it against Deidara's forehead, now swollen to its limit. His movement was so slow that Deidara could clearly see every line on his fingertip. Yet Deidara found himself utterly unable to evade. Time and space seemed to lose all meaning in that moment. In his world, only that approaching finger remained. Playing with fire is dangerous for a child. Yanming's voice was flat, yet carried an undeniable authority. Setting off a self-detonation here. Did you ask this old man for permission? As his words fell, his fingertip gently tapped. Sealing technique, chakra, reversal. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no dazzling light effects. Only a few simple ancient golden runes flashed at Yinming's fingertip and imprinted themselves on Daidara's forehead. The next moment, a sight that made Daidara's eyes nearly pop out occurred. The explosive energy within him, ready to destroy heaven and earth, was like a rewinding videotape or a punctured balloon. It began to wildly contract. The power capable of leveling mountains was forcibly stuffed back into the mouth on his chest at a speed 100 times faster than its expansion, uncontrollably and violently. Ugh! Gurgle. Daidara's body rapidly shriveled and shrank at a visible rate. He felt like a ball being frantically deflated, all the power within him forcibly compressed, sealed, and formatted by an irresistible law of reality. In less than 3 seconds, the black sun radiating destructive light vanished. In its place was a limp, pale-faced, vacant-eyed blonde youth dropping from the sky like a pile of mud. Slap. Yinming casually smacked the back of his head, not hard, but enough to render him completely unconscious. I told you to swallow it back, so you obediently swallow it back. Yinming grabbed Daidara by the scruff of the neck like a chick, casually tapped a few spots on his body, and physically locked the flow of his chakra entirely. Having done this, he leisurely turned his head to look at Scorpion, who had been utterly petrified. Alright, one down. Now it's your turn. Scorpion. The 100 puppets behind him remained in their attacking posture, frozen in midair, motionless. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, it was that he dared not. He felt that his proud 100-puppet maneuver in front of that man was like a child's toy. One thought from the man could reduce them all to scrap metal. He had seen it with his own eyes. He had seen Daidara's earth-shattering self-destruction be casually stuffed back in by that man with a single finger. This was beyond Scorpion's comprehension. This was not ninjutsu. This was not jinjutsu. This was divine art. The power of a creator god to modify the laws of reality. His proud eternal art at this moment seemed so ridiculous, so pale and feeble. You? Who? Who are you? Scorpion's voice was hoarse. The joints of his puppets creaked from extreme fear. Me. Yinming, holding the unconscious Daidara, slowly descended before Scorpion and smiled. I'm just an old man who can't stand young ones running wild and causing trouble everywhere, so I came out to clean house. His gaze swept over the 100 puppets, and he shook his head. All this junk is enough to destroy a country. Today let me show you what true art really is. Yinming's words struck like a heavy hammer, slamming into the heart of Scorpion. The old man cleaning house. Who exactly is he? Scorpion's mind frantically flashed through the legendary names of Konoha, but none matched the incredibly young man before him. Stop daydreaming. Yinming casually tossed the unconscious Daidara to Itachi, who had just arrived. Little Itachi, keep an eye on him. He'll be useful later. Yes, senior. Itachi took Daidara. As for you. Yinming's gaze returned to Scorpion and the dense sea of puppets behind him. Let your 100-puppet performance be a sparring partner for my students. As he spoke before Scorpion could react, an invisible will instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Neji heard Yinming's crystal-clear voice in their minds simultaneously. Don't just stand there. Stretch your muscles. Naruto. Here. Ancestor Grandpa. Naruto jolted and responded loudly. Create 100 shadow clones. Each one forms a great ball raising gan and keeps it spinning in hand. I want you to use wind to churn the air of this area. Got it. Though confused, Naruto immediately complied. Sasuke. Here. Use your lightning release to guide Naruto's wind. I want to see a lightning net covering the entire field. Remember, control the current. Don't disperse my wind. Understood. Sasuke's Sharingan immediately locked onto all puppets. Sakura. Yes. Stand with Karen. Using your newly learned sealing technique, draw the largest sealing array on the ground centered on you. I want all puppets trying to approach you from the ground to sink in. Yes. Sakura immediately pulled Karen and began rapidly forming hand seals. Neji. Here. Your task is the simplest, but most important. Use your Byakugan to find the 10 puppets with the strongest chakra cores among this 100. Then use your 8 trigrams vacuum palm to call them out one by one. Point out the most important attack directions for Sasuke's lightning net. Yes. Neji's eyes bulged with veins as his Byakugan vision instantly pierced through all puppets' disguises. Begin. With Yinming's command, the 4 juniors transformed into a precise war machine, starting to operate instantly. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of Narutos appeared, each holding a high-speed spinning chakra shuriken, emitting a piercing screech. Whoosh! A fierce wind rose. The airflow of the entire battlefield became violent and chaotic. Chidori current lightning storm. Sasuke channeled his massive lightning release chakra into the ground, and then erupted violently. Countless electric snakes shot into the sky, guided by the wind, quickly weaving into a giant lightning net that blotted out the sun. Sealing technique, 4 symbols, earth, binding formation. A massive golden formation lit up beneath Sakura and Karen, with countless chain-like runes slithering across the ground like living creatures. Byakugan. Found them. Neji shouted, 30 degrees straight ahead, 3rd row, 5th one. 70 degrees right topmost layer second 1. He rapidly called out coordinates while thrusting his palms forward. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Invisible palm force accurately struck the named puppets. Though insufficient to destroy them, it made them suddenly halt in midair, causing their chakra cores to become highly unstable. Now, Sasuke roared. The lightning net in the sky, as if alive, descended the most violent lightning punishment along the directions Niji guided. Boom, boom, boom. The puppets hit by the vacuum palm exploded into fireballs under the lightning strikes. The other puppets, under the combined effect of wind and lightning net, moved extremely sluggishly, their attacks losing accuracy. Whenever a puppet tried to advance from low altitude or ground, it would be firmly trapped by Sakura's ceiling array, unable to move. In just one engagement, in less than 30 seconds, Scorpion's proud 100-puppet performance was nearly 1/3 dismantled. How is this possible? Scorpion's main puppet stared blankly at everything, completely falling into self-doubt. Were these the same Konoha genin he had previously dismissed? Such coordination, such efficiency. This was even more precise and seamless than his own chakra thread control of puppets. How did they do it? Was it telepathy? He did not know that under Yen Ming's God's perspective command, like a supercomputer, all actions of the 4 juniors were perfectly coordinated. Each person's ability was utilized at the most opportune moment, achieving 200% effectiveness. Too weak. Yen Ming stood in the void, shaking his head, his face full of disappointment. Playing with wood you can't even compare to little Hashirama's toes back then. His 1,000-armed cannon, 1,000 fists, each with sage power, one punch can shatter a mountain. That is art. Yen Ming's voice clearly reached Scorpion's ears. Yours. At best it's just a self-indulgent shadow play. PFF. These words became the final straw. Scorpion's belief, his pride in his eternal art, was completely shattered by Yen Ming in the most cruel and direct way. His mind shook violently, causing fatal disorder in the chakra threads connecting all puppets. Now, total attack. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Niji simultaneously seized the opportunity. Wind release, Great Ball Rasengan. Lightning release, 1,000-year sharp spear. Cherry blossom impact. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The 4 strongest attacks at the same time locked onto Scorpion's main body from 4 different directions. In Scorpion's eyes, for the first time, an emotion named despair appeared. He wanted to flee, but his body wouldn't obey. He gritted his teeth and suddenly burst the chakra at his core, forcibly severing all puppet connections. His entire body transformed into a red light, diving underground. As long as the core remained intact, he still had a chance. However, the moment his body touched the ground, it stiffened. He panically discovered that the underground soil had at some point become as hard as steel. Vines shimmering with golden light spread out from deep underground like the strongest cage, locking him firmly in place, unable to move. It was that man's would release. Only this thought remained in Scorpion's mind. The next second, the 4's attacks came crashing down. Boom. 4 powerful ninjutsu of different attributes exploded simultaneously at the same spot. The entire ground was lifted up and raging energy wreaked havoc, forming a huge mushroom cloud. When the smoke cleared, only a bottomless pit remained. As for Xie's main puppet, it had been shattered into pieces, scattered all over the ground. Only the cylindrical core engraved with the character Xie lay quietly at the bottom of the pit, flickering with a faint red glow. It's over. Mingren panted heavily, plopping down onto the ground. Zuizhu and Xiaoying were also greatly exhausted, their faces pale. Only Ningxi, who had been primarily responsible for reconnaissance, was in slightly better condition. No, it's not over yet. Yen Ming's figure slowly descended from the air, landing beside the core. As long as this thing remains, he is not truly dead. He bent down, ignoring the residual chakra and deadly poison on the core, and directly reached out to pick it up. Still stubborn, aren't you? Yen Ming smiled at the core in his hand. Even at this point, you're still cursing me in your heart, saying I destroyed your art. Mingren and the others exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding who their ancestor was talking to. What you pursue is eternity, isn't it? Yen Ming said to himself. You think that by transforming yourself into a puppet that never decays, you can escape the shackles of time and become an eternal being. The red light on the core flickered once, as if responding. What a naive thought. Yen Ming shook his head, a hint of pity in his tone. You haven't even understood what true life is, yet you pursue the illusory eternity. Isn't that pathetic? How long has it been since you felt the warmth of sunlight? How long since you tasted the flavor of food? And how long since you shed a single tear from joy or sorrow? Every word of Yen Ming struck like a heavy hammer against the depths of Xie's soul, which had long turned into that of a puppet. The red light of the core began to flicker violently. Don't you want to see true art? A mysterious smile curled at the corner of Yen Ming's mouth. Today I will show you what true art is, the art of life and creation. With that, his other hand suddenly covered the core. Yang released the cycle of life. An unimaginably vast and pure Yang release life energy like a breached flood instantly erupted from his palm and furiously poured into that tiny core. Crackle! A golden light illuminated the entire pit, as bright as day. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, a miracle occurred. Centered around the core, one by one white bones grew out of thin air, rapidly assembling into a complete human skeleton. Then strands of crimson meridians and blood vessels like vines clung to the bones, forming a complex circulatory system. Then came muscles, organs, skin. Flesh grew from white bones, blood vessels reorganized. This was no longer ninjutsu, it was creation from nothing. This was the power only a creator god possessed. In less than 10 seconds, the light faded. The cold puppet core that had been there vanished. In its place, a red-haired youth naked lay quietly in Yenming's hand. He had a warm body temperature, steady breathing, and beneath his chest the strong, powerful beating of a heart, one after another. All done. Yenming, as if having done a trivial thing, gently placed the reborn Xie on the ground. Xie's eyelids fluttered a few times and slowly opened. What met his eyes was the azure sky and the stunned faces around him. He subconsciously raised his own hand. It was a hand of flesh and blood, able to feel temperature with visible skin texture. Trembling, he placed his hand on his own chest. Thump, thump, thump. The clear and powerful heartbeat transmitted through his palms spread throughout his body. He was alive. Alive. As a human. The sunlight fell on him warm. The gentle breeze brushed his cheeks ticklish. He could smell the fragrance of soil in the air and feel the rise and fall of his chest with each breath. These sensations, long forgotten and even disdained by him, were now so clear, so nostalgic. Xie's body began to tremble uncontrollably. His vision gradually blurred. A drop of warm liquid slid from the corner of his eye, traced down his cheek, and fell into the dust. Was it tears? So this was what it felt like to cry. So this was what it felt like to be alive. The eternal art he had pursued all his life was thoroughly shattered at this moment by another art that was grander and more incomprehensible. Thud. Xie's knees gave way and he knelt before Yenming, burying his head deeply. I lost. His voice was thick with nasal congestion and trembling. Now can you feel the temperature? Yenming looked down at him and asked calmly, this is life. From now on, stop playing with your broken wooden things and work for me honestly. Yenming patted his head as if soothing a lost pet. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. In that guy to Shawan's laboratory, there are plenty of high-tech materials for you to research. Put your puppet techniques to the right path, and who knows, you might even create a whole new school of techno-art. Xie said nothing, only kneeling on the ground, his shoulders heaving violently. Yu, standing nearby, witnessed this scene, and his heart was struck by an unprecedented shock. Killing was not an end. Destruction was not peace. So, redemption could also come in such a way. Just then, several figures in the distant sky were rapidly approaching. Leading them was a hunched old woman, Chiyo, the advisor of the Shine Village. When she saw the red-haired youth kneeling on the ground, she was struck as if by lightning, instantly frozen in place. Xie, my grandson. Her aged voice was filled with endless sorrow and regret. Her gaze then passed over Xie and saw Daedala being held by Yu, and another red-haired youth wrapped in Daedala's clay, long devoid of life. The fifth Kazakage of the Shine Village, Wolo. Seeing Gaara's cold, lifeless body, Granny Chiyo's eyes instantly turned red. Gaara. The sand ninjas behind her also let out mournful cries. Lord Kazakage. How could this? Granny Chiyo rushed to Gaara's side, tremblingly reached out her hand, and checked his breath. No breath. No heartbeat. His body temperature had dropped to freezing point. She could sense that the one-tailed Shikaku within Gaara had been completely extracted. When a Jinchuriki has their tailed beast extracted, there is only one outcome: death. It's all my fault. All this old woman's fault. Chiyo's face was etched with self-blame and regret. Naruto, standing beside Gaara, clenched his fists as he stared at his friend's cold corpse. His body trembled violently from the extreme pain and anger. Crystal teardrops slid from the corners of his eyes and fell onto Gaara's face. He recalled the Chunin exam days when the boy was just as lonely and treated as a monster. They had finally become friends, finally understood each other. But now, the entire battlefield was shrouded in immense sorrow and oppression. Just then, Granny Chiyo seemed to have made a certain decision. She wiped away her tears, her eyes turning resolute. She began to form hand seals, preparing to activate a complex and ancient forbidden technique. Is this? Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Kinkaka Tensei. Jiraiya, who had also arrived at the scene, recognized the technique at once. This was the ultimate reincarnation ninjutsu, capable of transferring one's own life force entirely to another, even resurrecting the dead. The price was the caster's own death. Old woman, are you going to trade your life for his? Sasori asked, his voice complex as he looked at his grandmother. This is what I owe him. Chiyo didn't even glance at him, focusing solely on gathering chakra. Let this old woman, who is already on the brink of death, do one last thing for the village. Green chakra began to spill from her palms, slowly covering Gaara's body. Naruto closed his eyes in pain witnessing this scene. He didn't want to see Gaara die, but he also didn't want to see this old woman sacrifice herself to save him. So the sentimental moment is over. Just as the tragic atmosphere reached its peak, a lazy voice sounded again inappropriately. Yenming yawned, walked over, and shoved Granny Chiyo aside. The force wasn't strong, but Granny Chiyo stumbled and nearly fell. You? What are you doing? She looked at him in shock and anger. Old woman, step aside. Don't make trouble here. Yanming waved his hand, looking disdainful. Making such a fuss over life and death, as if there's really no hope. Everyone was stunned. What nonsense was this man talking? Gaara was clearly dead. Senior. Naruto looked up at Yanming confused. What are you crying for? Worthless. Yanming glared at him. Your friend isn't dead yet, and you're here mourning. Are you trying to curse him to the Pure Land early? But, there's no but. Yanming interrupted him impatiently. With me here, even if his soul has just left his body, even if he has 1 foot through the gate of the Pure Land, and even if Yama himself comes to claim his soul, I can still drag him back. If Yama demands you die at the 3rd watch, I'll keep you alive until the 5th. These words were tyrannical to the extreme. Everyone present, including Jiraiya and Chio, looked at him, as if he were mad. Who boasted like that? Bringing the dead back to life was something only gods could do. Yanming, however, couldn't be bothered to explain. He crouched down, looked at Gaara's pale face, and shook his head. So young yet so lifeless. Fine, consider this a great gift to the Sand Village. He clapped his hands together casually, as if brushing off dust. But at the moment his palms met, his jet-black eyes underwent a shocking transformation. 3 tomo appeared, spun rapidly, and finally merged into a bizarre hexagonal pattern, the Mangekyo Sharingan. But this was not the end. The Mangekyo pattern spun again, merging with the white of his eye, and finally transformed into rings of purple ripples with 6 tomo. The 6 tomo Rinnegan. The moment those eyes appeared, an indescribable, terrifying pressure beyond life and death instantly enveloped the entire scene. Everyone present, from Jonin to Kaga level, felt their souls tremble, a primal reverence from the instinct of life, making them want to kneel in submission. Outer Path Rinne Tensei no Jutsu. Yanming's voice echoed like a divine decree. He extended one hand palm aimed at Gaara's body. A soft green beam brimming with life force shot from his palm and instantly enveloped Gaara's entire body. The once cold and stiff corpse under the green light began to regain warmth and vitality at a visible rate. His pale complexion gradually became ruddy. His chest began to rise and fall faintly. The heart that had long stopped beating in another world seemed to hear the call of a deity. By an irresistible force, it was forcibly dragged back from the gates of the Pure Land and shoved back into this young body. Thump. A faint but distinct heartbeat sounded. Then thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat grew faster and stronger. Cough, cough. Gaara coughed violently, expelled a mouthful of murky air, and then slowly opened his eyes with their cyan rings. He was awake. Truly. Alive again. The whole world was dead silent. Granny Chio remained in her hand seal pose, her mouth agape wide enough to hold an egg, completely petrified. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes, then pinched his thigh hard to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Naruto threw himself on Gaara, wailing loudly. Gaara, you're alive. That's wonderful. Gaara was still dazed, looking at the sobbing Naruto, and then at the speechless, excited sand comrades around him. Finally his gaze fell on the black-haired man, who was calmly watching him. The man was slowly withdrawing the hand he had just placed on Gaara's forehead. But in Gaara's vision, the black-haired man's figure was magnified infinitely. The aura he emitted was not the violent or gentle chakra of a ninja. It was an indescribable, soul-purifying, infinite radiance. The light was not blinding, yet it carried the absolute will of fire. In that instant, Gaara was convinced that the man before him was not a human. He was a true god, transcendent above all beings, serenely wielding life and death, reincarnation and destiny. The resurrection of Gaara brought an earth-shattering shock to everyone present. They had witnessed with their own eyes a person already confirmed dead being restarted against all logic in that man's hands. This was no medical ninjutsu, nor any forbidden reincarnation technique. It was a divine miracle, a realm beyond mortal comprehension. Lord Kazekage. The first to react were the shinobi of Sunagakure, their eyes brimming with tears as they surged forward in excitement. Supported by Naruto, Gaara slowly rose to his feet. His body was still weak, but his spirit was clearer than ever. Ignoring his comrades around him, he walked straight up to Yanming, and under the stunned gaze of all present sank to his knees and knelt down stiffly. He pressed his hands to the ground and deeply bowed his forehead to the earth. This was the highest form of reverence a shinobi could offer. Thank you, senior, for the grace of rebirth. Gaara's voice trembled with the aftermath of his narrow escape from death, but it carried more genuine awe and gratitude. From this day forth, Gaara and the entire village of Sunagakure will follow Konoha's lead. As these words left his mouth, not a single shinobi behind him raised any objection. Their Kazekage had been saved by this man. This debt of gratitude was greater than the heavens. Moreover, the power this man had displayed far exceeded their imagination. To follow such a formidable being was not a disgrace for Sunagakure, but an honor. All right, get up. Yanming waved his hand impatiently. A grown man kneeling on the ground. What does that look like? You are the Kazekage, now representing an entire village. Don't go dropping to your knees at the drop of a hat. He detested such empty formalities. Take good care of your village, and don't let yourself be captured so easily again. This time I just happened to pass by, next time you might not be so lucky. Yanming admonished. Yes, This junior will bear your teachings in mind. Only then did Gaara rise and respectfully step aside. Granny Chio came to her senses as well. She walked up to Yanming and bowed deeply. Words cannot express our gratitude for your great kindness. The village of Sunagakure will never forget this debt. She glanced at the red-haired youth kneeling not far away, her grandson Sasori, and her gaze became infinitely complex. But, regarding Sasori, before she could finish, Yanming interrupted. Yanming glanced at Sasori, then pointed at Dadura, who was still unconscious and being held by Itachi, and declared in a tone of absolute ownership, "These two are now my personal property, the spoils of this trip. I'm taking them back to Konoha to work for me. Anyone have objections?" His gaze swept calmly over the assembled Sunagakure shinobi. That look was serene, but every person it fell upon felt as if a mountain were pressing down on them, making even breathing difficult. Several Sunagakure jonin who had harbored deep hatred for Sasori and wanted to demand his trial found the words stuck in their throats the moment they met Yanming's eyes. "Are you kidding? Raise an objection with this lord. Is life too long?" Even if he said he wanted to pack up the entire Sunagakure village and take it away, they could only nod and say yes. "And no objections. Everything is at your disposal, senior," Granny Chio quickly declared. "That's good." Yanming nodded with satisfaction. He turned and called out to the group of youngsters still standing there dumbfounded, "Don't just stand there. Mission complete. Pack up and get ready to go home." "Oh, right." Naruto was the first to react, bounding over with joy. Sasuke, Sakura, and Neji followed their gazes at Yanming, filled with even greater reverence than before. This mission had shaken them profoundly. They had not only witnessed the fearsome power of the Akatsuki members, but also seen the utterly unfathomable divine techniques of their own ancestor. "Itachi." Yanming looked at Itachi. "Yes. Sasori and Deidara are your responsibility. Seal their mouths with Genjutsu. I don't want to hear a single word from them until we reach Konoha." "Understood." Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan flickered slightly, and two invisible mental shackles clamped down on Sasori and Deidara. Sasori shuddered, then calmed down silently, rising to follow behind Itachi. He knew that from this day forward the identity of Sasori of the Red Sand was dead. What lived on was merely a researcher about to work in Konoha. "Jiraiya." Yanming turned to the white-haired sage, still lost in thought. Yes." Jiraiya was startled. "You handle the follow-up with Sunagakure. Also in my name tell them that within 3 days I want to see the alliance treaty from Sunagakure delivered to the Hokage's office. It must be the highest level, military, economic, and intelligence sharing pact." This." Jiraiya looked troubled. Such an alliance usually required lengthy negotiations. "What? Is there a problem?" Yanming raised an eyebrow. No problem. I'll get it done." Jiraiya shrank his neck and immediately agreed. He had no doubt that even if he didn't say it, Sunagakure would proactively do so. After arranging everything, Yanming led his student team and 2 spoils on the journey back to Konoha. Gaara and all the Sunagakure shinobi stood there seeing them off for a long time until their figures vanished completely over the horizon. The road home was heavy with silence. The younger ones were still digesting the shock of this mission. "Senior." Itachi walked up to Yanming and lowered his voice. "Moi." Capturing Sasori and Deidara this time may have stirred up the hornet's nest. Itachi's tone carried concern. "Based on the intelligence I gathered in the organization, there are signs that other Akatsuki members are amassing in large numbers at Amigakure." "Amigakure?" "Nagato's old lair." Yanming smiled, his face betraying no worry. "Let them gather. It saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one." A chilling glint flickered in his eyes. "Let's see if their numbers are greater than the strength of my fists. This time I'm not just going to rescue someone. I'm going hunting." On hearing this, Itachi's heart tightened, and he said no more. He knew that an even greater storm was about to sweep across the shinobi world, and at the eye of that storm stood this unfathomable man beside him. When Yanming and his party returned to the entrance of Konohagakure, they were met by Tsunade, her face a portrait of anxiety and dread. "You're finally back." The moment Tsunade caught sight of them, she vanished in a flash of Shunshin and reappeared before them. She had barely slept these past few days. Sending a squad of genin to confront the Akatsuki felt to her no different than sending them to their deaths. She had already prepared for the worst. Reinforcement teams were assembled and funeral compensation paperwork was ready. Yet when her gaze swept across the entire group, every scolding word she had rehearsed lodged painfully in her throat. What was she seeing? Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Neji. Those brats looked somewhat fatigued, yet every one of them radiated vitality, not so much as a proper wound on their bodies. Not a scratch. And then she spotted 2 figures clad in the Akatsuki's crimson-clouded cloak trailing behind Itachi, a red-haired youth and a blonde-haired one. Both were bound in chakra-sealing chains, their mouths sealed with paper talismans, yet that face. Sasori of the Red Sand. Deidara. Tsunade's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, her voice cracking entirely. These 2 top-tier missing nin had graced the S-rank wanted posters for years. How could they possibly be here? And by the look of it, captured. Alive. Stop making such a racket. Yanming yawned, stepping out from the rear of the formation. Can't a person enjoy a moment of peace after returning? Why you old? Tsunade pointed at Sasori and Deidara, her tongue stumbling over her words. What's going on? Why are they here? Oh, those two. Ming cast a casual glance their way. Grabbed them along the way. I noticed they had decent craftsmanship. One plays with clay, the other with wood. I brought them back to lend a hand with village construction. Tsunade. Her mind had flatlined. Grabbed them along the way. Lend a hand. Village construction. He called 2S rank missing mean capable of obliterating a nation craftsman. Oh, and this too. Ming produced a scroll from his coat and tossed it to Tsunade. She caught it, instinctively unfurled it, and her pupils contracted violently once more. It was Tsunagekyu's highest-grade alliance treaty bearing not only the five-tailed Kazekage Gaara's personal signature and hand seal, but also the joint endorsement of every senior elder of the Sand Village. The contents of the treaty made Tsunade's heart race with dread. Military resource sharing, economic integration, unconditional intelligence disclosure. This was no mere alliance, it amounted to Tsunagekure voluntarily surrendering its sovereignty to Konoha. Was this also your little side job? Tsunade felt her entire worldview being ground into dust no fewer than 17 or 18 times that very day. Something like that. Ming spoke with visible impatience. Enough standing around at the village gate. Let's attend to business. Fetch Orochimaru to the Hokage's office. I've brought him 2 new colleagues. Within the Hokage's office, the atmosphere had grown profoundly eerie. Tsunade sat upon the Hokage's throne, arms folded tightly across her chest, her gaze locked onto Sasori and Deidara, who had been unceremoniously dumped on the floor, as though observing some rare specimen. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others meanwhile recounted the mission's divine proceedings with vivid relish. When they reached the part where Ming had single-handedly deflected Deidara's self-destruct with a finger, miraculously reconstructed Sasori's body from nothing, and then dragged Igarashi back from the brink of death itself, Tsunade's jaw remained firmly agape. At that precise moment, the office doors swung open. Orochimaru strode in, his expression unmistakably reluctant. He had been deeply absorbed in his white Zetsu research lately, and Tsunade's summons left him rather impatient. Tsunade, what is it now? Let me tell you my research. His words died abruptly. His gaze froze, locked upon Sasori and Deidara on the floor. Those golden serpent eyes blazed with an intensity never before witnessed, bordering on madness. Lord Sasori, Lord Deidara. Orochimaru lunged forward in an instant, dropping to his knees, as though beholding the finest artwork, his gaze brimming with pathological obsession and fanatic adoration. A perfectly crafted puppet vessel, painstakingly remolded into living flesh. The traces of this life creation artistry. It's transcendent, absolutely perfect. And this, the chakra of explosive clay, its core sealed by some higher dimensional ninjutsu structure I've never encountered in my life. The technique, architecture, utterly unprecedented. A god. This is unquestionably the work of a deity. Orochimaru whirled around and threw himself upon the floor before Ming, who sat casually in the master's seat with his legs crossed, sipping tea. With effortless fluidity and zero hesitation, he prostrated himself completely. Lord Ming, you are the ultimate truth I have pursued my entire life. You are the final form of eternal life. Please accept my devotion. No, accept everything I am. From this day forward, I, Orochimaru, shall be your most faithful disciple. Everyone in the office stared at the spectacle with expressions of pained disbelief. Was this truly the legendary, one of the legendary Sannin, the proud, calculating Orochimaru? He resembled nothing so much as a fanatic fanboy who had just encountered his idol. Enough with the bootlicking. Ming set down his teacup and gestured toward the 2 figures on the floor. Xiaoxi, I hear your recent research has been diligent. I've brought you 2 assistants. The one who plays with clay will henceforth oversee your laboratory's explosive projects and new material purification work. The one who plays with wood excels in bodily modification and precision instrumentation. He'll serve as your chief engineer. I'm establishing a Leaf Village Science and Technology Development Bureau. You shall be its director with the 2 of them as your deputies. Ming paused, a benign smile spreading across his face. My expectations are modest. Within half a year, I want to see results that impress me. Perhaps mass-producible prosthetic limbs or new techniques capable of fusing Kekkei Genkai. Should you fail to deliver? His voice grew ominously low. I'll pack all 3 of you and stuff you back into the Death God's belly, where you can eternally debate academic questions together. Orochimaru, Sasori, and Deidara, whose seal had just been lifted by Itachi, all shuddered in unison, their complexions draining to pale white. Yes, we guarantee completion. The 3 shouted as one, their voices thick with the will to survive. And so a brand new scientific elite force, one poised to shift the very balance of the shinobi world, was formally established within that deeply peculiar yet harmonious atmosphere. Tsunade gazed upon this research team composed of 3 S-rank missing nin and felt her temples throb mercilessly. She had a vague premonition that the future Konoha might just become exceedingly strange. At that moment, Orochimaru seemed to remember something and hastily retrieved a document from his robe, presenting it to Ming with deep reverence. Lord Ming, these are some findings from my recent White Zetsu Cell research. Within its genetic sequences I discovered something quite peculiar. It appears not to belong to our world. Yanming took the report and glanced at it casually. It recorded Orochimaru's observation through microscopic equipment of an extremely tiny rune-like energy structure deep within the cells of White Zetsu. This structure was completely different from any known chakra form in the ninja world, more stable, more ancient, as if it were another fundamental rule governing the world. Somewhat interesting. Yanming nodded and tossed the report onto the table. Of course he recognized it. It was nothing but the prototype of the karma engraved in the genes of the Otsutsuki clan. Although the imprints in the cells of these mass-produced White Zetsu were impure and mixed, they were enough for a scientist of Orochimaru's caliber to discover a new world. Seeing Yanming's indifferent reaction, Orochimaru's curiosity itched fiercely. He desperately wanted to ask what it was, but dared not. He knew that before this ancient ancestor his own proud knowledge reserves might not even reach kindergarten level. Alright, you'll have plenty of time to study this later. Yanming waved his hand and turned his gaze to Sasori and Deidara, whose mouth seals had just been undone by Itachi. Deidara rubbed his numb lips, looking around with displeasure, especially at Uchiha Sasuke, who had given him a hard time, his eyes full of artistic defiance. Sasori, after the immense shock of his physical reconstruction, remained unusually silent. He lowered his head to look at his own hands, flesh and blood able to feel warmth, his expression profoundly complex. From today onward, you three will be the core members of the Konoha First Science and Technology Development Bureau. Yanming sat cross-legged, announcing this in an irrefutable tone. Me. Deidara was the first to jump up, pointing at his own nose, then at Orochimaru and Sasori. You want me to work with these two? Are you kidding? My art is instantaneous explosion, the brilliance of a moment. He looked at Sasori with arrogant disdain. Unlike some guy who treats a pile of rotten wood as eternity, an insult to art. Sasori slowly lifted his head, a cold glint flashing in his crimson eyes. Idiot. Only beauty that endures forever is true art. Your little fireworks that vanish in an instant are nothing but childish noise. What did you say? You necrophiliac red-haired dwarf. Who are you calling a dwarf? You mud-playing blonde bumpkin. Just as the two S-rank rogue ninjas were about to engage in a real fight inside the Hokage's office, Orochimaru, instead of stopping them, watched with keen interest. His snake-like eyes scanned back and forth between them, muttering to himself. Sasori-kun's flesh is the ultimate pursuit of my life, the art of life. Deidara-kun's explosive clay is the art of material transformation. If I could combine the two. Shut up. You gender-bending perverted snake. Deidara and Sasori, to their rare agreement, both turned their fury on Orochimaru. In their eyes, his science, which twisted himself into something neither human nor ghost in pursuit of immortality, was unworthy of the name art. Tsunade felt her temples throbbing. She massaged her forehead, sensing her blood pressure spike. What kind of mess was this? The Hokage's office, one of the most authoritative places in the ninja world, was now like a marketplace. And any one of these three arguing could throw an entire nation into chaos. Enough. Yanming's two words, like two buckets of ice water, instantly extinguished the trio's anger. The office fell silent. Orochimaru, Sasori, and Deidara all looked at Yanming, their expressions varied. Art. Eternity. Science. Yanming sneered and rose from his seat. He walked to a tactical board against the wall, picked up a marker, and began drawing with wild, sweeping strokes. His speed was rapid, the lines fluid and precise. At first the three had no idea what he was drawing, but soon a massive, intricate humanoid silhouette emerged on the board. It was a mecha with a giant's physique radiating power and pressure. Behind its back were countless arms like the halo behind a Buddha statue. Its main structure combined the fluidity of biological forms with the rigidity of machinery. Yanming continued drawing without turning back. What's all the fuss? Is your vision this narrow? He tapped the blueprint with the marker. Use the First Hokage's cells as the biological skeleton and muscle tissue, enabling self-repair and immense vitality. Isn't that stronger than your pile of rotten wood? He said first to Sasori. Sasori's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the energy transmission lines resembling human meridians on the blueprint. Then use your puppet technique to create precise transmission joints and weapon mounting systems. The core power source uses a chakra reactor, providing nearly unlimited energy. Orochimaru's breathing became rapid. He seemed to see a whole new world. A chakra reactor. He had only seen vague references to this concept in ancient scrolls. The outer armor is made of a composite of magnet-style iron sand and high-density carbon material, balancing defense and flexibility. Yanming glanced at the alliance scroll left by Gaara and incorporated Tsunagekyu's specialty into the design. The ammunition system uses your explosive clay. Micro, medium, large tracking delayed remote. You can play however you want. Isn't this 10,000 times more powerful than your little clay birds? He finally turned to Deidara. Deidara's mouth hung open, staring blankly at the dense missile launchers on the mecha's shoulders, his mind a blank. Yanming finished the last stroke, tossed the marker, and brushed the dust off his hands. Pointing at the mecha design, a fusion of futuristic aesthetics and brutal power, he spoke with a tone of disdain and instruction. Combine life sciences, puppet technology, explosion, art, sealing arts, and energy studies to create the ultimate combat weapon. This is art. I call this thing Gundam. A real man pilots a Gundam. Get it? The entire Hokage's office was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi stood thunderstruck staring at the design, feeling their understanding of the world being ground into dust. As for the three artists themselves, their reactions were even more intense. Goo. Gundam. Orochimaru's body trembled, not from fear, but from sheer ecstasy. His snake eyes blazed with unprecedented light, as if he had glimpsed the ultimate door to truth. He fell to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself before the design like the most devout disciple. So this is it. Eternal life and instantaneous destruction perfectly united. Sasori murmured, his modified face showing an expression of fanaticism for the first time. His gaze toward Yanming had shifted from reverence to absolute worship. Boom. In Deidara's mind, it felt like billions of tons of clay explosives detonated simultaneously. He envisioned the mecha named Gundam, unleashing a torrent of explosives shrouding the entire world in flames. This is ultimate art. His eyes rolled back, foam dribbling from his mouth, and he fell straight backward, overwhelmed by excitement. Yanming watched the three thoroughly subdued characters with satisfaction, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Playing games with me. When I was arguing with people online, your ancestors weren't even born yet. Just then an anomaly occurred. A white Zetsu clone that had been kept quiet under Itachi's genjutsu in the corner suddenly began convulsing violently. Black runes similar to those described in Orochimaru's report started appearing on its surface. Mother. A faint, hoarse, yet eerily divine voice murmured from the white Zetsu's mouth. The word mother, uttered from the white Zetsu clone's mouth, instantly froze the atmosphere in the Hokage's office. Like a shark catching the scent of blood, Orochimaru snapped back from his obsession with the Gundam and appeared beside the white Zetsu in a flash, his eyes gleaming with research fervor. Lord Yanming, look. Its cells are undergoing a peculiar, atavistic phenomenon. Yanming merely cast a casual glance. Just residual, will nothing to fuss over, he said offhandedly. Little snake, take this sample back and study it thoroughly. Only when your Gundams can fly should you come back to study this, mother. Yes. Orochimaru, as if receiving a treasure, immediately sealed the mutated white Zetsu with a scroll and tucked it into his robe like a precious gem. Having resolved the ideological unity of his scientific research team, Yanming turned his gaze to Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya. Huh. Here. Jiraiya snapped to attention and straightened up. He too had been deeply shaken by the Gundam design just moments ago. Deidara and Sasori have confessed. How is the intelligence on the Akatsuki organization coming along? Yanming asked. At the mention of serious business, Jiraiya's expression grew stern. He took a scroll from his robe and handed it to Yanming. Senior, according to Deidara and Sasori's confessions, along with my previous investigations, the leader of Akatsuki, codenamed Pain, is always based in the Rain Village. It is heavily guarded, known as the Impregnable Fortress. And Jiraiya's tone turned heavy. That Pain possesses the legendary Rinnegan. Kakuzu said that he alone could rival an entire nation. The Rinnegan. Tsunade, hearing this, also paled. That legendary the dojutsu of the Sage of Six Paths. Just the name alone suffocated the soul. I've decided. Jiraiya took a deep breath, a hint of resolve in his eyes, as if announcing a long-made decision. I must go to the Rain Village myself. No. Tsunade slammed the table and stood up without thinking, her chest heaving. Jiraiya, have you lost your mind? She shouted at him. What kind of place is that? Who is Pain? Going alone. What's the difference between that and suicide? Tsunade calmed down. Jiraiya frowned. This is my responsibility. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan. They are my students. They have gone astray, and it is my duty to bring them back. Even if it costs me my life. His tone carried a tragic grandeur of one facing death. Tsunade, seeing him like that, trembled with rage. She knew Jiraiya's nature. Once he made up his mind, 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. Responsibility. Responsibility. Tsunade's eyes reddened. You have a responsibility to the village, to your students, but what about me? What about us, your comrades? You always do this. Without a word, you go off to do the most dangerous thing. What do you take us for? The atmosphere in the office turned oppressive. Kakashi and the others hung their heads, not daring to speak. They knew this was a bond between the Sannin, not something outsiders could meddle in. Naruto, watching the two quarrel, felt a pang of pain. He could sense the weight in the pervy sage's words and the worry in Granny Tsunade's voice. Little Jiraiya. Just then Yanming's lazy voice broke the heavy atmosphere once more. He walked over to Jiraiya, reached out his large hand, and gave him a light tap on his white-haired head. Slap. The sound was crisp. Stop putting on this melodramatic farewell scene. It's giving me goosebumps, Yanming said with a look of distaste. Jiraiya, holding his head, stared at Yanming in bewilderment. Senior, I'm not against you going to the Rain Village, Yanming interrupted. But not alone. What? Jiraiya and Tsunade were both stunned. Yanming stretched, cracking his joints with a series of crisp pops. I've been cooped up in the village for too long. I'll go with you and stretch my legs a bit. Think of it as An all-expenses-paid trip to the Rain Village. Puffed. Everyone in the office nearly spat blood. A trip to the den of an S-rank rogue ninja organization. To the Rain Village that even the 5 great nations dared not provoke. You call that a trip, eh? Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He felt his mind struggling to keep up with the old patriarch's rhythm. Senior. He managed to say, that's the Rain Village, a dragon's den and tiger's lair. And pain has the God's eye. His power is unfathomable. God's eye. Yan Ming curled his lip in disdain. Does he deserve to be called a god before me? He walked to the window, gazing at the prosperous Konoha outside, his tone calm, yet carrying a domineering aura that could shake heaven and earth. Wait a few days. I'll give Naruto and Sasuke some extra training. Then we'll take them along. Let those 2 inexperienced kids see what a real god looks like. Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded. He had already prepared himself for sacrifice, rehearsing his last words in his mind several times. Yet to the old patriarch, this life-or-death infiltration mission had turned into a family outing with 2 disciple grandsons. The tone shifted far too quickly. Tsunade was also stunned, but her tense nerves relaxed. Somehow, whenever that old man spoke, she felt that even the greatest troubles didn't matter. Meanwhile, in the distant Rain Village. At the top of a towering steel spire, a man in the red cloud cloak of Akatsuki, his face studded with black iron rods, stood silently in the ceaseless rain. The rain seemed to consciously avoid his body. Tendo pain. He slowly raised his head, his purple eyes with concentric rings gazing toward the direction of the land of fire. For some reason, since a moment ago, he had felt an unprecedented palpitation. It was as if a higher dimensional existence had cast a fleeting glance upon him. A sense of crisis, so intense that even his Rinnegan ached. Nagato, what's wrong? A gentle female voice came from behind. Conan, also in the red cloud cloak, walked over with a paper umbrella. Nothing. Pain said, his voice as cold as the rain beneath his feet. Just a feeling that some interesting guests are coming. Once resolved to visit the Rain Village, Yan Ming immediately began the second phase of intensive training for Naruto and Sasuke. The location was still Training Ground 7. You 2 are barely adequate against ordinary jonin now. But to face the likes of the Akatsuki, you're still far from enough. Yan Ming stood before them, cutting straight to their shortcomings. Naruto, you have immense chakra, but your attack methods are too monotonous. Just Rasengan and Shadow Clones. It's inefficient. Sasuke, your Sharingan has reached 3 Tomo, but you've never truly unleashed its power. You merely use it as a tool to copy and read movements. A waste of its potential. Both of them flushed, unable to refute his words. So for the next 7 days, you have only one goal. Yan Ming raised 2 fingers. Naruto, infuse Wine Nature transformation into your Rasengan, and complete in A-rank No and S-rank Jutsu. Sasuke, abandon your flashy fire techniques. Find a way to summon real thunderbolts and create your own supreme lightning style. Hearing the training targets, Kakashi and Tsunade, who had been watching nearby, changed expressions. Senior. Kakashi couldn't help but interject. Adding nature transformation to the Rasengan. Even the 4th Hokage never accomplished that. It requires simultaneous mastery of shape and nature transformation, an extreme level of control. Too difficult. And real thunder. Tsunade grew anxious. Calling down natural lightning. That's beyond human control. One mistake and Sasuke will be torn apart by the wild lightning. Shut up, Yan Ming said without turning around. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean they can't. Your vision limits their potential. Kakashi and Tsunade were left speechless. Let's begin, Yan Ming said to the 2 youngsters whose eyes already burned with determination. The training officially began. Naruto's practice bordered on self-harm. He split into over 1,000 shadow clones, each attempting to inject wind chakra into a Rasengan. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of Rasengan collapsing echoed across the training ground. Each failure sent the raging wind chakra like countless tiny blades slicing through the meridians of his palm. Within a single day, Naruto's right hand was a bloody mess. Granny Tsunade. He winced, running to her with his mangled hand. Tsunade examined the wound and quickly used the mystical palm technique to heal him. Kid, do you want to die? She scolded while treating him. Your chakra meridians are already torn in several places. If you keep this up, you'll lose that hand. Forget being Hokage, you won't even be able to eat ramen. Hee, it's fine, Naruto said through the pain, flashing his signature grin. If I can get stronger, this pain is nothing. I think I found a clue. As soon as the treatment finished, he dove back into the sea of shadow clones. Tsunade watched his back, stomping her foot in frustration, but helpless. On the other side, Sasuke's situation was no better. He stood on a high rock in the center of the training ground, hands forming seals, releasing his chakra to its limit in an attempt to connect with the clouds above. His Sharingan spun rapidly, analyzing the free charges in the atmosphere. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. He spat a massive fire dragon toward the sky, aiming to heat the air and create updrafts to form thunderclouds. This idea came from Yan Ming and was theoretically feasible. However, the mental strength required to control natural lightning far exceeded his imagination. On the 3rd day, he finally managed to gather a small patch of dark clouds overhead and drew down a faint spark, but the wild natural energy instantly slipped from his control. Boom! An out-of-control lightning bolt grazed his body and struck the ground, blasting a huge crater. Sasuke was thrown back by the powerful electric surge, his body numbed hair, standing on end a puff of black smoke from his mouth. Cough. He struggled to his feet, pale. The excessive mental strain and backlash from the lightning made his brain feel like piercing needles. Sasuke. Sakura and Karen rushed over, one checking his injuries, the other supplying chakra. I'm fine. Sasuke pushed them away, his stubborn gaze fixed on the sky again. Thus 6 of the 7 days passed quickly. Naruto had ruined countless hands, his Rasengan, now showing a faint outline of a Rasen Shuriken, but it was extremely unstable and far from powerful enough. Sasuke had exhausted his mind, the thunderclouds above grew larger, but whenever he tried to guide them, they instantly spiraled out of control. Both had reached their physical and mental limits. Tsunade and Kakashi were frantic like ants on a hot pan, several times wanting to rush in and stop the training, but Yin Ming's glare pinned them back. The 7th day, Naruto and Sasuke were both tottering on the edge. No. Still a bit short. Naruto panted, his right hand trembling. A palm-sized, unstable energy ball, emitting a buzzing sound, flickered in his grasp. Damn. Can't control it. Sasuke knelt on one knee, the thunderclouds blotting out the sky, lightning snakes dancing wildly, as if divine punishment would descend at any moment. 2 fools. Yin Ming's voice came from behind them. Can't even master your own power, and you want to become Hokage and revive your clan. The next moment both felt an indescribable warm and vast power surge into their bodies from behind. Yin Ming had appeared behind them, one hand pressing on Naruto's back, the other, index and middle fingers together, lightly touching Sasuke's forehead. Naruto felt a torrent of pure ultimate life energy flood into his body like a mighty river. His chakra meridians, riddled with cuts from the wind blades, were instantly healed under this force, becoming even tougher and wider than before. The unruly wind chakra was now as docile as a kitten. Buzz! The Rasengan in his hand stabilized instantly. A perfect jutsu took shape, over a meter in diameter, spinning rapidly, emitting a piercing hum, its form like a white shuriken. Wind release Rasen Shuriken. And because his meridians had been strengthened by Yang release, this forbidden technique that normally harmed the user had no side effects on him. On the other side, Sasuke's experience was entirely different. A cool, profound spiritual energy flowed from Yin Ming's fingertip directly into his mind and poured into his eyes. His aching brain, strained from overuse, instantly became clear. The 3 Tomo Sharingan, catalyzed by Yin release, spun wildly, the Tomo seeming about to merge. His perception and control over chakra increased tenfold or more in that moment. The violent thunderclouds above were no longer a chaotic mass of energy in his eyes, but a clear, readable circuit diagram. He roared, guiding the thunder. The clouds condensed instantly into a colossal, roaring blue lightning beast. Lightning released Kirin. Naruto and Sasuke stared blankly at their own creations, faces filled with awe. The ultimate techniques that would normally take months or even years to develop were, under the ancestors' empowerment, instantly mastered. This was no longer guidance, it was outright cheating. Yin Ming withdrew his hands, dusting them off casually. All right, the techniques are complete. As for how to use them, you'll figure it out on the way to the Rain Village. Just then, Karen, who had been standing by as a mobile blood pack, suddenly changed expression. Her Kagura's minds, I had detected 2 immense, ominous chakras rapidly approaching the land of fire's border. Lord Yin Ming. Karen called urgently. On the border, 2 powerful chakras are moving quickly toward Konoha. Yin Ming raised an eyebrow. He felt them too. One of them carried the nauseating stench of the Jashin cult. Oh. Haiden and Kaku. A dangerous grin spread across his face. Perfect timing. A warm-up before the trip has arrived. At the border of the land of fire, within a dense forest, a patrol team of 4 Konoha Chunin stood on guard, confronting 2 uninvited guests with wary expressions. Both wore the iconic black cloak with red clouds. One was tall, masked with eerie green eyes, exuding an icy, forbidding aura. He was Kakuzu. The other sported a silver swept-back hairstyle, carried a massive blood-red scythe, wore a pendant of the Jashin cult, and bore a wild, bloodthirsty grin. He was Haiden. Hey Kakuzu, these guys don't look like they're worth much. Haiden pointed the tip of his scythe at the Konoha ninja, speaking with bored indifference. Kakuzu's green eyes swept over the scene, and he spoke coldly. Stop wasting time, Haiden. Our target is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, not these small fry. Finish them and move on. TCH, you're such a bore, always thinking about money. Haiden curled his lips, then his face twisted into a sickly fervor. But before we find the Nine-Tails, sacrificing these guys to the great Jashin-sama will make a nice appetizer. His words barely faded before his figure blurred into a streak, charging at the Konoha patrol. Scatter. Form formation. The leader of the Konoha Chunin shouted. The 4 moved in perfect sync, fanning out and unleashing a volley of kunai to block all of Haiden's attack routes. Yet Haiden did not dodge at all. He laughed maniacally, letting the kunai pierce his body, then swung his massive scythe in a bizarre arc. Too slow. Too slow. Your attacks are just tickling me. Shink. A Konoha Chunin failed to evade, and the scythe's edge carved a deep gash across his arm. Huh. Got it. Haiden yelled in excitement, leaping back, while licking the blood off his scythe. On the ground beneath him, a bizarre pattern of circles and triangles rapidly formed from the blood. Alright, get ready to receive the punishment of Jashin-sama. I'll make you experience the ultimate agony. Haiden stood in the center of the ritual circle, his body transforming into a black and white skeletal form. He raised a black spear, aiming it at his own heart. Haiden, hurry up and finish it. Stop playing around, Kakuzu urged. I know. Almost done. Just as Haiden was about to thrust the spear down to complete the curse, an abrupt change occurred. The sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't clouds, it was a massive, unimaginably huge golden palm that appeared out of nowhere, blotting out the entire sky. The palm was entirely composed of condensed chakra covered with intricate wood-release patterns, radiating a vast life-giving aura like an ocean. Well, what is that? Everyone present, including Kakuzu and Haiden, looked up in horror at the colossal hand like that of a divine being. This golden giant hand was none other than Yinming's sage art, wood-release, all-encompassing catch technique. However, he hadn't even bothered to form hand seals, but materialized with just a thought. Boom. Before anyone could react, the golden palm slammed down. Its target, the Jashin ritual circle beneath Haiden's feet. No. Haiden let out a terrified scream. Yet his voice was utterly insignificant against the thunderous roar of the descending palm. The ground shook violently as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Where the palm landed, the earth was crushed over 10 meters deep, leaving a clear, enormous handprint. Haiden's meticulously drawn ritual circle, along with his entire body, was shattered into pieces, leaving not even a trace. Well, almost nothing. A head, still cursing furiously, rolled out from the edge of the handprint. Bastard. Who dares to interrupt my sacrifice to Jashin-sama? I'll kill him. I'll definitely kill him. Haiden's head screamed in madness. Meanwhile, Kakuzu reacted much faster. The instant the giant palm descended, he sensed the wood-release chakra that made his very soul tremble. Without a second thought, he activated Earth-Release Earth Spear to harden his body, while his back burst open and 4 masked monsters roared out. Wind-Release Pressure Damage. Fire-Release Head Hardening. 2 of the masked beasts launched attacks attempting to block the golden palm. But it was useless. After smashing Haiden's ritual, the golden palm closed its fingers, casually pinching like grabbing a chick. Bang! Bang! Kakuzu's 2 prized Earth Grudge Fear Heart monsters, without putting up any real resistance, were crushed into black smoke and extinguished. Kakuzu suffered a heavy blow, spitting a mouthful of black blood, staggering backward, his eyes filled with terror. 2 of his hearts were destroyed. How could this be? That was a forbidden technique capable of contending with the First Hokage. Just then, leisurely footsteps sounded from the forest not far away. TSK tisk, young people these days really have no manners. A lazy, teasing voice rang out. Kakuzu and the surviving Konoha Chunin all turned to look. A black-haired young man, hands in pockets, strolled out slowly. Behind him followed 2 youths, Naruto and Sasuke. Senju Kenmei had arrived. He didn't even glance at the terrified Konoha Chunin, walking straight to the massive handprint and kicking Haiden's still cursing head. Hey Naruto. Kenmei spoke without turning around. Oh, yes, Ancestor. Naruto quickly replied. Kenmei pointed at the head on the ground, speaking in a lecturing tone. Look at this kid, not much to look at, but he sure talks big, always blabbering about some Jashin. Today let this old man show him, and you as well, what it truly means to be a god. Kenmei's indifferent words struck Kakuzu's ears like a thunderbolt. He stared fixedly at Kenmei's youthful face, and a long-buried, century-old terror surged forth from his mind. It was a mission he had once accepted, to assassinate Hashirama Senju, the man later hailed as the god of shinobi. As he neared Konoha, he witnessed Hashirama and Madara Uchiha sparring. Nearby stood a black-haired youth who never once made a move. He merely watched, occasionally offering commentary on their fighting styles, as if observing a mediocre performance. When Madara's complete Susanoo clashed with the First Hokage's true several thousand hands, the entire world trembled. Yet that youth, standing amidst the energy storm that could tear everything apart, didn't even stir his robes. Kakuzu, still young and inexperienced back then, dared only hide 800 li away, lacking the courage to approach. After the battle ended, the youth seemed to sense his gaze and cast a faint glance from afar. That single glance. Kakuzu still remembered the feeling to this day. It wasn't killing intent nor pressure. It was an absolute, insurmountable gap in life's hierarchy, like an ant gazing at the heavens. Under that gaze, his proud Earth Grudge Fear technique and the immortal body granted by his 5 hearts seemed utterly laughable. He was frightened out of his wits on the spot, fleeing the land of fire in a panic and not daring to set foot there for decades. And now, this face, this gaze, though much younger, the aura of transcendence was exactly the same. Son. Senju. Kenmei. Kakuzu's voice turned sharp and twisted from sheer terror. You are Senju Kenmei. You're still alive. Ploppy. Before Naruto and Sasuke's astonished eyes, this century-old S-rank missing mean, the legendary man who had fought the First Hokage, collapsed to his knees, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Oh, you still remember me? Kenmei raised an eyebrow, surprised. Not bad memory. Seems my glance back then wasn't wasted. Hearing this, Kakuzu's psychological defenses shattered completely. He was truly Senju Kenmei, the monster older and more terrifying than the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha. Spare me. Lord Kenmei, spare me. Kakuzu buried his head deep in the dirt, screaming with all his might. I didn't know it was you. I'll never dare again. Please spare my life. Naruto and Sasuke watched in stunned disbelief. Was this the intimidation of an ancient ancestor? An S-rank missing nin, without even a fight, just from hearing a name, immediately knelt. Shut up. Kenmei ignored Kakuzu's frantic kowtowing and turned his impatient gaze to Hiden's still cursing head. Jashin, the great Lord Jashin will avenge me. He will rain divine punishment and tear you heretics to shreds. Hiden's head continued its mad curses. Jashin, huh? Kenmei scoffed. He walked over to Hiden's head and slowly crouched down. Kid, it seems you don't know what it is you worship. As he spoke, Kenmei's jet-black eyes transformed instantly. A violet light bloomed, and 6 black tomo slowly rotated within. The 6 tomo Rinnegan. Come out. Now. Kenmei's eyes locked onto the void, and he reached out with one hand, as if grasping something invisible. Then he yanked it outward with force. Roar. A scream inhuman filled with agony and malice echoed through the entire forest. Before everyone's horrified eyes, a colossal, twisted, and illusory ghost-like figure formed of pure black chakra was physically dragged out from another dimension by Kenmei. This ghostly projection was a fragment of the Jashin that Hiden worshipped. Lord Jashin. Hiden's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His faith began to waver violently. With such meager power, you dare call yourself a god? Kenmei looked at the struggling, roaring black ghost in his hand with utter disdain. Back then, when I had less than a tenth of my power, I could still beat you senseless. Now a mere phantom, not even a true clone, dares to act arrogantly before me. With that, he clenched his fingers. No. The Jashin projection let out a final agonized shriek. Boom. Like crushing a bubble, the so-called Jashin was shattered by Kenmei's grip right before Hiden's eyes, scattering into countless black specks that dissipated into the air. Hiden's head opened wide, all sound trapped in his throat. His gaze shifted from fanaticism to shock, then fear, and finally settled into a dead gray void. His faith had collapsed. The god he had worshipped his entire life, sacrificed everything for, was crushed like a toy in this man's hands. Then what had all his years of deeds amounted to? A joke. Hiden's head spat out a final jet of black blood, then his eyes rolled back, losing all vitality. His soul had self-annihilated the moment the Jashin projection shattered. Useless. Kenmei dusted off his hands as if he had done something trivial. He turned to look at Kakuzu, still kneeling and utterly petrified. Kakuzu. Yes, your servant is here. Kakuzu trembled and answered hastily. I hear. You're very good at making money. Kenmei's face broke into a kind smile. Kakuzu, not knowing what he meant, could only reply shakily, I manage. Oh, perfect. Kenmei clapped his hands. Konoha's finance department is in need of an experienced director. I think you're just right for the job. From today on, you'll report to Tsunade. Salary and benefits are negotiable. But if I ever catch you harming comrades or betraying the village again. Kenmei's smile turned dangerous. I'll personally dig out all 5 of your hearts. 1 for wine, 1 for soup, and the remaining 3 skewered and grilled. Kakuzu felt every hair on his body stand on end, a chill shooting from his soles to his crown. No. Never again. Absolutely never. He kowtowed frantically, afraid a second's delay would turn him into a skewer. I will dedicate my life to Konoha's financial affairs. To save his skin, Kakuzu began betraying the organization without hesitation. Lord Kenmei, I know all of Akatsuki's deployments in Amage Cure. I also have a rough idea of the 6 Paths of Pain's abilities. I'll tell you everything, just spare my life. Thus this S-rank missing nin, a centuries-old financial master who had plagued the great villages, driven by an overwhelming will to survive, honorably joined Konoha, becoming the future finance director. After resolving the minor episode of the immortal duo, the Yu-In Village Luxury Tour Group of Mu Yi was officially established. Leader Qian Shou Yenming. Atmosphere Group Zi Lai Yi. Trainee students Xian, Wa Mingren, Yuji Bo Zhuizhu. Special guest and bodyguard Yuji Bo Yu. Newly appointed financial advisor and guide Jiaodu. The group of 6 set off in grand style towards the Rain Country. With Jiaodu, a living map, who knew the inner workings of the Shao organization like the back of his hand, their journey was exceptionally smooth, perfectly avoiding all known sentry points and traps. A few days later, they arrived at the border of the Rain Country. The sky began to drizzle incessantly. The entire world was shrouded in a gray curtain of rain, appearing oppressive and gloomy. This is it. Jiaodu stopped, pointing at the country shrouded in rain, had a hint of wariness in his voice. Once we step into the Rain Country, we will be detected by Peiyan's Rain Tiger Autonomous Technique. Rain Tiger Autonomous Technique. Mingren asked curiously, what is that? Zilai Ye's expression turned somber as he explained, that is a large-scale perception ninjutsu created by Chongmen. The entire Yu-In village, even most of the Rain Country, is under his rain surveillance. No outsider can escape detection. So once we enter we'll be discovered immediately. Zhuizhu frowned. Exactly, you added from the side. Moreover, Xiaonan's ability is the paper dance. She can transform her body into countless pieces of paper merging into the rain. In other words, this rain curtain is their eyes and ears. Hearing this, Ming Ren and Zhuizhu's expressions turned serious. A net spread from heaven to earth, nowhere to hide. Even before entering the village, they could already feel the suffocating pressure. Alright, stop looking like the sky is falling. Yan Mingyan took out an ordinary oil paper umbrella from his bosom and opened it. It's just a large-scale surveillance system, nothing to make a fuss about. With that, he was the first to step into the curtain of rain. A strange scene occurred. The torrential rain, when falling about half a meter above Yan Ming's head, seemed to encounter an invisible barrier automatically parting to both sides, forming a perfectly dry circular area. Holding that ordinary oil paper umbrella, he walked in the pouring rain, with leisurely steps, not a single drop touching him. It was as if he wasn't walking in the rain, but the entire rain curtain was actively making way for him. The several people behind him were all stunned. Zilai Yi rubbed his eyes. He could sense that Yan Ming wasn't using any chakra at all. This was completely a higher-level interference with the laws of nature. What are you waiting for? Follow me, Yan Ming called out without looking back. They quickly followed. At the top of the tower in Yu'in village, the Rinnegan of Tindo Pei suddenly contracted. They're here, he murmured. What is it, Changmen? Xiaonan's figure formed from countless paper pieces appeared beside him. In my Rain Tiger autonomous technique. There's a blind spot. Pei-En's voice carried a hint of disbelief for the first time. Blind spot. Xiaonan was puzzled. There are 6 chakra signals intruding into the rain country. 5 of them I can clearly perceive. Teacher Zilai Yi. Yuji Boyu. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. A little brat from the Yuji Bo clan, and Jiao Du. Pei-En's brows furrowed. Jiao Du and Fei Duan's mission failed. Jiao Du is still alive, and together with people from Muyi. Then what about the 6th? What is that blind spot? Xiaonan pressed. I don't know. Pei-En shook his head, his eyes full of confusion. I can only sense that there is a void there. My rain cannot fall into it, and my chakra cannot perceive it. It's as if that person does not exist in this world, but he is truly walking in my rain. This feeling is like a mortal gazing up at a god. Just as they were speaking, Yan Ming's group had already swaggered to the entrance of Yu'in village. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless ninjas in Yu'in village uniforms leaped down from the high buildings on all sides surrounding them. At the same time, countless paper pieces began to gather in the rain, forming white paper clones in midair, staring coldly at them. The atmosphere was tense. Zilai Yi looked at those familiar paper pieces, at those cold faces, his emotions incredibly complex. He stepped forward, looked towards the direction of the tower, and shouted with all his might, Xiaonan. Changmen. Mian. It's me. I am Zilai Yi. Your teacher has come to see you. His voice echoed in the rain, filled with sorrow and anticipation. However, only cold hostility answered him. Annoying, Yan Ming said impatiently, picking his ear. He closed the oil paper umbrella, letting the rain fall on him, only to be repelled by the same invisible force. He patted Zilai Yi on the shoulder, looked at the small black dot on the tower, and spoke calmly. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone in Yu'in village, even overpowering the sound of the pouring rain. Changmen Xiaonan. Your teacher came to see you to reminisce. And I, your old uncle, have come today to give you 2 unworthy youngsters a lesson in family discipline that has been decades overdue. Yan Ming's words about home tutoring lesson were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly enraging the entire Yu'in village. Atop the high tower, the gaze of the heavenly Dao Pan turned icy cold. Great uncle, arrogant mortal, let you feel the greatness of the god in pain. As his words fell, his figure dropped vertically from the hundreds of meters tall tower. Boom. Accompanied by a loud crash, heavenly Dao Pan landed heavily in the center of the street, the ground cracking inch by inch beneath his feet, and an invisible gravitational wave spread outward from his center. Immediately 5 more figures appeared silently beside him from different directions. One was the Azura path, stretching out 3 heads and 6 arms, its body covered in traces of mechanical modification. One was the human path, capable of extracting souls and reading thoughts. One was the animal path, able to summon all kinds of bizarre summoning beasts. One was the hungry ghost path, which could absorb all ninjutsu. And one was the hell path, which could revive other Pei-Ens. The 6 paths of Pei-En formally assembled. 6 pairs of identical Luanhui eyes coldly gazed at Yan Ming and his group, emitting a suffocating pressure. Teacher Zilai, it seems you have not understood my piece. Heavenly Dao Pei-En's voice carried no emotion. Zilai looked at the 6 familiar yet unfamiliar faces before him, especially one of them, which was a ninja from the Fuma clan he had encountered during his travels back then. His heart was bleeding. Changmen, you made them all into puppets. They are not puppets, Pei-En corrected. They are Pei-En, the avatars of the god on earth. They have already obtained eternity. Nonsense. Zilai roared. Why waste words with him? Yan Ming patted Zilai on the shoulder, pulled him behind, and then looked at the 6 paths of Pei-En with a watching the show expression. He turned to Zilai and whispered, "Little Zilai, your disciple, is seriously suffering from delusions of grandeur. God, when this old man was dueling with the evil god in the belly of the god of death, this brat wasn't even born yet. Zilai, this is no time for jokes, old man." Yanming paid no more attention to Zilai, but waved at Mingren and Zhuozhu behind him. "You two, did you see? Except for the one floating in the middle, the remaining 5. You each take 2, and the last one handle together." "What?" Mingren and Zhuozhu were stunned. Let them 2 fight 5 enemies with Luanhui eyes. Ancestor this. Mingren lacked confidence. What? Scared? Yanming raised an eyebrow. The newly mastered S-rank ninjutsu, is it just for show? I'll be your referee. You and Jiaodu are responsible for clearing the area, don't let any small fry disturb them. As for Zilai, Yanming glanced at him. You just have a good reunion with the leader in the middle. Don't be too rough, if you break him your disciple will be truly gone. After saying that, he really stepped back a few paces, crossed his arms looking like he was ready to enjoy the show. Bastard. How dare you underestimate us? Azura Path Pan roared, and the arms behind his back instantly turned into cannon barrels, unleashing countless chakra missiles, with long tails of flame raining down on Mingren and Zhuozhu. Zhuozhu, Mingren shouted. Got it. Zhuozhu's Xiaoluan eye spun rapidly, instantly seeing through the trajectories of all missiles. Multiple shadow clone technique. Mingren formed hand seals and hundreds of shadow clones instantly appeared, charging toward the missiles. Spiral sphere. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another as the shadow clones and missiles annihilated each other in midair, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. At that moment, Animal Path Pan formed hand seals and pressed them to the ground. Summoning technique. Bang, bang, bang. A huge cloud of smoke burst open, and a giant dog with splitting ability, a strange bird with wings, and a huge chameleon simultaneously appeared on the battlefield, roaring and charging toward the two, instantly dividing the battlefield. The human path and the hungry ghost path also took the opportunity to approach from 2 directions at high speed. For a moment, Mingren and Zhuozhu were caught in a tough battle. Mingren's spiral sphere, when struck against the hungry ghost path, would have its chakra instantly absorbed. Zhuozhu's great fireball was blocked by the splitting dog with its body, then split into 2, increasing in number. No good. This will go on forever. Zhuozhu, while using Thousand Bird Stream to repel the chameleon's sneak attack, shouted loudly. Now, Yanming's voice suddenly rang in their minds. Zhuozhu used that technique to turn the rain in the sky into your weapon. Zhuozhu understood. He leaped into the air, forming hand seals quickly. Fire release Grand Dragon Fire technique. Several giant fire dragons soared into the sky, not attacking any enemy, but charging straight into the clouds. The terrifying heat instantly evaporated the surrounding rain, creating a strong updraft. The thunderclouds in the sky began to churn violently. Heavenly Dao Peiyan frowned, sensing that the natural energy in the sky was being forcibly guided. Now, Zhuozhu's Xiaoluan eye locked onto all the enemies below. He raised his right hand, aiming at the sky. Lightning release. Xiaoluan. Roar. A deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth. At that moment, the natural thunderclouds above Yuan village transformed into a divine beast composed of pure lightning, carrying an aura of destruction as it crashed down. The speed was that of light. Impossible to dodge. All the summoned beasts of the animal path, the moment the Xiaoluan fell, were vaporized without even a chance to cry out. The human path and the hungry ghost path were also instantly devoured by the violent lightning. Rumble. The huge thunderclap made the entire Yuan village tremble. As the intense light faded, a huge scorched pit was left on the ground. The Azura path, half its body destroyed, lay on the ground, twitching continuously. The human path and the hungry ghost path were nowhere to be seen. With one strike, 3 of the 6 paths of Peiyan were gone. Mingren's mouth hung open, staring blankly at Zhuozhu, slowly descending in midair. So powerful. Zilai, and you were also stunned. So this is the power of the Xiaoluan. Heavenly Dao Peiyan watched this scene, and for the first time a ripple appeared on his eternally unchanging icy face. Interesting. He slowly raised his hand, aiming at Zhuozhu. But before the power of a god, all this is meaningless. Shenluo Tianzheng. The cold, emotionless voice of Pain Tendo resounded, and an invisible, terrifying, repulsive force instantly erupted from him as the epicenter. Having just released Kirin, Sasuke was in a state where his old power was spent, and his new power had yet to arise. He had no time to react. Sasuke. Naruto cried out in alarm, wanting to rush over, but the repulsive force had already spread. Bang! Sasuke, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, crashing heavily into a distant building wall, his fate unknown. You bastard. Naruto's eyes turned crimson instantly, and the Nine-Tails chakra began to leak uncontrollably. Calm down, Naruto. Jiraiya pressed a hand on him. He's not dead yet. On the other side, Itachi's figure flickered and appeared beside Sasuke, checking his injuries. A few broken bones, some internal damage, but no life-threatening danger. Itachi's voice came, calming Naruto slightly. So this is the power of the Rinnegan. Jiraiya stared at the unscathed Pain Tendo, his expression grave beyond measure. Sasuke's Kirin earlier had been nearly catastrophic in power. Yet against this repulsive force it seemed unable even to approach. See, Jiraiya-sensei. Pain Tendo rose slowly into the air looking down upon the group like a god judging the world. No matter how strong an individual's power is, it is but a speck in the face of absolute pain. I will make the world feel pain, understand pain, and revere pain. Only then can true peace be achieved. His voice, amplified by chakra, echoed across the entire Hidden Rain village. As his words fell, his chakra began to surge terrifyingly. The rain in the sky stopped. No, it didn't stop. Every raindrop was drawn by an invisible gravitational force converging toward him. The surrounding buildings began to groan under the strain, and rubble on the ground slowly floated. Not good. Jiraiya's face changed drastically. Fall back. He could sense a terrifying power, enough to level the entire village, coalescing within Pain Tendo. But it was too late. From this moment on, let the world feel pain. Super Almighty Push. Pain Tendo flung his arms wide open. An indescribable, colossal, repulsive force like the shockwave of the Big Bang erupted from him in all directions indiscriminately. In that instant, time itself seemed to slow. Jiraiya and Naruto were pinned to the ground by the immense wind pressure, unable even to stand. The ground beneath them, as if plowed, was instantly torn up and pulverized. The surrounding steel towers, fragile as paper under this force, began to crumble, disintegrate, and turn to dust from the base upward inch by inch. The entire Hidden Rain village, this impregnable fortress, was being erased from the map. Destruction. Absolute destruction. This was the power of a god. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, Jiraiya's eyes showed bitterness and despair. Defeated. Against such power, any struggle was futile. Yet just 1 second before the all-destroying repulsive wave engulfed them, a lazy voice rang clearly in their ears. Had enough fun. Senju Kenmei had somehow appeared before them, blocking the attack. He maintained his leisurely stance with hands in his pockets, not even a single thread of his clothes stirring in the storm that could tear everything apart. It was as if he existed in a different dimension from this world of ruin. He looked up at Pain Tendo hovering in midair like a deity and curled his lip. Repulsive force. Not bad. But your power is too diffuse, too wide, flashy but impractical. Today let me teach you what a true almighty push is. As his words ended, Yenming's half-lidded eyes snapped open. In an instant, an eerie purple light illuminated the dim world. 6 black tomos slowly rotated in his eye sockets, exuding an aura more ancient, more noble, and more heart-stopping than Pain's Rinnegan. Almighty push. Yenming murmured the same technique. But his repulsive force did not spread outward. Instead, it coalesced into an invisible, highly compressed wall of repulsion, meeting Pain's world-destroying shockwave with pinpoint accuracy. A hum. Not an earth-shattering explosion, but a sound of space itself twisting. Then something that made Jiraiya and Naruto's eyes nearly pop out occurred. Pain's repulsive wave, capable of annihilating a village, collided with Yenming's wall of repulsion and was stopped dead, as if hitting an infinitely thick and hard barrier. No, not just stopped, it was being pushed back. Yenming's repulsion, like an invisible piston, forcibly compressed and condensed all the force Pain had released, then hurled it back, with even greater speed, unchanged. What a... For the first time, the face of Pain Tendo in midair showed an expression of shock. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. His own power, wrapped in a greater force, rebounded upon him. A dull boom echoed. Pain Tendo was struck like a cannonball by an invisible projectile. His red cloud robe instantly shredded, and his body, like a cut string of a kite, plummeted straight down from the sky. He crashed heavily into the muddy ruins, joints twisted and shattered in multiple places, blood and fragments of internal organs gushing from his mouth. Yenming descended slowly, spotless, utterly incongruous with the surrounding wreckage. He walked up to the dying Pain Tendo and looked down at the fallen god. How does it feel to taste your own almighty push, little Nagato? Deep beneath the Hidden Rain village, in a chamber made of paper trees linked to the demonic statue of the outer path, Nagato, emaciated and connected to the statue, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the instrument before him. Nagato! Conan cried out, rushing to support him. Cough! How is that possible? Nagato stared at the monitor, at the figure like a demonic god, his eyes filled with disbelief. My almighty push was reflected. Nagato's coughing up blood made the atmosphere in the chamber oppressively heavy. His godlike power, which he prided himself on and believed could make the world feel pain, was effortlessly dismantled and even returned to him in its entirety. This blow was thousands of times more severe than any physical injury. Nagato, give up. Conan supported him, her voice tinged with desperation. That person is not an enemy we can defeat. No. Nagato wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flash of mad stubbornness in his eyes. I haven't lost. I haven't lost yet. I am the god. I am the god who will lead this world to peace. For Yahiko's dream, for true peace, I cannot afford to lose. He abruptly clasped his hands together, squeezing out every last drop of chakra remaining in his body, without reservation. Even if my opponent is also a god, I will drag him down from his pedestal. Shibaku Tensei. Above the ruins of the Hidden Rain village, The Azura path, which had been destroyed by Kirin and then caught in the Shinra Tensei, rose again under the healing of the Hell Path's King Yama. With the Deva path and Hell path, who had not yet acted the 6 paths of pain, now had 3 members again. Not finished yet, Yen Ming said with growing impatience. At that moment, the Deva path pain slowly brought his hands together. A chakra utterly different from Shinra Tensei and brimming with extreme gravitational force began to gather in his palm. What is that? Naruto felt an ominous premonition. Not good. Jiraiya's expression turned grim, worse than ever before. It's another ability of the Rinnegan. The legendary technique the Sage of 6 Paths used to create the moon. Hurry! Stop him! Itachi's figure vanished in an instant, turning into a streak of black light, his kunai aimed straight for the heart of the Deva path pain. However, a powerful repulsive force erupted once more, sending Itachi flying back. Too late. The Deva path pain's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. The highly condensed black gravitational orb in his palm slowly rose into the sky. The next moment, terrifying gravity erupted. Boom! The entire ground of the Hidden Rain village, the ground for dozens of miles around, began to tear violently asunder. Countless giant rocks, building debris, metal fragments, along with the endless rain, broke free from gravity and madly converged toward the black core in the sky. The earth wailed, the sky collapsed. Naruto and Sasuke, who had just been revived by Itachi, also found their bodies uncontrollably flying into the air under the terrifying suction. Grab me. Jiraiya's white hair grew wildly, wrapping around the two and anchoring them firmly to the ground. But even he felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. High in the sky, a growing sphere of rock and rubble was rapidly taking shape. Soon this man-made planet would completely seal everything on this land within it. This was one of the ultimate sealing techniques of the ninja world, Chibaku Tensei. Gazing at the colossal celestial body that blotted out the sky, all that remained in Jiraiya's eyes was helplessness. Shinra Tensei is destruction. Chibaku Tensei is creation and also an eternal prison. Is this the power of a god? Sigh. A soft sigh echoed in everyone's ears. Yen Ming shook his head, wearing an expression that said, "You really are hopeless. I told you, don't disperse your power so widely. A ball this big falling down will pollute the environment, don't you know?" Under the astonished gazes of everyone, his figure, ignoring the terrifying gravity that could tear anything apart, appeared directly in front of the black gravitational core, as if teleporting. What? What is he going to do? Naruto shouted. No one answered him, because everyone's mind had come to a halt at the sight about to unfold before them. Yen Ming slowly extended his right hand. As it reached out, it became covered in a layer of pure golden, wood-style chakra brimming with life force. His arm instantly transformed into a colossal wood-style giant hand that blotted out the sky. This hand was even more solid and massive than the Jie technique that had just shattered Haiden's formation. Sage art wood-style, true, several thousand hands. No, it wasn't even the complete technique, it was just a palm he casually transformed. In the stupefied stares of all, the golden, wood-style giant hand snatched the black core, the source of the gravitational pull, and clenched it in its palm. Buzz! The core of Chibaku Tensei trembled and struggled violently in the palm of the wood-style giant hand, attempting to release even stronger gravity. However, it was useless. Too noisy. Yen Ming's brow furrowed slightly. This old man, his 5 fingers gripping the core, suddenly clenched. Break! Crack! A crisp sound of shattering so clear it seemed to deafen the entire world echoed through the sky. The gravitational black orb, hailed as the core of the ninja world's strongest sealing technique, shattered in Yen Ming's palm like a fragile glass ball. It turned into black powder scattered across the sky. With the core's destruction, the terrifying gravitational force vanished instantly. In the sky, the rock planet that had gathered to the size of a small mountain, now freed from gravitational restraint, began to disintegrate thunderously. Countless massive rocks, like a meteor shower of apocalypse, rained down below. It's over. Jiraiya's heart turned cold as he watched the even more terrifying scene. However, Yen Ming simply stood in the air and casually waved his hand toward the raining boulders. Whoosh! An indescribable gale born out of nowhere swept across. Those boulders, capable of gouging countless craters into the ground, were as fragile as dust before the gale, effortlessly blown away into the distance, vanishing at the horizon. The wind ceased, the rain stopped. The sky cleared once more, as if the earth-shattering scene just moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. Yen Ming looked down from above, his gaze piercing through layers of rubble, precisely locking onto the gaunt figure deep underground. Nagato. His voice rang directly in Nagato's mind. Is your capacity only this small, eh? The game is over. With that, he grabbed Naruto with one hand and placed the other on Jiraiya's shoulder, then vanished from the spot in a flash. The next moment, they appeared in the chamber constructed of countless paper pieces filled with pipes and apparatus. Face to face, they confronted Nagato's true body. The air rippled slightly, and the figures of Yen Ming, Jiraiya, and Naruto materialized out of thin air within the secret chamber. Who's there? Konan, who had been guarding Nagato's side, her expression turned grim as countless paper shards instantly transformed into sharp paper spears pointing at the sudden intruders. But when she clearly saw the faces of the newcomers, all her attacking movements froze. Jiraiya. Sensei. Her voice carried a hint of tremor and disbelief. When her gaze fell upon the dark-haired young man standing beside Jiraiya, an instinctive dread coursed through her soul, making her entire body go ice cold. It was this very person. This man had effortlessly dismantled every technique of pain. Nagato. Jiraiya gazed at the red-haired youth connected to countless tubes, his emaciated frame seeming as though the fire of life could flicker out at any moment. His heart clenched in agony. Was this still the kind, tearful disciple he had known back then? How had he come to look like this? Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato sat upon the massive life support apparatus, raising his hollow Rinnegan eyes, his voice hoarse and feeble. You still found me. Why I? Jiraiya rushed to his side, his eyes bloodshot, questioning with both grief and fury. Why are you doing this? Yahiko's ideal was never like this. Peace is not achieved through inflicting suffering. You don't understand. Nagato shook his head, a wry smile crossing his face. Sensei, you live under the sunlight. You could never comprehend the suffering we endure in the shadows. Only when this world, every single person in it tastes the same pain as I have, will they fear war and cherish peace. This is my answer, the sole path to true peace. Though his body was frail, his tone was exceptionally resolute, overflowing with an unwavering devotion to his ideology. You? Jiraiya was rendered speechless by his twisted reasoning. Naruto stood aside, looking at this senior brother, who shared his Uzumaki lineage, his emotions turbulent. He could sense the profound sorrow hidden beneath those words. Fool. A discordant voice shattered the heavy atmosphere between teacher and disciple. Yen Ming strolled forward casually, as if wandering through his own backyard, surveying the high-tech chamber. Your so-called theory of suffering bringing peace is nothing but childish nonsense. What do you know? Nagato's composure cracked. You haven't experienced my suffering. You have no right to judge me. Suffering? Yen Ming sneered, stepping closer. Konan's expression shifted. She immediately positioned herself before Nagato, her paper shards forming shields as she watched Yen Ming warily. Step aside, Yen Ming said flatly. Konan clenched her teeth, but did not move. Yen Ming shook his head, paid her no mind, and simply extended his hand past her shoulder, delivering a light tap to Nagato's crown. Pat. A soft sound echoed. No attack materialized. Instead, a warm, gentle yang released chakra brimming with profound vitality surged from Yen Ming's palm into Nagato's body. Nagato's body shuddered, his frame devastated and depleted from overusing the Rinnegan and the outer path's power. Began recovering at a visibly rapid pace, like parched earth receiving long-awaited rain. The grotesque black iron rods embedded in his back detached automatically. His emaciated body quickly grew full and radiant. His vivid crimson hair regained its lustrous shine. In merely a few breaths, the critically ill Nagato, who had appeared on the verge of death at any moment, had completely recovered. He rose from the life support apparatus, feeling the long-lost vitality-rich chakra coursing through him, disbelief written across his face. Konan and Jiraiya alike stood dumbfounded. What manner of technique was this? This had transcended medical ninjutsu. It was a miracle of life itself. How do you feel? Yen Ming withdrew his hand, regarding the thoroughly shaken Nagato with a cold smile. Now do you still consider your suffering to be something remarkable? Before this old man, your life, your death, and even your suffering, all are decided by a single thought of mine. He extended a finger, pointing at Nagato's Rinnegan, now brimming with renewed luster. And those eyes you take such pride in. Did you truly believe yourself a reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage, the chosen savior of the world? Don't be naive. Those eyes were secretly transplanted onto you by that old man Uchiha Madara on his deathbed. From beginning to end, you were nothing more than a pawn, a test subject, prepared for his resurrection. Boom. Those words detonated within Nagato's mind like the most terrifying forbidden jutsu. A pawn, a test subject. The Rinnegan he had prized, so dearly hailed as the eyes of God, had actually been given to him by another. Everything he had endured, his mission, his theory of peace, was it all nothing more than a premeditated deception? No. Impossible. You're lying. Nagato completely lost his composure, clutching his head as he let out an anguished roar. His faith was ruthlessly shattered in that very moment. Believe it or not, Yen Ming's tone was utterly devoid of ripples. Your suffering was orchestrated by another. Your peace is nothing but an illusion. Want to know what true peace truly is? Yen Ming turned toward the entrance of the chamber. Come with this old man back to Konoha. Witness with your own eyes how I will remake this corrupt world. Nagato slumped to the ground, his gaze vacant and unfocused. His life's deepest conviction had been completely overturned today. Just then, at the center of the chamber, space twisted like rippling water. A figure wearing an orange spiral mask with frivolous and eccentric mannerisms slowly emerged from the distorted dimension. My, what a lively scene. Looks like I've arrived at the wrong moment. Ahio, Obito, spoke in his signature playful voice. But his single visible eye concealed beneath the mask locked onto Nagato with unhidden greed and killing intent. Since you're no longer useful, Nagato, I'll collect those eyes myself. Before the words had even finished echoing, his figure already phased into intangibility, his arm piercing through space itself, reaching straight for Nagato's eyes. Death wish. Yanming snorted coldly without so much as glancing back. His six-tomo Rinnegan shifted ever so slightly, and in the next instant a scene that sent chills through Obito's soul unfolded. His prized Kimui intangibility, capable of negating all physical attacks, had actually been forcibly frozen in place. Time seemed to have paused at this moment. That arm of Dai-Tu, which had pierced through space and was about to touch Changmin's eye, froze mid-air, completely immobile. His body was in an extremely bizarre state, suspended between intangibility and solidity. Half was real flesh and blood, the other half a twisted phantom. How is this possible? A monstrous wave surged in Dai-Tu's heart. Shunwei, his space-time dojutsu Shunwei, which was invincible and considered an absolute defense, had failed. No, it wasn't failure. It was forcibly locked by a more advanced and domineering spatial power. He felt like an insect trapped in amber. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from this locked space. Playing with space in front of me. Yanming's cold and mocking voice sounded behind him. Who gave you the courage? Dai-Tu turned his head with difficulty, and through the single hole of his mask he saw a scene he would never forget in his life. In the right eye of that black-haired man, 6 Magatamas slowly rotated. What emanated from his entire body was not chakra. It was a supreme law power that seemed capable of devouring and controlling the entire space. Reincarnation Seal Technique Space Lock. This was a unique dojutsu developed by Yanming, combining the spatial ability of the Luanhui Eye and the sealing techniques of the Shuama clan. It specialized in countering all flashy time-space ninjutsu. You? Who the hell are you? Dai-Tu's voice for the first time carried a tremor named fear. Who am I? Yanming walked step by step slowly to him, a cat-and-mouse mockery on his face. I am the person whom even your father would have to call Ancestor. He reached out and tapped gently on the orange swirl mask. Little Dai-Tu, you've turned this ninja world into a mess. Have you no shame before the dead Lin? Have you no shame before Kakashi? Boom. The names Lin and Kakashi struck Dai-Tu's heart like 2 heavy hammers. The face hidden beneath his mask instantly twisted into a ferocious grimace. You? How do you know? Why wouldn't I know? Yanming smiled. I also know that you are a beast. A pitiful wretch blinded by hatred, used as a pawn by an old monster who has lived for over 1,000 years. Shut up. Shut up. You shut up. Dai-Tu roared madly, trying to activate Shinwei, but that locked space remained completely still. Being disobedient. Yanming's eyes turned cold. It seems I need to wake you up. He raised his hand and delivered a powerful unadorned slap, solidly striking the orange mask on Dai-Tu's face. Slap. A crisp, extreme loud sound echoed endlessly in the silent chamber. That mask, said to be made of a special material cultivated from the First Hokage cells, and incredibly hard, shattered like a fragile eggshell under this slap. Shards scattered, revealing the face beneath the mask, half handsome, half covered in ferocious scars. Uchiha Dai-Tu, after more than a decade, was once again exposed to the world with his true face. Zilai Yi looked at that face, his pupils constricting. Shui Min's disciple. Uchiha Dai-Tu. You. Weren't you killed in the Shin Whoopi Bridge battle? Dai-Tu covered his burning cheek, completely stunned. He was hit. He who had activated Shinwei was actually pulled out of his intangible state, and then solidly slapped. This was beyond his comprehension. This was something only a god could do. What are you looking at? This slap is just the interest for the deaths of Shui Min and his wife. Yanming shook his hand as if he had just swatted a fly. Little Dai-Tu, when I was playing with space ninjutsu, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. With your measly skills you dare to show off in front of me. He leaned down close to Dai-Tu's ear and said grimly in a voice only the two could hear. Go back. Tell that black leech hiding in the sewer, hey Jew. Both of you clean your necks and wait. With that, Yanming withdrew the spatial power in his eyes. The locked space returned to normal. Without a second thought, Dai-Tu activated Shinwei with all his might, his body instantly twisting and disappearing in a pathetic mess. He didn't dare to stay even a second longer. This man was a demon. A true god of demons, countless times more terrifying than Uchiha Ban. Having dealt with the small nuisance of Dai-Tu, Yanming turned around and looked at Changmin and Xiaonan, who were completely petrified. Alright, the fly is gone. Now we can have a proper talk about the future of the Hidden Rain Village and the issue of your atonement. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, in the secret underground laboratory of Da Shiwan, the mutated Baiju, he was focusing his research on, suddenly emitted an eerie glow from the black runes on its body. Orochimaru, who had been completely absorbed in recording data, suddenly froze. His golden snake-like pupils instantly contracted into 2 vertical slits. He leaned close to the glass cultivation jar, nearly pressing his face against it, greedily observing the black runes constantly swirling across White Zetsu's body. These runes do not belong to any known rune system in this world. The energy structure they contain is simply magnificent. Absolutely perfect. Orochimaru extended his elongated tongue, licking his lips, as barely contained excitement shimmered in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Rain village, under Senju Kenmei's relentless persuasion, Nagato had thoroughly changed his perspective. He stood atop the tower, gazing down at the village perpetually shrouded in rain, his expression deeply conflicted. Jiraiya, Konan, Naruto, Sasuke, and others stood by his side. Nagato, have you truly made your decision? Jiraiya placed a hand on his former student's shoulder, his tone carrying a touch of relief. Nagato nodded, his crimson long hair flowing in the wind. Those Rinnegan eyes now held less of their icy divinity and more of a human warmth. Sensei, I was wrong. Peace bought through pain is ultimately an illusion. His gaze drifted toward the man standing not far away, hands buried in his pockets, idly watching the sky. Lord Kenmei. He showed me another path. Effective immediately, the Akatsuki organization will be dissolved. The Hidden Rain village willingly joins Konoha, becoming part of a new order. Nagato's voice resonated throughout the village via chakra amplification. The moment these words were spoken, the entire Hidden Rain village erupted in chaos. What? Join Konoha? Are you joking? Our Hidden Rain village is independent. Has Lord Pain lost his mind? After all, he is our god. Countless rain ninja poured from the shadowy buildings, converging on the central plaza with agitated shouts. They had grown accustomed to this place's laws, to living under Pain's rule, filled with wariness and hostility toward the unknown hidden leaf. A rain ninja Jonin, with a scar across his face, leaped onto a tower, pointing directly at Nagato. Lord Pain. We revere you as our god, but we will never bow to Konoha. We rain ninja have our own dignity. That's right. Never submit. Drive out the leaf people. The uproar from below grew louder and more fervent. Conan's expression darkened as she stepped forward, her voice cold. Audacious. This is the god's decision. Do you wish to defy him? Countless paper shurikens spiraled from her body, hovering menacingly above the ringleaders among the ninja. Yet this time her intimidation failed to work. The scarred Jonin stood firm, shouting without a hint of fear. Lady Konan. Were this the old Lord Pain, we would obey without question. But now he's been swayed by leaf agents. We cannot entrust our village's future to outsiders. You, Konan sputtered, momentarily at a loss for words. The people's loyalty had fractured. Once a god descends from his pedestal, his words cease to be inviolable decrees. Sigh, truly a bunch of narrow-minded frogs in a well. The gentle sigh reached every ear present with crystal clarity. Following the sound, all eyes turned to see Senju Kenmei stretching lazily from the tower's edge. He looked down upon the thousands of agitated rain ninja below, an air of impatience marking his expression. So noisy. Nagato, Konan, is this how you used to govern the village? Through intimidation and threats. Far too crude. Very well, let this gathering of souls who've never witnessed sunlight witness something wondrous. Have you not desired peace? Has prosperity not been your longing? Has dignity not been your pursuit? This old one shall grant it to you now. With those words spoken, his palms slammed together with force. Sage art would release true, several thousand hands. Buddha's radiant light. Rumble, rumble. The very earth of the land of rain trembled violently beneath the Hidden Rain village at this moment. Before countless horrified gazes, a golden Buddhist statue of the thousand-armed Senju erupted from the ground, dwarfing the entire Hidden Rain village and piercing straight into the clouds. Its colossal form seemed ready to split the very sky asunder. And what struck them most profoundly was, as the statue manifested, those dark clouds that had blanketed the Hidden Rain village for decades were forcibly driven apart. Golden sunlight for the first time pierced through the clouds, bathing this damp, chilling land. What is that? The sky has cleared. All the rain ninjas stood frozen, their minds completely blank as they beheld this almost mythical spectacle before them. Yet this was merely the beginning. The immense Buddha statue slowly raised its countless arms. But this time, instead of fists, emerald spheres pulsing with tremendous life force materialized at the tips of each arm. Wood release, tree creation, nature birth, ecological purification. Kenmei's voice rang out like a divine decree. In the next instant, countless green orbs shot from the Buddha's hands like a spectacular meteor shower, raining down upon every corner of the Hidden Rain village. Miracles unfolded. The rust-covered steel structures began sprouting verdant vines and blooming with vibrant flowers. Murky, fetid pools of water transformed before their eyes into crystal-clear streams. The barren and fertile soil quickened under the green radiance, becoming rich and fertile. Towering trees surged upward from the earth, weaving together into an expansive forest. In less than a single minute, the once dark, damp, and oppressive Hidden Rain village had vanished completely. In its place rose an ecological city, a radiant sanctuary of lush green canopies, fragrant blossoms, and birdsong bathed in warm sunlight and pulsing with vibrant life. The air crisp and clean, the sunlight warm and gentle, the earth's rich aroma. Every resident of the Hidden Rain village inhaled greedily, savoring this unprecedented beauty. Thud. Someone knelt first, though no one could identify who. Then like dominoes, thousands of rain ninja dropped to their knees, bowing deeply toward the tower and the godlike man within. Even the scarred Jonin who had led the protest was now in tears, pressing his forehead against the ground with all his strength. A true miracle. This is a genuine, divine manifestation. I was wrong. We were all wrong. Hail the Divine Lord. Reverent cries rose like thunder, shaking the very heavens. Kenmei stood upon the tower, his expression unreadable as he surveyed the kneeling masses below. From this day forth there shall be no more war or famine here. Nagato, did you not seek peace? This is but the first step I offer you. Just then an Umbu ninja materialized behind Kenmei, dropping to one knee as he urgently reported. Lord Kenmei. Emergency dispatch from the Hidden Leaf. Envoys from the Hidden Cloud have arrived at Konoha. Their attitude is utterly arrogant. They specifically demand an audience with you. Upon hearing the report from the Umbu, Yinming slowly turned around. The sacred aura that had enveloped him instantly vanished, replaced by a hint of playful laziness. Oh, from the Cloud-Hidden Village. He raised an eyebrow. It seems that Brad AI can no longer sit still. He waved his hand and said to the Umbu member, I understand. You may go back now. Tell Tsunade to entertain them first. Don't keep them waiting. Yes. The Umbu ninja received the order, flickered, and disappeared from sight. Jiraiya approached from the side, a hint of worry on his face. Lord Yinming, the Cloud-Hidden Village's intentions are not good this time. The Fourth Hokage is notoriously hot-tempered and extremely protective of his own. Our open recruitment of the Akatsuki organization has made too much noise. They will definitely feel threatened. Threatened? Yinming let out a scoff. He feels it right. I am the threat. He patted Nagato on the shoulder and said, I leave this place to you. Reassure the people, tally the resources, and plan the city. Conan will assist you. In a few days I will send specialized administrative personnel to help you establish a new management system. Yes, Lord Yinming. Nagato replied respectfully. After witnessing the miraculous scene earlier, his reverence for Yinming had reached its peak. Yinming then looked at Naruto and Sasuke. You two stay here as well and help with the work. Consider it a life experience. When the Rain-Hidden Village is back on track, you'll return to the Leaf Village with Nagato. Oh. Naruto's face immediately fell. Ancestor, I want to go back to the Leaf Village too. I want to eat Ichiraku ramen. Sasuke let out a cool hum, but said nothing, though a trace of reluctance flickered in his eyes. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. Yinming gave each of them a flick on the forehead. I'm keeping you here so you can witness firsthand how a village is rebuilt from the ruins. This will benefit you in the future. Having said that, he ignored the two youngsters and spoke to Jiraiya, Itachi, and Kaku. You three come with me. Let's go back and see what tricks those muscle-bound brutes from the Cloud-Hidden Village want to play. As his words faded, Yinming's figure had already vanished from the spot. The Leaf Village Hokage's office. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Tsunade sat on the Hokage's seat, arms crossed, her face as dark as a thundercloud. Shizen stood behind her, not daring to breathe loudly. Opposite the desk stood two tall, cloud-hidden ninjas. The leader, a man with short black hair and an eye patch bearing the character Thunder, was the cloud-hidden envoy Dodai. Beside him stood his guard Darui. Darui had a drowsy, lazy appearance, but the chakra fluctuations emanating from his body attested to his formidable strength. Fifth Hokage, I believe you are well aware of my purpose here. Dodai's tone carried an arrogant condescension. The Leaf Village's recent actions have been far too excessive. First, you publicly whitewashed the S-rank traitor Uchiha Itachi and even appointed him as the Umbu commander. Then you recruited the Akatsuki's most heinous criminals, Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara. Is the Leaf Village planning to take in all the rogue ninjas of the ninja world and declare war on the four great villages? Dodai's voice was not loud, but every word dripped with provocation and interrogation. Tsunade snorted coldly. Watch your tone. The Leaf Village's internal affairs are none of the Cloud-Hidden Village's business. Internal affairs? Dodai laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. Uchiha Itachi once infiltrated our village and stole a large amount of intelligence. Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara have killed many of our Cloud-Hidden ninjas. And now you tell me this is your internal affair. Today I come on behalf of the Hokage to demand an explanation from the Leaf Village. Dodai stepped forward, his presence intimidating. We demand that the Leaf Village immediately hand over Uchiha Itachi, Sasori, Deidara, and others to us for processing. Furthermore, the Leaf Village must provide appropriate compensation for the losses they have caused to our village. Bullshit. Tsunade slammed her fist on the desk, instantly cracking it. Who do you think you're talking to? Her eyes became terrifying. I swear I'll throw you out of here right now. Terrifying chakra erupted from Tsunade, making the air in the office feel frozen. Yet Dodai only smiled contemptuously at her rage. Fifth Hokage, I advise you to calm down. Don't forget, I represent the Hokage, I represent the Cloud-Hidden Village. A hint of veiled threat laced his words. If our demands are not met, the Hokage's wrath is not something the Leaf Village can easily bear. When that time comes, our Cloud-Hidden Village might consider having a thorough discussion with the Tsukage of the Stone-Hidden Village about the future landscape of the ninja world. This was a naked threat of war. You're asking for death. Tsunade's fury was fully ignited. She stood abruptly, her fist clenched, brimming with monstrous strength. Just as she was about to punch this reckless fool out of the room. Bang! A deafening crash. The heavy door of the Hokage's office was kicked to pieces from the outside. Amidst the flying wood chips, a lazy figure strolled in. It was none other than the just-returned Senju Kenmei. He didn't even glance at the tense atmosphere in the office, but walked straight to Tsunade, stretched, and complained, "Little Tsunade, how are you running this Hokage office? You let all kinds of strays in. Is this office a shelter for lost cats and dogs? So noisy." His voice was not loud, but it reached every ear clearly. Tsunade's heart lightened at the sight of Kenmei, and her tense body relaxed. She knew the pillar was back. On the other side, the cloud-hidden envoy's face turned ashen. Strays. This suddenly appearing young brat dared to insult him and the cloud-hidden village like this. "Who are you? How dare you be rude to the cloud-hidden envoy?" Darui shouted harshly. Beside him, Dodai's eyes also sharpened. Kenmei, as if just noticing them, tilted his head and looked them up and down. "Oh, so it's a black-skinned pig from the lightning country and an old geezer." He curled his lips. "One-eyed little old man, did you come to sell the black-skinned pig? You? Arrogant." Darui was completely enraged. He abruptly drew the large sword from his back, and a sharp storm-released chakra burst forth. "You will pay for your arrogance." "Ah, the black-skinned pig wants to fight." Kenmei's tone was dripping with disdain. He simply waved his sleeve casually in Darui's direction. An invisible blast of wind materialized out of thin air. Whoosh! Darui felt an irresistible, terrifying force slamming into him. His proud storm-released chakra before this power was like paper, instantly scattered. His entire body, as if hit head-on by a tailed beast, flew backward. Boom! Darui's body crashed through the wall of the Hokage's office, arcing through the air out of the Hokage building. With a heavy thud, he slammed into the central street of the Leaf Village below, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire process was blindingly fast. In the office, everyone was stunned. Tsunade and Shizune, knowing Kenmei's strength, found it immensely satisfying. But the cloud-hidden envoy Dodai was utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't even seen what happened. His own guard had been flicked away with a wave of a sleeve. What kind of monster was this? Kenmei brushed off the non-existent dust from his sleeve, turned to Dodai, and gave a friendly smile. "Well, that one has already flown out. Now it's your turn. Will you roll out on your own, or do you want me to give you a send-off?" Tutai looked at Shinsho Kenmei's kind smile, only to feel a chilling dread rise straight to the crown of his head. He had no doubt that if he uttered a single wrong word, his fate would be far worse than Darui's. I'll go myself." Tutai raised his hands in surrender, backing away with extreme caution. He didn't even dare walk through the door that Kenmei had kicked open. Instead, he chose to jump down through the massive hole that had been smashed into the wall. He quickly ran to the center of the street, helped up Darui, who was foaming at the mouth and unconscious, and fled Konoha in utter disarray. Back in the office, silence finally returned. Tsunade gazed at the shattered door and the enormous hole in the wall, her lip twitching as she spoke with exasperation. "Great Uncle Tai, couldn't you be a little gentler? This is the third time this month we've had to repair this office. Complain I'm too heavy-handed." Kenmei plopped down into the Hokage's seat and crossed his legs. "That one-eyed dragon just threatened you with war. If not for the fact that they were envoys, my sweep of that sleeve would have sent both of them straight to the Pure Land." Jiraiya stood by, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "Lord Kenmei, with this move you've thoroughly offended the Raikage. Given AI's temper, he's likely already received word and is on the verge of losing control." "Losing control?" Kenmei snorted disdainfully. "If he dares to come, I'll make him bow down. It'll also give the other villages a good show of who really calls the shots in the shinobi world now." He paused for a moment, as if remembering something, then called out toward the door, "Yes, Lord Kenmei." Kakuzu's figure appeared in the office like a phantom. Kenmei said lazily, "Bring back that guy named Darui, and tie him to the gate post at the entrance of Konoha." "What?" Both Tsunade and Jiraiya were stunned. Tying an envoy at the village entrance for public display. This wasn't just slapping faces anymore. This was grinding the Cloud Village's honor into the dirt. "Great Uncle Tai, this isn't appropriate, is it?" Tsunade quickly urged. "This will completely escalate the conflict." "That's exactly the point, to escalate it." Kenmei's gaze turned cold. "I want that kid AI to come to Konoha himself, head bowed, to redeem the person. Kakuzu, do you understand?" Kakuzu adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Where he'd sourced them remained a mystery, as a glint flashed across the lenses, and he replied with respectful obedience. "Understood, Lord Kenmei. May I ask what sum would be appropriate for the ransom?" "Indeed, professional." Kenmei nodded approvingly. "Handle it as you see fit. Just don't embarrass Konoha." "Yes." Kakuzu acknowledged, and his figure vanished once more. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both reading profound resignation in each other's eyes. They knew a massive storm engulfing the entire shinobi world was imminent. As Jiraiya had predicted when the fourth Raikage AI received word that Tutai had fled back in disgrace, and that Konoha had bound Darui at the village entrance for public display, his already volatile temper instantly erupted. Boom! A deafening crash echoed through the Raikage's office. AI punched through the special alloy desk, before him reducing it to scrap metal. Terrifying lightning release chakra raged uncontrollably, tearing every object in the office to shreds. Qian, Shou, Yan, Ming. AI roared insolence. Absolute insolence. A nobody who emerged from some corner has the audacity to humiliate our cloud village so brazenly. Deliver my orders. AI screamed toward the doorway. Gather all our elite forces. I will personally campaign against Konoha. I'll tear off that Qianshou Yinming's head with my own hands. The Raikage's fury spread rapidly throughout the entire cloud village. Countless cloud ninja upon hearing the news surged with collective indignation. What? Konoha dares detain our envoys. Arrogant. We must show them what's what. Follow the Raikage into battle. Crush Konoha to the ground. Before long, a massive army of thousands of cloud ninja elites assembled in the square. At the forefront stood two figures. One was the fourth Raikage, AI wreathed in lightning like a thunder god descended to earth. The other was the eight-tails Jinchuriki killer bee sporting sunglasses and constantly spouting awkward rap verses. Yo-yo. Konoha's boys are way too cocky, tying up my bro's messenger. What a jerk. Watch as Lord Killer B makes his entrance. Let my tailed beast bombs be their first taste. SKR. Hearing his younger brother's inappropriate rap, AI's forehead veins throbbed violently. If the situation weren't so urgent, he would have punched his idiotic younger brother unconscious on the spot. Full attack. With the Raikage's command, the massive cloud army rolled forward in overwhelming force toward the Fire Country's border. Meanwhile, at the border between the Fire and Lightning countries, a temporary patrol post had been erected. Qianshou Yinming sat leisurely in a folding chair, cup of hot tea in hand with a plate of delicate pastries set nearby. Jiraiya and Shisui stood behind him, their expressions grave as they gazed toward the Lightning country. Beside Yinming, Kakuzu crouched on the ground, small notebook and abacus in hand, muttering to himself as he worked through some calculation. Lord Yinming, the Cloud Army has mobilized and should reach the border within half a day, Shisui reported in a deep voice. Understood. Yinming took a sip of tea without looking up. He nudged Kakuzu beside him and asked, Kakuzu, have you finished the calculations? Kakuzu paused his abacus and answered solemnly, returning to Lord Yinming, the preliminary calculations are complete. Based on current market rates, a typical Kaga-level warrior's bounty falls between 100 million and 150 million Ryo. The fourth Raikage AI possesses formidable strength and leads the Cloud Village, so my initial estimate places him at no less than 300 million Ryo. As for the eight-tails Jinchuriki killer bee, while his personal combat ability is considerable, his true worth lies in the eight tails sealed within him. A complete tailed beast commands a pricelessness fortune on the black market. If captured, whether for research purposes or deployed as a strategic weapon, its value becomes immeasurable. Conservatively speaking, we're looking at a minimum of 1 billion Ryo. Kakuzu adjusted his glasses and added, therefore combining one Raikage with one eight-tails yields a total valuation of at least 1,300 million Ryo. Should the Raikage refuse to pay, we simply keep them. The Raikage himself could serve as an endless human generator. As for the eight-tails, we could lease it to other villages for substantial rental fees. Both scenarios represent extraordinarily profitable ventures. Hearing Kakuzu's professional analysis, Jiraiya and Shisui's lips both twitched in disbelief. Treat the Raikage as a generator. Rent out the eight-tails. If the Raikage himself overheard such words, he'd likely suffer a cerebral hemorrhage from rage on the spot. Yinming nodded with satisfaction. Well analyzed. Kakuzu, you have a keen business mind. Once this conflict concludes, I'll entrust the entirety of Konoha's finances to your management. Thank you for your patronage, Lord Yinming. A gleam of what could only be described as currency ignited in Kakuzu's eyes. At that moment, a violent chakra fluctuation erupted on the distant horizon. Shisui's gaze sharpened. They're here. A streak of blue lightning hurtled toward their outpost at speeds beyond human perception, striking straight for their position. The velocity was so extreme it generated a continuous series of sonic booms through the air. Qianshou Yinming, come out and face death, you bastard. Accompanied by a deafening roar, that blue flash materialized directly above the outpost. It was the fourth Raikage AI armored in lightning release. He descended from the heavens. His iron fist wreathed in lightning and charged with tremendous force, slammed mercilessly toward Qianshou Yinming, who sat calmly sipping tea in his chair. Heavy current burst. The Raikage's furious strike was swift to the extreme and vicious to the extreme. His technique, Heavy Flow Storm, pushed lightning release chakra to its absolute limit. Combined with his terrifying physical strength, it was a straight punch whose power could shatter a small hill in an instant. The air was torn apart by the fist wind, emitting a piercing shriek. The blue lightning illuminated the entire outpost in a ghastly white. The faces of Jiraiya and Itachi grew extremely grave. They could sense that this punch contained destructive power sufficient to threaten any Kaga-level powerhouse. Yet facing this earth-shattering blow, the target, Senju Kenmei, did not even lift his eyelids. He even leisurely picked up his teacup and took another sip. As if the descending attack were not a fatal strike, but a trivial breeze. Too slow. Only when the Raikage's fist was about to touch his body did Yinming lazily utter three words. Then in the Raikage's bloodshot eyes filled with rage, he slowly extended his right hand, fingers spread. Without forming any hand seals, without bursting out chakra, he simply and unremarkably met the mountain-splitting iron fist. Courting death. The Raikage's fury burned even hotter, using a bare palm to block his heavy flow storm. This man was utterly arrogant beyond measure. He would make him pay for his contempt with his life. The next moment, fist and palm collided with a thunderous impact. A deafening roar exploded along the border. Ferocious shockwaves radiated outward from the two, sweeping in all directions. The entire outpost along with the ground within 100 meters was flattened in an instant. Jiraiya, Itachi, and Kakazu were all sent staggering back by the terrifying blast. But the expected scene of Senju Kenmei being blasted into a blood mist did not occur. The dust cleared. There stood Senju Kenmei still firmly in the position where his camp chair, now reduced to powder, had been. He himself hovered midair, his posture unchanged, and his extended right hand held the Raikage's fist securely. The Raikage's mountain-shattering power vanished like a stone sinking into the sea the moment it touched his palm. How? How is this possible? For the first time, the Raikage's face showed disbelief. His fist felt as if it had struck immovable divine iron. No, it was even more exaggerated. That palm was like a bottomless black hole devouring all his power. His prized speed and strength were useless against this man. Decent speed, but your strength is too poor. Kenmei finally lifted his eyelids, his pitch-black eyes gazing calmly at the stunned Raikage. And that lightning release armor of yours, flashy, but useless. As he spoke, a dazzling golden lightning coiled around Kenmei's right arm. This lightning was utterly different from the Raikage's blue bolts. It was not violent or domineering, but filled with sacred majesty, as if it were the very origin of lightning, the divine thunder of judgment. You're also a lightning release ninja. The Raikage cried out in shock. Lightning release. Kenmei sneered. The lightning I play with is far more advanced than such a lowly technique. His fingers gripping the Raikage's fist tightened slightly. Absorb. With a soft cry, an unbelievable scene occurred. The Raikage's blue lightning release armor formed from vast chakra instantly went out of control. Countless wild blue currents, as if finding an outlet, rushed madly and uncontrollably toward Kenmei's arm. The golden divine lightning on Kenmei's arm, like a greedy glutton, accepted all, devouring, converting, and absorbing the blue bolts. A piercing scream erupted from the Raikage. This was no longer mere chakra absorption. His cells, his entire body's energy were being forcibly stripped away. Worse still, as his own power drained, he felt a destructive lightning force 100 times more tyrannical than his own invading his body through Kenmei's palm. A series of electric crackles. The Raikage's body began to convulse violently. His prized lightning release armor shattered inch by inch, turning to nothing. His entire figure was scorched black by the backlash, emitting smoke, golden hair, standing on end like a super saiyan struck by lightning. Kenmei released his grip. The Raikage's legs gave way, and he collapsed heavily onto his knees before Senju Kenmei, trembling, black smoke rising from his mouth, unable to utter a word. One move. Just one move. The fourth Raikage, renowned for speed and strength, the supreme leader of Kumogakure, who had rampaged through the ninja world, had knelt. He was knocked unconscious by his own prized lightning release. In the distance, the Kumogakure army that had just arrived along with Killer Bee standing at the forefront were all petrified. Everyone's faces were etched with shock and fear. Their leader, their invincible Raikage, had been one-shot. Was this a genjutsu? Yo-Yo Big Brother is kneeling. Is he too excited to meet his idol? Yeah. Killer Bee's rap sounded pale and trembling. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes were fixed on the black-haired man hovering midair like a goddess storm raging in his heart. A roar filled with fury and unease burst from within Killer Bee. A chakra far more massive and pure than the Raikage surged skyward. A red-tailed beast cloak instantly enveloped Killer Bee's body. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 8 giant octopus-like tails writhed wildly behind him. Killer Bee entered a semi-tailed beast transformation. Whoever you are, daring to attack my big brother, taste the power of the Killer Bee. Damn it, idiot. 8 massive tails, like 8 world-destroying whips, tore through the air and swept toward Senju Kenmei with overwhelming force. Facing Kalabi's earth-shattering sweep, Chincho, Kenmei merely cast a lazy glance. Oh, finally decided to show yourself, Nyogoe. His tone was as if greeting an old friend. Yet this casual tone made the 8 tails inside Kalabi tremble all over. This voice, so familiar. A fear buried deep in the recesses of memory for years instantly flooded its consciousness. Stop. Stop right now. The 8 tails' terrified roar echoed madly in Kalabi's mental world. But Kalabi by now was completely blinded by rage. He only wanted to avenge his elder brother and could not hear the 8 tails' warning. Roar. 8 massive tails had already reached Kenmei, sealing all his escape routes, about to crush him into pulp. Tisk, still so forgetful. Kenmei shook his head helplessly. He didn't even bother to dodge, just slowly raised his hands and slammed them onto the ground. Wood-style wooden dragons, binding. Boom. The earth trembled violently. In everyone's sight, a giant hand made of pure wood suddenly thrust out from the void. The moment the giant hand appeared, it met the sweeping 8 tails with an irresistible force. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull, heavy impacts. The 8 massive tails capable of easily destroying a small hill struck the giant hand, as if hitting a divine mountain. The violent chakra was instantly suppressed. The immense power was completely neutralized. Without pause, the giant hand opened its fingers and firmly pinned Kalabi to the ground. Boom. Another thunderous roar shook the earth. The 8 tails Kalabi crushed under the palm could not move, only the tips of its tails twitching feebly. What? What is this now? The cloud ninjas in the distance were utterly dumbfounded. If the Raikage being taken down in one move had shocked them, then seeing even-tailed beast mode Kalabi slapped to the ground by a single hand filled them with fear. What kind of monster was this man? Roar. Damn it. Let me go. Kalabi struggled wildly under the giant hand, his massive chakra erupting continuously in an attempt to break free. He opened his huge mouth and red and black chakra began to gather frantically. A black energy sphere of pure destruction rapidly formed in his mouth. Tailed beast ball. Die, you bastard. Idiot. Kalabi aimed at Yinming ahead and prepared to fire the tailed beast ball. But at that moment in his mental world, the 8 tails near collapse voice rang out again by, "Stop. Surrender now. Surrender immediately. Shut up, Nyogawe. Can't you see I'm fighting?" Kalabi roared impatiently. "Fighting my ass. Do you even realize who you're up against, eh?" Nyogawe's voice was tearful. "You idiot. That's Chinsho Yinming, an old monster from the same era as the First Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Back then, it was him. He treated me and Kurama like kittens and puppies, needing us at will. Now you're using a tailed beast ball on him. What's the difference between a cat clawing at a tiger?" Nyogawe's words exploded in Kalabi's mind. Chinsho Yinming, the uncle of the first and second Hokage who crawled out of the death god's belly according to intelligence. The ancestor who found the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara's fight, like kids brawling. Kalabi's rap suddenly stuttered. The tailed beast ball in his mouth became extremely unstable due to the shock. Just then Yinming's voice came from above. "Hey Nyogawe, still trying to tickle me with this thing?" The giant hand suddenly released its grip on Kalabi, then slapped hard on Kalabi's huge head. Bam! A loud crash. The tailed beast ball about to be fired was forcibly slapped back into his stomach by this unexpected blow. Gulp. Kalabi felt a sweet taste in his throat and nearly choked. Then the hand pinned him to the ground again. Whoa! Kalabi let out an unintelligible whimper. Yinming's figure slowly descended from the air. He reached out with his foot and lightly kicked Kalabi. Nyogawe not coming out to greet an old friend. In Kalabi's mental world, Nyogawe had completely shut down. It curled up in a corner, hugging itself tightly with its 8 tails trembling and not daring to speak a word. It's him. This demonic man. Decades later, how come he hasn't aged a bit, but looks even younger? And his strength has become even more unfathomable. It's over. Running into him today, we're doomed. Seeing his tailed beast cowering like this, Kalabi lost all his fighting spirit. He deactivated his partial tailed beast mode, poked his head out from between the giant hand's fingers, and said weakly, I surrender. No more fighting. Yeah. The entire battlefield fell into dead silence. All cloud ninjas stared at the man who was pinning down the 8 tails Jinchuriki with a single hand, as if looking at a god. Their faith was shattered that day. Just then the electrocuted Raikage AI slowly regained consciousness. He shook his still dizzy head, and the first thing he saw was his brother pinned to the ground by a giant hand. Raikage AI's eyes nearly split with fury. He was about to charge again, but Yinming's words froze him in place. What want to experience being cooked by lightning again? Raikage AI's body stiffened. Recalling the terrifying feeling of his power being stripped and his body pierced, he couldn't help but shiver. He knew that he and his opponent belonged to entirely different dimensions. Continuing to fight would only bring humiliation. The Raikage, a ninja world tyrant known for his toughness and arrogance, bowed his proud head for the first time. He gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. "We surrender. What do you want?" "Nothing much." Yinming smiled. "First, ransom your envoy with money. Discuss the amount with my finance minister. Second, cede ownership of 3 mines along your border as compensation for this invasion. Third." Yinming paused, revealing a playful smile. "Let your 8 tails Jinchuriki stay in Konoha for a while to spar with our 9 tails Jinchuriki." "What a—" Raikage AI was furious. Handing over Kalabi was worse than death. But before he could retort, Yinming's gaze suddenly turned to an inconspicuous ravine several kilometers away. "Watching the show for so long, aren't you coming out? Anoki, if you hide any longer, your old back might really break." Several kilometers away in a concealed mountain gully. Gulp. The diminutive third Tsuchikage Yemu swallowed hard at these words, beads of cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. Beside him, his son Huang Tu and granddaughter Hei Tu were also stunned. How is this possible?" Hei Tu said in disbelief. "We hid so well, even using a concealment technique. How did he find us?" Huang Tu's face grew grim, and from such a distance his voice carried so clearly. "What kind of monster is this Chinsho Yinming?" The Yemu's heart sank to the depths. He had planned to watch from the sidelines, waiting for Kumogakure and Konoha to exhaust each other, then swoop in to claim the greatest gains for Iwagakure. But he never imagined that the so-called Battle of Titans was nothing but a complete one-sided massacre. That man named Shinsho Yenming used only 2 moves. One move crippled the 4th Raikage. One move subdued the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. The entire process was as effortless as an adult scolding 2 disobedient children. This power completely surpassed his understanding of the concept of shinobi. Go. Now. Dayemu made a snap decision, abandoning any lingering hope. He spun around, preparing to flee this place of peril at maximum speed. Yet just as his body began to levitate, the space before him rippled like a stone thrown into a pond. Leaving so soon? A mocking voice came from the distorted space. Dayemu, isn't it rude to ignore an elder like me without even a greeting? The next second, Shinsho Yenming stepped out of the spatial ripple, appearing directly before Dayemu. Dayemu's pupils contracted to the limit. Space-time ninjutsu. In such an advanced form, with barely any spatial fluctuation. Dayemu was terrified out of his wits. In his extreme fright, his already weak old back suddenly seized up. Ow! My back! With a cry of agony, his chakra became chaotic, and he plummeted straight down from midair like a broken kite. Father! Grandfather! Huang Tu and Hei Tu panicked and rushed to catch him. But one hand was faster. Shinsho Yenming appeared behind the falling Dayemu, as if teleporting gently, placing a hand on his back. Yet with that light touch, an unimaginably vast gravity descended instantly. Boom. Dayemu felt as if a mountain had been weighed upon him. His body slammed down from midair and crushed onto the ground. With a thud, he smashed a crater into the earth. Dayemu, you old fool, young in age, but full of troubles. Yenming's hand remained on Dayemu's back, his tone flat. Back when you came to Konoha with your master, the second Tsuchikage, you were still a snot-nosed brat, weren't you? Now, decades later, have you grown bold enough to scheme behind this old man's back? Dayemu lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, unable to utter a word. He could feel every bone in his body groaning under the terrifying gravity, on the verge of breaking. He had no doubt that with just a little more force his old bones would be crushed into pulp. Spare me, Lord Yenming. Dayemu forced out the words through clenched teeth. Spare you. Yenming chuckled. Your old bones are almost falling apart. Well, considering I had a few encounters with Mu back in the day, I'll do you a favor today. Your back has always been a problem, hasn't it? Today I'll treat it for free. With that, Yenming pushed hard on Dayemu's back. Crack! A crisp, sharp bone snap echoed from Dayemu's waist. Ayakak! Dayemu let out a pig-like scream, feeling as if his back had been snapped in half. But after the excruciating pain, a warm, gentle chakra brimming with life force surged into his body. The warmth flowed through his limbs and meridians, repairing damaged tissues and cells. Especially his lumbar spine, the stubborn old injury that had plagued him for decades, healed rapidly under this miraculous power. Within a few breaths, Dayemu felt that his ever-fragile back no longer hurt. Not only did it stop hurting, it was brimming with strength. He got up in a daze and tried twisting his waist. It was flexible, agile, and full of vitality, as if he had returned to his prime at 20. What would happen? Dayemu stood frozen, his face cycling through shades of green, white, and red, a spectacle of emotions. He looked at the smiling man before him, his heart a tangled mess. Was it fear? Oh, or gratitude? In the end, all emotions condensed into a long sigh. Thud. The third Tsuchikage, renowned in the ninja world for his stubbornness and cunning, slowly knelt on both knees and prostrated himself before Shinsho Yenming. The Wagakure's Dayemu greets. Lord Yenming, thank you, my lord, for this new lease on life. He knew that from this day forward this man's name would loom over the entire ninja world insurmountable. Any thought of opposing him would be foolish and fatal. That's better. Yenming nodded in approval. He turned to look at the distance where the Raikage AI and the Kumogakure army had fallen into utter stupor. Now both are here. Raikage, about my earlier proposal, do you still have any objections? Raikage AI looked at Dayemu, who was kneeling respectfully, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. Even the most cunning Dayemu had knelt. What else could he say? Kumogakure agrees to all your terms. Raikage AI said reluctantly. The Wagakure also submits to Lord Yenming's command. Dayemu was even more direct, stating his allegiance. As a sign of sincerity, Iwagakure willingly joins the New World Order advocated by Konoha and offers half of our village's mineral resources to Konoha free of charge. These words shocked everyone. Even Yenming glanced at Dayemu with some surprise. This old man was ruthless, but also shrewd. He knew resistance was futile, so he chose to cling to the strongest thigh. Excellent. Yenming smiled. Since you're both so sincere, it's settled. Inside Konoha, a fanatical laugh echoed from Orochimaru's laboratory. Success. At last, success. On an empty lot, a colossal humanoid weapon 20 meters tall, clad in dark gold armor, with large thrusters on its back and cannon mounts on its shoulders, slowly stood up. Its eyes blazed with a crimson light. Gundam Unit 1, assembly complete. Deep within the hollow expanse of Konoha's rear mountain, a forbidden zone classified as S rank in atmosphere of fervent intensity reigned supreme. Orochimaru, Scorpion, and Deidara, 3 S-rank rogue ninjas whose names had once sent shivers through the ninja world, were gathered here. Now they resembled 3 children who had received their most cherished toys, their faces flushed with excitement, and their eyes gleaming with obsession and ecstasy. Before them stood a colossal steel beast 20 meters in height, silent and imposing. Its body possessed a perfectly streamlined silhouette clad in armor of a dark metallic gold that gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the glow of the lights. This armor was no ordinary steel. It was a special alloy forged by Scorpion, who utilized the magnet release to fuse high-density sand iron with a variety of rare metals. Its defensive capabilities were sufficient to withstand the onslaught of an A-rank jutsu. Its joints were not traditional mechanical structures. Instead, they were composed of hundreds of intricately crafted puppetry components, granting it a flexibility and agility comparable to that of a human. At its chest lay a massive circular reactor. Within that reactor pulsed a pseudo-heart cultivated by Orochimaru using Hashirama's cells. This heart continuously generated an immense amount of life force and chakra, powering the entire mecha. Its shoulders and arms were equipped with dozens of launch ports loaded with Deidara's specially crafted micro-explosive clay, each with a potency comparable to AC-2 class explosive. This was the ultimate weapon of war, the Wood Release Gundam Unit 1, forged by the first Konoha Science and Technology Development Bureau with countless resources and painstaking effort. It was the perfect fusion of ninjutsu and technology, the ultimate embodiment of art and violence. Tsunade, Shikaku, Kakashi, and other elite jonin of Konoha stood on the observation platform in the distance. Gazing upon this colossal behemoth before them, they felt their worldview shaken to its core. This is what Orochimaru and his team have cooked up. Tsunade's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This thing, isn't it a bit too big? It's not just big. Shikaku's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. I can sense the total amount of chakra within it. It's probably no less than that of an ordinary Kaga-level shinobi. Kakashi was so stunned he could barely speak. As a technical ninja, he understood even more deeply. The sheer technical difficulty of confining such a vast amount of chakra within an artificial shell and ensuring its stable operation was terrifying. "Humph, a bunch of narrow-minded country bumpkins," Deidara said, crossing his arms with an air of pride. This is the ultimate momentary art I pursue." "Yeah," Scorpion inside the cockpit said coldly, "its value lies in eternity. This immortal body shall become the pinnacle of puppetry." Orochimaru licked his lips and let out a hoarse laugh. Art. Eternity. You're both wrong. Its true value lies in evolution. It is merely a beginning, the first step on the path to the realm of the gods." As the three argued, an abrupt change occurred. BZC. The chakra reactor in the Gundam's chest suddenly emitted a piercing whine. Red warning lights flashed wildly inside the cockpit. Warning. Warning. Chakra core output overload. Energy circuits showing unstable fluctuations. Risk of explosion. Inside the cockpit, Scorpion, who was piloting the mecha, turned pale. He could sense an incredibly violent energy surging madly within the mecha's core, as if it were about to break free at any moment and blast everything around into pieces. "What's going on, Scorpion?" Orochimaru also sensed something amiss and barked. "I don't know." Scorpion's voice carried a hint of urgency. "The life energy of the First Hokage's cells is too active. Our chakra circuits cannot fully withstand it. Quick, cut off the energy supply." "No use. It's already out of control." On the observation platform, Tsunade and the others also felt the destructive energy fluctuations and turned pale in an instant. "Not good. Fall back," Shikaku shouted, immediately preparing to cast a defensive jutsu. The Konoha ninjas retreated in panic, desperate to avoid being caught in the horrific explosion. The entire underground cavern descended into chaos and panic. However, at that critical moment, a leisurely figure appeared out of thin air before the Gundam about to detonate. It was none other than Shinsho Yinming, who had just returned to Konoha after handling matters at the border. He glanced at the steel beast, frantically flashing red, as if on the verge of disintegration, and curled his lip. Too noisy. Ignoring the surrounding chaos, he strolled leisurely to the base of the Gundam, then slowly floated up to the reactor at its chest. First time making something, a few minor flaws are normal. As he spoke, he took out an object from his bosom. It was a crystal the size of a thumb, fully transparent, and emitting a soft golden glow. This was an energy crystal he had condensed using his own yang release chakra. The life energy contained within it was countless times purer, gentler, and more vast than the entire energy of the Gundam's core. Under the bewildered gazes of everyone, Yinming flicked his finger. The golden chakra crystal transformed into a streak of light and shot precisely into the heart of the Gundam's reactor. In the next instant, the violent, chaotic chakra fluctuations that had seemed ready to annihilate the world instantly became docile and placid upon contact with the golden crystal, like a loyal dog encountering its master. The piercing alarm ceased abruptly. The frantically flashing red lights turned into a steady green, indicating safety. The Gundam's colossal body stopped trembling. Then its electronic eyes, which had been glowing with a sinister red light, dimmed suddenly before lighting up again. but this time they shone with a dazzling golden radiance like the sun itself. Virum, a powerful engine roar resounded. Under the watchful eyes of all the Gundam slowly bent its knee. Boom! Its massive steel frame knelt on one knee before Chinsho Yenming. Inside the cockpit, Scorpion through the communicator reported in a voice mixed with reverence, obsession, and submission, Ancestor. Gundam Unit 1 core stable test complete. Please, give your orders. Yenming looked at the steel beast kneeling before him in salute and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, this is a bit more interesting. He turned to look at Orochimaru and Deidara. Little Snake, Little Scorpion, Deidara. You three did well. Your year-end bonuses will be doubled this year. However, at this thrilling moment, Uzumaki, Karen, who was monitoring the mecha's chakra data flow, suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Lord Yenming, something's wrong. Deep underground in Konoha, an abnormal life response has suddenly appeared. Its energy level is extremely high, and it's moving at high speed. Xiang Lin's exclamation snapped everyone out of the shock brought by the Gundam. A life reaction deep underground. Gang Shou's face changed color. She immediately went to Xiang Lin's side and looked at the detection screen. On the three-dimensional map of the screen, a glaring red that was moving rapidly through Muyi village in a strange path. Its target seemed to be the deepest part of Muyi prison. This movement style, it ignores all physical obstacles. Kakashi Sharingan stared fixedly at the red dot. Moreover, all the perception barriers in the village have no reaction to it. Is it that guy, eh? Zilayi, who arrived shortly after, also became serious. He recalled what Lord Yenming had told him in Yu'in village about the masked man who called himself Yujibwa Ban, and the even more ancient dark hand hidden behind him. A being that had lived for over 1,000 years like a shadow, have finally decided to show up, huh? Unlike the others' tension, Chinsho Yenming's face revealed a knowing smile. He glanced at the red dot on the screen and said calmly, no need to worry, just a black loach that has been crawling in the sewers for over 1,000 years. It won't be jumping around for much longer. He turned to Dashi Wan and said, Little Snake, I'll leave this to you. Continue testing the mecha's performance and record all the data. Yes, Lord Yenming. Dashiwan replied respectfully, but his eyes flickered with excitement. He knew that more research material was about to come his way. Yenming ignored the others. His figure slowly faded on the spot, as if merging into the air, and disappeared. At the deepest part of Muyi prison. This was the Avicii hell, specially used to imprison the most heinous criminals. Inside one of the cells made of special materials and covered with powerful sealing formulas, a man who once wielded immense power in Muyi was curled up in a dark corner like a dead dog. Jicun Tuansong. At this moment, he had lost all his former demeanor of a tyrant. His right arm was severed and the bandages wrapped around his face had been torn off, revealing the empty eye socket that once held Yujibwa Jishui's Sharingan. His chakra was completely sealed, all his meridians were severed, and he had become a complete cripple. In these days he lived every day in endless regret and venom. He hated Yuan Fei Rijan's weakness, hated Yujibwa Yu's betrayal, and even more hated the man who had trampled all his pride and ambition underfoot, Chinsho Yenming. Chinsho Yenming. Even as a ghost, I will never forgive you. Tuansong cursed hoarsely and viciously. Just then, the ground beside him suddenly writhed eerily like liquid. A pitch-black, seemingly intangible viscous substance slowly seeped out from the ground. The black mass slowly condensed into a humanoid shape. Hua. Tuansong was startled and shouted warily. Someone who can get you out of here. A cold, hoarse voice, as if composed of countless resentments, sounded in the cell. It was the greatest mastermind of the ninja world, Heiju. Its original plan was to use Yujibwa Bandai 2 and Changmin to collect the tailed beasts, revive the Ten Tails, and ultimately resurrect its mother Datong Mu Huiyi. But the appearance of Chinsho Yenming completely disrupted all its plans. Dai 2 was scared out of his wits and went into hiding. Changmin was directly turned and became a member of Muyi. Helpless Heiju had to change its plan. It infiltrated Muyi with two goals. First, to rescue Tuansong. Second, to seize Changmin's Rinnegan. In Heiju's view, Tuansong was the biggest destabilizing factor within Muyi. As long as he was released, with his unscrupulous nature, he would inevitably try every means to create massive chaos in Muyi. Then he could take advantage of the chaos to achieve his own goal. Tuansong looked at this strange non-human entity before him, and a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know who the other was, he could feel that this was an opportunity to escape from here and make a comeback. Save me. What are your motives? Tuansong asked in a deep voice. You don't need to know my motives. Heiju laughed sinisterly. All you need to know is that we have a common enemy, Chinsho Yenming. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I can not only take you away from here, but also help you restore your power and even become stronger than before. Tuansong's heart leaped. Restore power, stronger than before. This temptation was too great. All right, I agree, Tuansong said without hesitation. Very good. Heiju nodded in satisfaction. Then let's go. It reached out its hand toward Tuansong, preparing to attach itself to him, and used the mayfly technique to escape underground. It was full of confidence in this move. For 1,000 years it had relied on this technique to travel freely beneath the earth, surveilling the entire ninja world without ever failing. However, just as its hand was about to touch Tuan Song, whoom! The walls, floor, and ceiling of the entire cell suddenly lit up with countless golden runes. These runes, like living things, quickly intertwined and connected, forming an impenetrable golden web. An irresistible sealing force instantly enveloped the entire space. Heiju was greatly alarmed. It felt that its connection to the earth had been forcibly severed. Its once invincible mayfly technique completely failed at this moment. Not good. It's a trap. Heiju's mind screamed with alarm. Without thinking, it prepared to turn back into liquid and vanish into the shadows. But it was too late. On the walls of the cell, countless golden would release vines suddenly sprouted. These vines, like spiritual snakes with eyes at a speed faster than lightning, instantly bound Heiju and Tuan Song into a solid bundle. This would release. Tuan Song was horrified, and Heiju, the moment he saw these golden vines, was terrified out of his wits. This would release is not right. The power attached to it is pure yang release. It is the most deadly bane to an entity like him, a collection of yin release. Heiju, bound by the golden vines, let out a piercing scream. It felt as if its body had been thrown into a pool of sulfuric acid, rapidly melting and being purified. Just then, a figure slowly walked out from the shadows outside the cell. The newcomer was holding a cup of steaming tea in his hand. Heiju, Qianshou Yanming blew on the steam from his tea cup, a mocking smile on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You crawl around in the earth every day, aren't you afraid of getting dirty? Your little tricks might fool the reincarnations of those two brats, In Tuoluo and a Xioluo. In front of me you are just a big piece of black jelly, breakable with a single squeeze.